read all about it. Extra, extra, read all about it. Extra, extra, read all about it. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Welcome to day 3 of Team NBS's coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. Of course, I am Jeff Barnes along with Greg Rector. Bill Carroll will be along shortly, and a whole list of guests for the last 3 rounds of the NFL Draft for the 2024 year. So, Greg, so far we've been together for a few days now. We've watched 3 amazing rounds of draft picks come off the board. How are you feeling so far?
Well, the defensive tackle certainly went to round 2 last night, and then round 3 again we saw a bit more of a mixture happen, and some more offensive tackles. I really want to know how many offensive tackles have been taken in the top 100. That would be interesting, because this number has just been.
Yeah, I must say this has been, of course, we said it would be heavily offensive skewed. When you look at the grading, especially at the top of the board, heavy offense. So round 1 turned out that way. Round 2, although it evened out quite a bit, was still a little slightly heavy offensively, because you had a lot of offensive linemen still coming off the board, especially the tackles. The receivers started to come into play. You did get some running backs in there. 4 running backs did go yesterday. So we have a whole slew of running backs on the board today, so expect that to be something that comes into play. There'll be a run on running backs at some point. There's still more receivers left. There's still more offensive tackles left if you're looking for guys. There are going to be a bunch of defensive players. We barely scratched the surface on linebackers yesterday. So we're going to get into the linebacker group. The safeties, we started getting to that. There's a deeper group of safeties from day 3. There's a lot more on the plate. A lot more.
I'm shocked that Jaden Hicks was not taken.
I was shocked about a bunch of guys. I was shocked that Peyton, waited till the end of the 3rd round to go. To me, the top Mike linebacker waited till the end of the 3rd round.
And what I heard about that was it's the no ACL in the one leg that people are worried about.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I didn't worry about that when I saw him on the field last year. Hello. Game tape tells me everything.
The funny part with those are you don't know what you're going to get. You can get 10 games, you can get 10 years out of a player. You know, Larry Allen was one of those guys. They looked at it and said, we don't know. A lot of teams passed on him in round 1. Round 2, Dallas didn't. And look at the career he had.
Maybe the best example of this guy terrifies us. A lot of teams took him off the board. He waited till the 3rd, had a great career, of course, Curtis Martin. There's another guy that had terrifying knees and plays a knee-intensive position. Munoz, to a certain extent also. The issue with taking a guy early who has quite literally you can sort of right-side it well. He can't tear it. But the knee is always going to be less stable. You can put a sleeve on it. You can do all kinds of things. But once again, I'm not here to like criticize the craftsmanship of course, like the creator, but the knee is a needlessly complicated joint, gentlemen. There's a lot going on there.
Medial collateral, arterial collateral,
I kind of think to
meniscus.
myself,
We got all kinds of stuff.
right. I kind of think to myself like the shoulder joint works pretty well. Like you couldn't have just kind of made some slight modifications for the extra body weight and kind of copied that. No, okay, sure. I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure there's a very, very good reason why it's got all these different things going on. But it is the most difficult still of all the injuries to correctly predict where it's going to go in the future. So each team's medical staff will always be that different. As we all remember, I mean, Drew Brees there were teams who wouldn't touch him when he left San Diego. They looked at that injury. They only seen it once, right? And the last quarterback, maybe other players, the last quarterback to have it was a guy named Greg Cook, who was on his way to being one of the great quarterbacks of all time. Bill Walsh, who worked with him, said, when he was comparing him to quarterbacks, it was a combination of Joe Montana and John Elway. That's from Bill Walsh. And he had the same injury. Now, obviously, medical science, thank God, had continued to grow and evolve. So by the time Drew Brees come around, we have office stuff and surgery, things like that. Sadly, Greg Cook was treated essentially like a Thanksgiving earlier. Yeah, that's kind of how they did it. It was like, they literally cut through the entire ball and socket of the shoulder joint, tapped the bone back into place, put a bunch of sutures in there, and shot him up, assuming full of pain meds, and said, "Well, I'm going to go hit try to get the back nine, get maybe 9 holes in." And needless to say, he was never the same player. He tried to come back and play, was in agony. I mean, it's a testament to that man. As tough as he played football again ever, obviously wasn't the same player, and unfortunately did get addicted to painkillers because he was in so much agony. But we know more than we ever knew before, obviously, about how injuries recover, but genetics. There's so many things that still come into play. There are teams that just say no. I guarantee you, Greg, there's teams that had him off their board entirely.
Oh yeah, and Troy Franklin is, because of his shoulder issue that he had in the Pac-12 game. Yep. That is something. So whatever it is in that shoulder, medical teams are aware of this, and they are frightened.
And once again, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing is there's scar tissue that is a little too close to sensitive parts of the joint. And while a cleanup surgery could potentially take care of it, also could potentially make things worse.
That's right.
So once again, risk. We're managing risk, right? That's what they say. There's a whatever percent chance this guy comes back, he's 100%, or there's a whatever percent chance that this guy, as we said before, never plays again at a high level. Yeah. Here's your percentages. Now you decide what you want to do with that information.
And it goes to show how in-depth and thorough the medical examinations are at the combine and in all of these events, because there's a heavy investment in the player as far as what you're going to get out of this person. You need productivity over a long period of time. It just can't be for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. It's a long period of time you're investing in this player. So what you're doing is you're doing your due diligence. Now, you give credit to the teams for doing that, but if you've never gone through one of these physicals, it's very trying. Okay, I went through it once in my life, and it was later in my career. And it was like, it wasn't your typical, okay, cough, all right, let's check your blood pressure, all right, get out. No, there's intense thing they do to your body to make sure that every joint works properly. If there's a click or something in there that shouldn't be there, they're examining it. Yeah. They're examining your heart, okay, to make sure you don't have any defects. They're examining every little thing, because they do not want to be caught with something later.
Yeah. The term I like to use, Jeff, is the rooter to the tutor. They are being extremely, and I've had, you and I both have had friends that play in the league, Shout out to Ryan Riddle. Shout out to Mr. Daniels who'll be joining us, and some other guys I've known who said, I may not have had an injury going into that physical. I had one coming out. It's like I think I had a sprained joint coming out. They are testing the range of motion in a way that is aggressive, I think is the proper way to phrase it. They're testing the stability in a way that is testing the very limits of any joint, no matter how healthy it is, its ability to respond to the pressure. And then last but not least, if they find a scar, it could be a scar from you falling off your bike when you were 7. They are going, wherever that scar is, that area is about to get a lot of special attention. So there used to be guys who would kind of slip through the cracks in the old days. Oh, we didn't know he had, fill in the blank. I'm going to say that will never happen again, but it'll be surprising. I'll put it that way. Yeah, the medicals now are so intense and thorough. Like I said, the old joke is like, I didn't have an injury before, but I have one now. There are guys who really have been sore. Like, they took them a couple of days to be right again after they came out of the compound.
I remember, it was like, wait, am I getting a physical or a workout? Because it was, you got hooked up to the cardiac meter and then you got put on a treadmill so they can get your working heart rate. I was like, that's new to me. I've never had that happen before. So there's so many things involved in that process. But before we came on the air, Greg and I were talking. There's still a lot of talent on this board. We're going to see a lot of this is where we think the running backs really come into play. We've only seen 4 taken through 3 rounds, and there's a lot of talent and a lot of needy teams out there. So we were talking. We've seen Lloyd go off the board. We've seen Brooks go off the board. We've seen Corum go off the board.
I think Braylon Allen's in the next 5.
Braylon Allen's still on the board. Bucky Irving's still on the board. Wright is still on the board. Benson is the one that went off the board as well. Yeah. Will Shipley still on the board. So we got a lot of talent on this board, and it's got to start to come off at some point.
And let's not forget, it's time for the Power 5 schools to go away, and we're going to get the real schools coming on. South Dakota State, Holy Crosses, teams that have awesome players are going to be heard.
Yes, well, Jalen Coker, Holy Cross, is one of those guys.
No, don't say anything about that. No, Coker belongs to the Cowboys. He belongs.
So the HBCU prospects. Yeah, this is going to be the big thing. We're going to be watching this because typically we sit here frustrated around 7 going, why are these guys not getting drafted? Are we going to be sitting there again? Knowing this board is loaded, okay? Aneem Dankwa, we've seen a run on
50 years ago.
If Aneem Dankwa doesn't get drafted in this class with all the tackles flying off the board, there's something wrong, okay?
And it was 50 years ago that Ed Too Tall Jones became the first overall pick from an HBCU school. Yep. Oh, and who did that? The Dallas Cowboys.
The only. The closest we've come since then is Steve Aaron.
Yeah. Yep.
Amazing player. I remember I was a freshman at Grambling his senior season, and he opened the season against us. Most amazing quarterback I've seen with my bare eyes in a long time. Yeah, I tell you right now. And I've seen the guys recently, but when I was a player, he was the most amazing I had seen right in front of my face. Okay, I ain't never seen nobody run around and do the things that he did at Alcorn State.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's one of those guys where if you're too young, hop onto YouTube. I mean, some of the things he did in college were nuts, and then he carried a fair amount of that over to, I'll be honest, pedestrian offense, but he managed to still, have a fairly productive career, mostly with the Titans/Oilers, because when he first got there, it was the Oilers, but and then finished up, I think, with Baltimore, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But he's one of those guys that if he could come along in today's game where you're almost barely allowed to whisper, like if you're allowed to just graze quarterbacks nowadays, I'd like to think of how many years that guy would have been able to keep playing, because he played through. I mean, he's in that Brett Favre range of he played through what? He played through separations. He played through dislocations. He played through deep, bruises of almost every part of his body. Such a warrior, such a tough guy, and great arm. And he was the guy that I sort of compared Michael Penix to a little bit. Obviously, left-handed as opposed to right-handed, and maybe slightly less arm than Panair, but both guys have strong arms. Panair was a elite level arm. Other players that I expect to start coming up for is the rest of the tight ends. Somewhere pretty quickly, I think Theo Johnson, I think Jaheim Bell, Dalen Holker. I think that we're going to see a maybe run is too strong a word, but we're going to start to see every maybe 8 to 10 picks a tight end come off the board in the next couple of rounds. And you mentioned obviously running back. I think the rest of the linebacker, the rest of the person.
Oh, that was another position. Yeah, that was virtually
run and hit, run and cover. Those guys are going to start to come off the board. One of my favorites, who I think goes off in the next round or two, is Tyrese Knight. I think that a lot of people's favorite, Javon Baker, finds way off the way, going back wide receiver, and Devontae Walker are two deep threat. I won't say one-trick pony, more like two-trick ponies, but I think they go off the board fairly soon in the next few picks. I'm interested to see also the landing spot for, everyone's talked incessantly about what's going to end up happening with the next, everyone's presumed next quarterback off the board in Spencer Rattler and where he lands. I think there's a lot of potential landing spots for him because a team that seems to be quote unquote set at quarterback, like, I don't know, the Saints, could be a team that could consider things like that because they don't have to rush him. They have time that they can take. But there's also some really good pass rushers. I mentioned Muhammad Kamara is one of my highest rated players still on the board. And I mentioned, once again, back to linebackers. Cedric Gray is a guy I expect to go in the next 5 to 10 picks.
Absolutely.
We
had in the top 5 back earlier in the Draft Central season.
Right. Yeah. Cade Stover is yet another tight end who I think gets picked somewhere in this next 15 to 20 picks.
Yeah.
And once again, the as Greg mentioned, the small school linemen. South Dakota State has a bunch. North Dakota State has a couple of guys that are, to me, I won't say surefire, but worst case scenario, they're rotational guys. But I could see these guys being starters quick. And
they're not given enough credit for their technical abilities, and that is the thing that bothers the hell out of me about this whole process. Is you got a big lump of a guy from Alabama or somewhere else who gets picked before the more technically sound players are getting picked.
Correct.
And that bothers me.
Well, we always talk about those guys, right? The pile sprinkles, as I like to call them.
Yep.
The guys that you see the tackles being made and he comes diving on the pile. But because he played at big school, he's the pile sprinkle. He gets to come on and he gets drafted. While the guy who had production at a lower level, well, there's excuses why. We'll bring him in as a rookie tryout or a camp invite as opposed to calling his name where he deserves it. He had the better film. He's the better athlete. Granted, he wasn't at the big school against that competition, but I would rather reward the guy who produced than the guy that just happened to be around the guys who produced. And I think we've seen that too many times. 6 and 7, we're looking at pile sprinkles, guys that he could be a special teamer. Well, give me the guy that could be a special teamer, but potentially fill in my depth chart and compete when I have an injury, or a guy that could possibly somehow become a starter out of nowhere. We've seen that before. Guys picked in round 6 and 7, all of a sudden, they're starting somewhere.
Yeah, I'm excited about the landing spot for some of these guys that the talent is there, maybe whether it's an injury situation or maybe a character situation, but these guys are here around a round and a half, sometimes after people expected them to be gone. I wonder what will eventually happen with even a guy like Kalen King. As I mentioned before, Khalid McKinstry and Kalen King came into the season as my 1-2, and they of course got outplayed by the draft. But I think if I can revive Kalen King, he ends up in the House of State, where they seem to have a good idea about how to get things out of him. I wonder if he might maybe kick the guy's nickel. I'll be interested to see what happens. Well, we've mentioned all the scratching, the physical scratching. So we know that there's something physically that keeps them getting those sort of going. And of course, we talked last night about there's been lots of sort of rumor and innuendo around him, and some of that was overblown, I believe. But there was definitely some legitimate questions of maturity. And once again, he's a guy that, despite his top 20 type talent in terms of pure ability, was never the best receiver on any team he's ever on, even when he was supremely talented. Can somebody fully unlock him? But like I say, he's in a great situation. Doesn't have to be the guy there either. Obviously, he lands. Christian Mahogany is a player that I really, really like.
Oh, absolutely.
And he's my number 85 player overall. He's still available. I think that somebody calls his name fairly soon. If you want to be one of those teams that, I know it's not in vogue to be a team that pounds the rock anymore, but if you're one of those teams, like I'll just say the Ravens, who still prizes being able to bash teams, the Titans, who still prize being able to bash teams and put a game on ice and things like that. That's the guy you should heavily consider in this round. Or could he make it to the fifth? If so, he's more of the skills of that in my.
I'm going to give a little shout out to Isaiah Adams as the first Canadian off the board. There's a couple of offensive linemen who attended UBC up here who can both be picked as well. Manu is obviously the guy that everybody's talking about, but Theo, what's his name?
Johnson? About Theo Johnson?
No. It's Bennington. He's the guard. He's the guard.
Oh.
He could also be picked. And Quintez Stiggers is going to go in this round. I don't care. He's got to be taken in this round.
And probably quickly, yeah.
Yeah. From the CFL Argonauts, of course.
Yes, sir.
So
that's
we started to see some of the small school guys sneak in yesterday. Jalen Hunt snuck in yesterday. I'm intrigued to see where some of the other guys go. We still got a ton of interior linemen on the board. Charles Turner, LSU, still on the board. Cedric Van Pran Granger, still on the board. Bo Limmer, still on the board. Nick Gargiulo, still on the board. Tanner Bodarini, still on the board. Nick Stamack, Matt Lee, Jacob Monk, Fear Hainsworth, Drake Nugent, Andrew Rain. All of these guys are interior linemen that you could see go today at some point. And if they're not today, they're going to get grabbed up real quick right after this draft ends. So these are guys that are not going to be on the street just hanging around waiting for a job. They're going to end up in a camp somewhere. Yeah. The question is, are they going to get their name called and get a spot that's a little more secure, or are they going to have to fight every day as a free agent? I'm also intrigued. We're talking about the tight ends. When you get later on, we've got guys like Steel Roaring on. I think that's a guy we may not see his name called today, but he probably will be a camp invite.
Yep.
But there are going to be some names out there. Jarrett Wiley, Texas Christian. Where does he land? Mason Pline, where does he land? Jack Westover, the Washington tight end, where does he land?
Yeah.
So, we haven't heard Bell's name yet. Think about that. We saw Brian go yesterday. We haven't heard Bell's yet. Right. So that's another one we'll probably see at some point today. Holker from Colorado State is another one we haven't heard yet.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to touch on the running backs yet because I feel we'll be talking about a lot about those guys.
I think Jalen Wright comes off the board in the next 25 picks.
So we can dig deeper into all of this. The beauty of it is we have 4 rounds of picks today. We got a lot of guests coming on. Once again, we'll kick off in about another 35 minutes. We'll be joined by the host of the Full Monty Sports Show, Monty Perez, Team NBS alum, who ventured out on his own. He's going to be joining us. So that'll be exciting.
Well, I'll have to tear apart for Fashanu as their pick and everything else because, of course, he's a Jets fan. The Jets just don't deserve anything ever, period. Come on now.
Ryan Cooley will be on a little bit later along with Montel Hardy. Mike Patton is supposed to join us as well. Steve Rogers, Steve Atkinson, 2 NBS columnists will join us. Also, like I said, it's always amazing when you have Coach Terrell Buckley join the show. So he's going to join us later this afternoon around, say, the 5 p.m. hour. Give or take. Right now, he should be out there on the links. He should be out there getting his golf on. So, the joys of coaching life. Some of those guys get to golf. But my handicap is a handicap, so I don't golf. I'll do mini golf. That's about it. Maybe a little top golf. I ain't going out there on a link damaging people's property with my swing. No, thank you. So, in the green, I'll probably damage the green more than I will people's property. So that's a whole nother story. But nevertheless, we're about a few minutes away from the first pick of day 3. Bill, I got Greg's impression of the first 2 days. What is your impression?
Well, this is exciting. We all have talked probably more than we needed to about the run on tackle, so I won't rehash that. Or the quarterbacks got pushed up. I'm going to talk instead about some of the great value that has been had. And once again, I've praised Howie Roseman enough. I'm going to move on from Howie Roseman. There's some others that I think also are very, very deserving. And I mentioned the Colts a second ago. Chris Ballard is one of those guys that I mentioned with RAS, right? I think that when my friend Kentley Platt puts out his RAS ratings each year, that Chris Ballard, I don't think he just glances at them. I think he probably has them on his tablet, on his phone, on his home computer, because high RAS guys are all over that team at almost every position. And they have a type, right? Certain teams have a type. The Steelers have a type. The Colts have a type, right? The Ravens have a type. And now the Lions have a type, right? And we were talking earlier about a guy that we had on, we had Steel Waring on. Whether he's fast or not, I will not at all be surprised if he ends up in Detroit's camp, because a guy like Jason Campbell will look at Steel and be like, right? He's going to feel a kindred spirit there. But there are teams that have a type. The 49ers have a type. And what I call, we talk about draft DNA. We talk about how you see repeatedly how slowly but surely a team is either implementing and building on an existing culture or decreasing, chipping away at its culture. So when you bring in certain kinds of players, and this is why character does matter. I hear some people say, I don't worry so much about that. No, you worry about it. Now you worry about it a little less later in the draft. You do it earlier in the draft, but there are gradient and phone call now, which is what we're going to see now. Some of those guys will go in this round. These great. But usually in the first round, unless a guy is truly supremely talented, you try to avoid the gradient and phone call passes. In the second, you might be a little more willing to take it. But I'm fascinated also by what will end up happening with guys like Brian. Talk about that second tier of wide receivers that it contains the Brian Thomases, the Labacontes, that contains, also Keon Coleman, some of the other guys in that next tier below everyone in whatever order seem to agree pretty much universally about the top 3 wide receivers, like they did about the top 3 quarterbacks. Sometimes the order is slightly different. To me, it got interesting 4 through 10 amongst the wide receiver class. And as we're seeing how that second tier, where they landed, how they landed, situation matters for players at every single position, but particularly for me, for getting the ball in your hands, positions. So some supremely talented guys won't get the ball in their hands as often, while some of the guys who may be a little less talented will just simply get more opportunities. And I've been one of the people that's been a little lower on Labaconte than some, but he's gone into a fantastic situation. And he has a legitimate chance to be Rookie of the Year because of his situation, because of the offense he's in. And he has just enough support around him, but not people who will siphon away too many touches. He has a little bit. And last but not least, I want to see what ends up happening with the pass rush. right? You could tell, once again, we talk about type. You could tell who cared about length. You could tell who cared about bend. You could tell who cared about just pure explosion and speed in who got drafted where by whom. There are some teams that will just not really consider you as at least as a pass rusher if your arms are a certain length. And some of them almost flat out say it, right? They may not say it directly, but you can tell when they talk about their archetypes, their types, that they're looking for guys that, for those that are old enough, skewed older, I guess, you're the new Johnny Bravo. Now, once again, I understand. I'm now, if you're 18. If you're at 18 to 34, I'm apologizing. Once again, make your way to Google or YouTube and look up, the new Johnny Bravo. But essentially, you have to fit, right, a certain physical prototype. In other teams, the Seattle Seahawks are famous for not being that. Though we talk about the Seattle corner, they are willing to take a chance on guys that don't fit. You're a little too big, or a little too small, or a little too short, a little too thick, whatever. Your arms are a little too short. If they really like you as a player, they will say, okay, we normally look for this, but we're okay with taking you. While other teams, the Browns are a good example, they have hard and fast rules.
Yep.
If you don't do this, if you aren't that, you didn't produce this level, if you didn't run this fast, jump this high, if you aren't this age, in the first few rounds, you're not even making sense. They get a little more, they loosen up a little, like it's stage 3 now, they loosen up a little bit now. The Browns consider some players they normally wouldn't consider early. But they're very strict. The Texans are fairly strict.
I'm going to put your scouting cap on.
Yes.
Because you mentioned to Dom last night the interior defensive line of the Steelers. So I'm going to give you 8 names. 8. Okay. Mekhi Wingo, Christian Boyd, Justin Igabigi, Tyler Davis, Logan Lee, Jaden Crumdy, Zion Logue, and Jordan Jefferson. Which one of those becomes a Pittsburgh Steeler?
Ooh. Okay. Well, if it were up to me, if it were up to me personally, I know who I would choose out of those.
And that's what I want to hear. I want to hear your personal.
I'm still learning Omar Khan a little bit. The good news, if you're a Steeler fan, is he's a little more aggressive. I can tell he has a slightly more aggressive approach to the draft than we had for the past
20 years of COVID.
Yeah, about 20 years, right? I mean,
yeah.
I know Steelers fans, like, people get annoyed when we complain, like we've got not champagne problems, we've got tequila problems, I guess. I mean, champagne problems is like, the teams, 49ers, Bills, people like that. We have tequila problems. There's teams, that have, warm water problems. So I understand people sort of roll their eyes when Steelers fans complain about, winning 9 or 10 games every year. But if it were up to me, it's Tyler Davis. I like a lot of the other players, but Tyler Davis is the one that gives, if you want some production in terms of pushing the pocket, splitting double teams, pursuit down the line, running down screen passes from behind, that kind of stuff, he's the guy.
That's the guy that out of these 8 that I would have picked as well.
I give guys, we talk about loafs or whatever, and for big guys, particularly with up-tempo offense and everything, I don't penalize as much as I used to for loafs. That was why I couldn't get behind certain players at D-tackle before, because I would see them, before. I mean, now it's up-tempo, you're stuck on the field, I get it. At some point, you're conserving the limit. I don't grade as hard as I used to. But I found very few loafs, even when he got stuck on the field on long drives from Tyler Davis. From the other defensive tackles that you mentioned, I found a few more loafs than a couple of guys. I found a number of loafs I would be uncomfortable with, I'll put it that way, taking before, say, the late 6th or late 7th. I think they're very talented. If I can't get, hey, if you're really, really wiped, I get it. Come off the field if you can. And once again, that's what offense is trying to prevent. They're trying to prevent you being off the field, which is why we have, all the up-tempo, no huddle spreads, things like that. But Davis was a guy I saw keep giving, spilling the bucket, right? Keep giving effort, keep pushing, even when I could tell he was kind of gassed. And so I love that. That's what I look for. I'll never forget watching Ndamukong Suh on those long drives. I'll never forget, right? Texas is driving. They're keeping them locked onto the field, and I still see this 308-pound man running down plays from behind.
Yep.
You know, it's like, okay, is he the best player in this whole draft class? And that's what I do when I see a big guy who's that well conditioned that even when you have a 12-play drive, he's coming off the ball like a madman on play 12. I'll admit it, Greg. My heart, you know, it's a little bigger, a little pumpier, a little you know, be still my heart. So yeah,
Yep.
Tyler Davis is my guy.
The first pick of day 4 is in, so we're waiting for the Panthers to announce that as they move on. And like I said, this is going to be the speed round. Everything's going to be a lot faster today. It won't be about the individual pick. We'll be talking about clusters of picks as they come in. But this is the first pick of the day. Once they announce it, we'll let you know who it is before we get into the rest of this.
I'd really like this draft to be altered, because these are the players that need to be talked about more than the first round guys and the second round guys who go, because they're expected to go. And they get all the TV time.
Yep.
Enough. These guys deserve their kudos. But no, we got to shorten that pickup. Oh yeah, okay, but just go, right?
It's about the tube, Greg. Unfortunately,
Oh yeah,
he works in TV. It's about the tube. It's, you know, it is what it is. You know,
I'm not mad at you at all, Greg. And here's what I'd like to see. You know, when they have the national championship game, they've got like 4 or 5 different versions of the broadcast. I would like to see basically a deep dive cast, what we want to call it, where there's one where they keep it breezy and they talk about whatever the heck they're talking about. And then there's one where they do a deep dive, and then maybe one where they, you know, talk to literally fans about what they think. But so there's like a fan cam version, a normal broadcast, we would call it, and then but a deep dive where it's at least one of the guys on the desk is a coach, one of the guys on the desk is a scout. You have, like I say, you know, moderator / host, but X and O stuff. Here's why this player is still here from an X and O standpoint. Here's what they tested like. Here's the position they played and how they played it. Oh, that's a cock nose. That's a such and such, right? You know, here's what nose shade mean and why it's different from this guy's in a frog stance and what that means and why maybe it kept him from being as productive. I mean, all that stuff. That's what I'd have, and it'd be a super deeper dive on some of the guys that aren't as well known.
Well, the first pick is Ja'Tavion Sanders, the tight end from Texas, off the board to Carolina.
Not surprised at all. As I mentioned,
he'll join his teammate Jonathan Brooks.
Yep. And as I mentioned, he's one of the players that I thought would go pretty quickly because he should have. I mean, he's a guy that.
So that's gonna be a nice tight end room. Him, Tommy Tremble, and you know they got a nice tight end room.
Yeah. No, he's, and like I said, from just a pure physical ability standpoint, he's one of the more talented tight ends in the class. So I'm a little surprised, not very surprised, but a little surprised. He could have easily gone, in my mind, could have easily gone yesterday. But there's a lot to like in a guy like him, and he's a guy that, like I said, I thought might go in the first 75 selections or 80 selections, and he made it through. So to me, that's a really good value.
Believe it or not, I had him in this ranking.
The Broncos have traded.
Yeah, well, you're going to get a lot of that today. I think you're going to get a lot of movement around in this round and next round. And then a couple of the later rounds with teams that want to sneak back up. There's a guy hanging around the board that they really like. That's the beauty when you have a draft like this where guys are falling.
Yep.
You know, in this case, we have groups of guys that are falling. Or a position that's been overrun the first 2 days, like the tackle position.
They traded with Seattle here. This is a shock because the Seattle-Denver trade has not worked out very well for the Broncos.
The only player I have rated.
They're not trading for veteran quarterbacks in this one. So.
Yeah.
The only player I had rated higher than Ja'Tavion Sanders left at this point is the much mentioned Troy Franklin. The only player I had mentioned on my board higher ranked than Ja'Tavion.
You want to know something funny? Just at the tight end position alone, on tight ends on the board, I had higher than Sanders, Eric All,
Kate Stover.
Yeah. and Theo Johnson.
Yeah, I had Sanders a little bit above Johnson, and then I had Hooker and all sort of very close together. The injury is the reason that all is going to,
Yeah. And we were talking about that the injuries are going to play a part. Teams' comfortability with that, with injuries. So he's going to go off the board eventually. Question is where. Somebody's going to get a very good player, especially when healthy.
Yeah.
In our call.
So now
Franklin comes off the board with Denver. We're talking about the Denver Broncos needing receiver help.
Yep.
Well, they get it later than a lot of people expected in Troy Franklin.
Yep. And so now the top 2 players that I came in here in terms of ranking are now off the board. So those are my top 2 rated players that were coming into this day 3, and they're both gone. So now my next highest rated player is Chris Abrams, and then Bucky Irving. Oh, sorry, Jalen Wright.
Jalen should be much higher than Bucky.
Yeah, no, I forgot about Jalen Wright for a second there. In my mind, he's drafted already. That's part of the problem. I have to tell myself that he's still available.
The highest rated player on my board right now, it doesn't have an NFL sticker by his name, Javon Baker.
Yeah.
So he is currently the highest rated player on my board.
And then I have the safety from Washington State, Jaden Hicks. Yeah. I can't believe he's still sitting there. I'm sorry, I had him higher rated than I had the USC safety.
Right. Well, that's where the length and speed of a guy like Bullock is going to push him up the board. And their teams, once again, Greg, as you probably know, that worked him out at corner.
Yep.
Seattle.
What?
It's funny because it's true. But yes,
we know the type. And yes, Pete Carroll is gone, but we still know the type, right?
Right.
And the GM also subscribes to that kind of thinking, long corners. So,
well, Mike McDonald is the new head coach there, and
yep. But they still have Schneider as the GM.
Yeah,
they run a lot of the similar hybrid concepts in their defense.
Yeah. When a pass pick is in, the Cardinals are on the clock, and it's funny. This is one of the faster rounds in round 4. Yeah. When we get to round 5, you don't even the pick is in graphic is barely in before the next pick is in, and then before you know it, you don't even bother looking at. You just wait to see the next 6 names that pop up because everything is going so fast on a day like today.
I think TJ Tampa goes somewhere around here. Maybe not this particular pick, but soon. Abrams Drain I mentioned will go somewhere, I think, soon. We mentioned the 2 running backs, Wright and Irving.
I want to see where Brownlee ends up from Louisville.
That's another guy I really like. I would love to see him end up in Pittsburgh, as I've said on a few occasions. I would love to see that. Kalen King, I think, probably goes somewhere in the next 25 or so picks. One of the development
in Mockapalooza, I had him going to the Chiefs either at the 31st or the 33rd pick because they got a comp pick as well this round.
Right.
I think it was the comp pick I took.
Right. Brandon Dorless is an interesting player also.
Yeah.
I think somebody – you mentioned Seattle. He fits what they like also in their defensive linemen, those guys who are a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Sort of the Michael Bennett role. He's very Michael Bennett-esque, and I could see them liking him. I think Austin Booker leaves the board in the next probably 12 to 15 picks.
Layden Robinson, guard from Texas A&M.
Huh.
That's a higher rated player on my board. Yeah.
I think I had him as the 8th guard.
Well, they clearly know they need to retool their offensive line. That's what you're being told in no uncertain terms.
Yeah.
Right?
And even then, he's gone high. He's gone higher than some of the guys that had ahead of him. They still haven't gone yet. So
Right. Same here.
yeah.
Robinson was my ninth guard. Sorry, ninth.
Yeah, I had Layden Robinson in the sort of 6th, 7th round range. I think he's my 230th overall prospect. So I'm a little surprised, but crazier things have and will happen.
Looking through, I'm curious. You know, we've seen a run on corner, so
I think it's going to be linebackers and safeties that come off next, Jeff.
Oh yeah, we're going to see them throughout the day. I don't think it's going to be like a specific round, but this is the day where a lot of those guys are coming off the board.
Yeah.
Because now the values are in for a lot of those picks. A lot of people didn't rate those positions high, so now you're in day 3. Now it's picking them up whether you want them for competition purposes or depth purposes, special teams purposes. Whether they're somewhere high on your board when you're picking. I think this is just the area where we expect a lot more of those guys to go. And I'm just looking at the corners and a lot of these guys that are still there. I mean, we've got a lot of names on this cornerback list. Corners still
A lot of good.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of corners that fall out of this draft that are going to get snatched up right away. It's just too many to go today. For them to fall the way they did out of round 1, and then they go for a while in round 2 and 3 and then stop.
And this is going to be a good thing for the Cowboys with the corners coming off this draft board that way. They can sign UDFAs up the wazoo because, of course, we've got that other guy with the ACL coming back, Trayvon Diggs, and he's not going to be ready to go. I don't care. He's going to be another 7 week guy before he's going to be really ready to roll on the outside where he needs to be. He's going to end up playing. He's going to end up playing in the slot.
Well, you're going to you're relying on depth, right? You guys have,
Eric Scott was the big move last year. Yeah. Okay. I mean, and this repeats Kelvin Johnson, Nashawn Wright, and another Dan Quinn pick.
Well, Nashawn Wright, I think he is what he is, right? I think Eric Scott is your best chance for a guy that could be a quality backup gap starter. I think we've seen a little improvement from him. You want to see more improvement, but you're going to definitely get some guys in this class to help. You've got the slot covered, all right, in Lewis. You have the other side covered in Bland.
But the slot is the position I really want to get covered because Ludus is in his last season. He's on his last deal.
Yeah.
Right. So they got to be able to figure that piece out.
But I don't think it's as high a priority since you have him this year.
Yeah.
Like I said, when you have Scott, working with Scott on the outside, working with Scott in the slot, are going to be the biggest priorities for you guys. Who's the other corner that they drafted last year? They kept around.
What's his name?
Yeah, I don't remember his name right now. But, they have some younger corners that they kept around that they believe in. I think, like I said, to me, you're going to get somebody late. You got to improve the depth no matter what. Don't ever be settled at the bottom of your roster. You can improve it, change it. But like I said, I think since you have Lewis, he's got because they inked him for an extension, so he's got the extension. You got to worry about that next year because you have more pressing right now. So you've addressed your offensive line. You started to address the defensive line. You started to address the linebacker. Now, with these picks in round 5 and beyond, you're looking at depth at deep, a ton of depth at safety. I wouldn't go crazy with safety, but still addressing your running backs, addressing your receivers.
He wasn't drafted by the Cowboys, but he was a UDFA last year.
Yes.
I'm just trying to remember who he was, but it's not coming to me right now.
And you still have other receivers that you had there. Honestly, you had the kid from West Florida last year sitting on the practice squad all year long. I like Jaden Durden. I think he's excellent.
They got Jalen Brooks too at the
Jalen Brooks. But Jalen Brooks they drafted in round 7 last year. He's going to factor into their receiving this year because they played him in games last year. So
that's right.
The draft came into play for you guys. It always comes into play for you guys. You guys are going to be there with the rookie classes. But that's not the problem. It's the guys those guys you had for a year, 2 years that you want to see the improvement on. If you drafted them or brought them in as rookie free agents.
Well, I mean, obviously Pohokel on the D line and Asim Richards from North Carolina.
I think Asim Richards is going to help. There'll be a jump from him. I liked Asim Richards last year. I liked him more as a right tackle only prospect or a guard. They seem to like him at guard. So I think overall, that's going to be a guy that plays into it. I think they put a lot on TJ Bass and Hoffman, but I think when you look at it, they like Richards. I think they were grooming him for that role eventually. So he's going to factor in a lot more this year.
They're lining him up on the left-hand side.
Yeah. Well, he's your fallback plan if you struggle with the left tackle and you have to move Thomas Smith down. He's part of your fallback plan at left guard. So just keeping track is, like I said, the picks are coming in hot and heavy. They're going to get real fast as we go along. Dadrian Taylor-Demerson comes off the board. We're talking about the safety position starting to come off.
Yeah.
Right, we're starting to see that in round 3. Now we're starting to see them come off early here, round 4. The Chargers pick is being announced now, and it's actually in sync with the app. So we won't be spoiling it for anybody when we read it off the app, like we did yesterday. Justin Biagé from Alabama, the tackle, comes off the board here.
We just talked about him a little moment ago.
Yeah.
The only issue with him is he seems at times to be one of those guys that a voyeur, right? He seems like he likes to watch a little bit. I'd like to see him be a little more of a participant and a little less of a voyeur.
I had him further down. I had him like a late 5th, early 6th, but again, he went to that SEC school, so hey, he gets bumped up. He's bumped up. I have a
couple tackles ahead of him, including Taylor from Miami, and of course, you asked about Tyler Davis. I have both those guys ahead of him.
Yeah.
But he fits what we keep talking about it, right? What do teams want on the D line? Play fast. He's not a read he's not a stack and shed guy. He's a knife guy. I'm gonna knife through a gap. I'm gonna get through. So these guys are what seem to be in vogue in the NFL level when it comes to defensive line, whether it's an end, whether it's a D tackle. You don't have too many of the space eaters that we've seen in the past. Everybody wants that play fast defensive line. So he plays fast when he's playing fast. So
right. You just nailed the issue. However, when he does get blocked, he's kind of like, okay.
The motor stops. Yeah.
Right.
He doesn't disengage. He does not get himself disengaged. I mean,
the motor stops. He goes from player to spectator. Yes.
That was my issue. Yeah, I use the term voyeur, but spectator's probably better. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that's a little more PG. Yeah, I would say that.
Sorry, kids. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, and for those of us who can't stomach the Eagles either, they got 3 more picks this round and 3 more in the 5th. It's just ridiculous.
If it makes you feel any better, Greg, they'll trade up with some of that stuff to get a player they really like, and then they'll trade down at some point to get more.
Oh yeah, they'll just have more and more and more. They just have lots of them.
But that's the beauty of it all, right? As a GM, that's what we're supposed to do. stack your roster. You got 90 guys to bring to camp. You don't have to use 20 of them as camp bodies. Bring in 90 talented ball players to your roster. This way you're making your 53 and your practice squad the most talented units.
Yeah.
So, like I said, kudos to Howie Roseman. I mean, when you have a practice squad that's constantly getting poached, you know you're doing something right.
Exactly.
So there you go. There's your revenge, Greg. Just constantly keep your eye on their practice squad.
And just bring them down to Texas, and they'll be fine.
You know, if you got a practice squad and those guys are going, Coach, when are they get elevated? And you go, well, nobody wanted you, huh? Okay, I guess we got to upgrade this position.
Yeah.
You know, if we didn't hide you and you're safe for 17 weeks of a season, we know we got to upgrade you next year.
There we go.
Yeah. This is what it is, you know. Well, yeah. I'm really intrigued, you know, to see what the Titans do here. This is Carthon's really first, you know, draft without without Mike Vrabel. So this is real interesting to see how the Titans are doing with Rand Carthon fully at the helm of things. Monty Perez should be joining us shortly, so that's going to be great. Also, Ryan Cooley following behind Monty. Thanks again if you've been watching for 3 days here on Team NBS Media. You know, this is a day that doesn't get the highest ratings from a lot of fans because everybody's here. I don't know these guys. I'll read about it later. Trust me, you want to hear about some of these guys because every time you go, who is this guy? He was Mr. Irrelevant. Well, sometimes Mr. Irrelevant, you know.
What did I say? What did I say about Brock Purdy that when he was Mr. Irrelevant? I said the Niners got themselves a great quarterback.
You said that. You did.
Yeah.
I remember.
And everybody was laughing at me. Everybody was laughing at me because they only watched his senior season. They didn't watch him as a junior,
right?
Like I had, like you guys had. And I said the Niners had themselves a quarterback. I said the same thing about the Chiefs getting Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round. Hello, they got their running back.
Yeah, I think the regression the senior year kind of hurt. Now, people said it was because it was less talent around him, and he did have less talent around him. However, I mean, the year before when he played well and took him to the bowl game, you know, even when he took him to the game against Notre Dame, bowl game against Notre Dame, he's throwing to LaMichael Petway. LaMichael Petway had a cup of coffee in the end. So there are guys that, you know, they just weren't NFL caliber, but they looked great playing with Brock Purdy and Iowa State. You know, so I think there was a little bit of that was the reason why he kind of fell back that senior season. Some of it was just also he didn't have a great year. It was just what it was, you know. There were some reads that were just late. There was things that he didn't do right. He seemed to correct it when he got to San Francisco, and he's got great talent around him. You know, so
Cedric Gray went to the Titans.
There we go.
There you go. So Rand Carthon really doing a great job. You know,
yes,
saying, you know, I'm going to build this the way I want to build it, which is the way you want to do it if you're a GM. You know, because it's on you. You're the one cooking the dinner, right? You know, you can't go out there and just use somebody else's recipe.
Cedric Gray got downgraded because of his teammates around him on that defense. I don't care. Cedric Gray was an outstanding linebacker. Yep. He gets downgraded because the front died on them, and his other cohorts at linebacker were not very good either. But Cedric Gray is a fantastic linebacker.
All right, so we're gonna have some company, guys. All right, we got a couple of guests ready to go, but it's time to bring on, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, the host of the Full Monty Sports Show, Monty Perez, joining us back on Team NBS Media. Monty, it's been so long.
Hi, you guys. I know this is your Super Bowl, your World Series. I haven't been able to watch live, but I've been catching clips during my workouts and stuff. God bless you guys for putting the time in, getting all the information out to the fans. It is a nightmare to get all these players, a couple of sentences or a paragraph out. You guys do a tremendous job. So thanks for having me on the show, and really happy for you guys because I know this is your Super Bowl.
Theo Johnson just went to the New York Giants.
There you go.
There you go. The tight ends
Proud
are
moment for our friend Greg.
yes, the tight ends are in vogue again, folks.
Well, another Canadian.
That was
So, Monty, the Jets have been having I wouldn't say underground success. Everybody loves what they're doing so far. How do you feel about their picks so far?
Okay, so first, I wanted Brock Bowers, and I know that people are saying you need offensive line help, and I get that. But Mel Kiper, whether you agree with him or not, said that the Jets pick from Penn State in the first round right now is 6th or 7th on the offensive line depth chart, meaning if someone gets injured, he's going to step up and be the starter, and it provides depth for Aaron Rodgers. Here's what I don't understand. The Jets are treating Aaron Rodgers like he's Tom Brady or LeBron James. He goes somewhere and he'll win titles, and they're basically doing everything that Aaron Rodgers wants him to do. Now, we saw how that turned out last year. With all the guys that Aaron Rodgers brought in, none of them produced. Aaron Rodgers played less than 5 minutes, had an injury. But I look at Aaron Rodgers now like I look at Doc Rivers in the NBA. He won a championship over a decade ago, and he's failed since then. Now, when I say failed, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's a great player. But he's lost as a number 1 seed time and time again at home in Green Bay. So I don't understand why the Jets, I would have taken Brock Bowers. We've seen what a tight end can do in a great offense. Just ask how valuable a tight end is when he's not there to Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens with Mark Andrews, who missed all that time. Ask Patrick Mahomes how valuable Travis Kelce is. You know, Brock Bowers to me, and guys, I want to get your thoughts. I think next year, obviously, depending on the right situation, but he has a skill to be a top 5 tight end. Am I wrong?
Oh, he has that skill, but the whole thing is the value of the pick.
Right.
A tight end, when Kyle Pitts was drafted 4th overall by the Falcons, he gets killed, right? Brock Bowers went where he should have gone in this draft.
Okay, Greg, I get what you're saying, but if you're going to draft in the top 15, I don't want the Jets, who want to win right away, to draft a guy who Mel Kiper, again, whatever you want to say about Mel Kiper said right now he's not the starter. So why are you wasting a top 15 pick on a guy who's not a quarterback and not a starter?
Because you have Tyler Smith at the 1 tackle position and the other guy at right tackle who's 33 years old as well, and he gets hurt as well. That is why you take the offensive tackle from Penn State, who, I don't care what Kiper says, this guy was going to go top 5 last year.
I like him as an offensive lineman, but to sit there and say that and this is how I feel, top 15 picks should come in as a projected starter right away. Unless it's a quarterback that you're going, well, I don't even want to talk about what Atlanta did because it doesn't make any sense to me. But and again, that's my thinking, like a tight end in today's offense is beyond important. And they were saying, well, I think Brock Bowers could be a great blocker. Just look the size of him. George Kittle's a phenomenal blocker. Travis Kelce, not great, but he's used differently. So I wanted the Jets to get Brock Bowers. I wanted them to get him since basically Georgia's season was over.
I did not disagree with you as far as Brock Bowers being taken by the Jets. I'm just giving you the actual argument that the Jets have those 2 very old tackles.
Yeah. No, listen, I get it. You got to protect. You got to protect Rodgers, right? No, I understand that. Regarding, I think the Jets have had a very good offseason. I think the Eagles, even though they lost Swift, what they've done in the draft now has been good. But to me, and again, I think the Bears, what they've done collectively this offseason, think about the Chicago Bears, monsters of the Midway. You have, Dick Butkus. You have Mike Singletary, Brian Urlacher. someone said, I don't know who it was, but the Bears' best offensive player over the last 15 years was a kickoff returner, a punt returner. It wasn't an offensive skill player. So what the Bears have done in getting Swift, getting Keenan Allen, getting the wide receiver from Washington, and Caleb Williams, I mean, this is kind of a franchise that has been built on defense and running the ball. And now they're getting guys who can make plays happen. I think the Bears have done a tremendous job. And I want to get your thoughts because I know Greg and obviously Jeff are not fond of Harbaugh because, he went to Michigan. But I was a little shocked that he went with an offensive lineman. And when they interviewed him, he said offensive linemen are weapons. But one of the things I'm concerned about is ground and pound. When was the last time a ground and pound team won a Super Bowl? If a ground and pound team or a running team was going to a Super Bowl, which what Harbaugh wants to do, we would have seen the Ravens, who are in the top 3 every year in rushing, go to a Super Bowl. We would have seen Derrick Henry go to a Super Bowl, right? Ground and pound doesn't work. And honestly, if you want to really break the whole NFL draft down, 15 out of the first 16 picks were offense. And this is what I keep saying, and I know Greg doesn't agree with me, but offense wins. These defensive players, you need a strong cornerback, and you need a defensive pass rusher for third and long situations. 15 out of the first 16 players were offense. So everything that the NFL doing is geared towards offense, geared towards spread, more points. So I think what the Bears have doing, they have changed their identity overnight.
Well, that's absolutely right. But the Bears have never had the identity of anybody but a running team and a defensive team. That's always been the Bears' motto, was they're the monsters of the Midway. That's it. That's all. Well, they finally got themselves a quarterback, apparently. Now, notice I put in the words apparently, because I don't care. I don't care how good Caleb Williams was at USC. I really don't. The NFL level is a different ballgame because the defensive players who do play in the NFL, Monty, are the best in this business. They come after you. They come after you harder, faster. They hit you harder. They will knock him out. That's their goal.
But we've also seen, Bill, the Justin Herberts of the world, right? Coming in and play right away and dominate. So
Justin Herbert has never dominated. He's never dominated. The Chargers haven't been in a playoff team. He's not a dominant player.
Okay, because they hired a coach who couldn't even coach high school, and Brandon Staley.
I mean, he's been stuck with offensive coordinator after offensive coordinator, and he's now got a new one again this year.
Right, but what I'm saying is it's much easier, Bill, and you know this, when you used to draft a quarterback like a Patrick Mahomes, a Tom Brady, who went in the round, probably a bad example, but they would sit a year or two. But now it's much easier for quarterbacks to succeed because the rules have changed.
Well, it's conceivably easier for a quarterback to at least not get banged up because of the way the rules have changed. But defenses are still showing you things you've never seen before. Mm-hmm. You are still dealing with the pressures of guys. You where you were before, guys were maybe the oldest guy on the team might have been a couple years older. There are guys on the team now that are 12 years older than you. There's guys who have been playing professional football since you were 9, right? That you're now playing with, and they're looking at you like, where my kids go to college is up to you, kid. Don't mess this up. So maturity and all these other things matter also, right? That's why they put so much money and energy into, the personality testing and talking to everyone you've known since you were a baby before they draft you early, especially if you're a quarterback.
Being prodded. I call it being prodded and probed.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we talked about that earlier. There's prodding, there's probing, there's questioning and twisting and turning. And here's what I will tell you about. Is it easier now to put a quarterback out there than earlier? Sure. But you're on your second quarterback. The first guy wasn't your guy. Things have to happen fast for them, right? This is your second bite, your first bite at the apple, but your second quarterback. You won't get a third, right? Whether or not that first guy was your guy or not, you don't get a third unless you win. If you win, and then a decade later, we're moving on to, or 15 years later, moving on to the guy, then you get a third. But if this guy doesn't work out, you don't get a third. Somebody else is drafted the next quarterback. So they're still, if they're smart, they're going to still keep some things initially constrained for him. He hasn't been in a full field, no one really is, in a full field, full read offense, right? Everybody's in some version of spread. So it's simplified to some extent. You're reading middle field open or middle field close, you're reading zone man, and you're counting the box, right? Because you're going fast. So once you've got 2 plays called, one's a run, one's a pass. Sometimes you might have a short and a long pass, maybe 3 plays packaged together. You get up, your center looks over to the sidelines and sees a slice of pizza, Scott Van Pelt, and then he calls the protection based on that.
Right.
That's not going to happen in the NFL. So no matter how talented you are as a rookie, there's still a big adjustment, even with the rule changes. Justin Herbert, remember, played in 2 different offenses, 2 very different offenses in Oregon, as you know, right?
Yeah.
They originally were in a more quote-unquote pro-style offense before the spread came in. So he had done some things before for 2 years before they changed over that he later would do in the pros. Caleb Williams has been in a spread and shred of offense from the time he was 7. So yes, it's going to be a little different for him than a guy like Justin Herbert.
Yeah, and I will say this regarding the general manager position, like you can whiff on certain things. The Jets whiffed on Zach Wilson, but they also drafted the rookie of the year as a wide receiver, the defensive rookie of the, for a defensive back. You can miss on every pick. You can't miss on the quarterback. That is paramount. That is what costs people jobs. So I just think the Bears smartly, I don't know what the Buffalo Bills are doing regarding helping Josh Allen. They helped him with Diggs, and now they got rid of him. They got rid of Davis. They traded away their pick, and the Kansas City Chiefs got the fastest guy in the draft, so as a wide receiver. But the Bears are doing everything to put him in a situation by surrounding him with a very good running back. They're getting offensive line pieces, surrounding him with 3 wide receivers in DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and the rookie from Washington. So they're putting him in a position where if he fails, the general manager says, look, it's not my fault. We got everyone. We got that. And that's how you help a young quarterback. Give him pieces. I don't know what the Bills are doing with Josh Allen because they got rid of Diggs. You thought they would move up and try to get one of the 3 top wide receivers or 4. They didn't get any of them. So I don't know how, if you're the Bills and you're Josh Allen, you sit there and you say to yourself, hey, man, what are we doing? What are we doing? How are we helping me?
Because they drafted Keon Coleman, CeeDee Lamb's cousin. That's all they needed. That's it.
Okay.
You're done. That's all the Bills needed. CeeDee's cousin. That's all. Now, Monty, you should be in 7th heaven right now because of the last 4 picks here. 3 of them are Oregon Ducks.
Listen, I knew the Oregon.
Brandon Dorless and Evan Williams have all been gone, and Javon Baker went to the Patriots as well.
Yes.
I know Greg's not going to like this, but next year the Duke Blue Devils are going to win 35 games and go to the Final Four. And next year the Ducks are going to win 11 games, even though they just are in the talent that he has on his roster is insane up in Eugene.
Good luck playing in Columbus and that place up north and Illinois and all those lovely Big Ten schools.
Jeff, how did you feel? Jeff, how did you feel about Jeff, how did you feel about the Chargers getting the offensive lineman? Did you think that was a good move for him? Because he wants to run the ball, he wants the ball control, but they lost their top 2 wide receivers.
Yeah, and I was saying that's why I had a receiver mock to them. But right. I did understand at one point I did have them taking in my mocks because one thing that's been certainly a problem for the Chargers was that they've never resolved the right tackles. They got the left tackles, right? But they never fixed the right tackles. They've been throwing guys like Storm Norton and anybody else they could throw at that situation. But at some point, you have to address that now in today's NFL. Back in the day, you could have your left tackle be all world, your right tackle be an excellent run blocker and a solid pass blocker, and you could do things to help them with the tight end, the chip, and do all that stuff, and still get away with protecting your quarterback. You can't do that anymore. There are 4 very good pass rushers minimum coming at your quarterback now. The last place you can have especially with quarterbacks that have to escape, is pressure coming from both sides. Yep. So you got to be able to protect the edges, and then you have to be able to protect up the middle. So they're definitely getting smarter and saying, we're going to bring out 2 quality tackles on the outside so we can afford to now go 5-man protection block 4. Let our quarterback go to as many options as possible, right? In this way, well, if he opens up the offense, he'll go to as many options as possible, right? So it's a good thing. You don't want to keep using 6, 7, 8-man protection because all that does is invite more pressure from defenses. You have to be able to spread them out. You have to be able to do more 5-man protection. Let your quarterback make the quick reads, make the hot reads, and escape the pocket to buy time in order to challenge teams down the field. You're not going to be able to just crowd the box like you used to in San Francisco and try and play action your way down the field.
Can we say, too, that the reason why Harbaugh, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but the reason why Harbaugh traded away those wide receivers left, however you want to call it, and he's drafting the offensive line is because there's no pressure. He's won a national championship. He won at San Francisco. I don't think they're going to win 5 games. I think they're going to be much better than people think. But there's no pressure on him, right, Bill? There's no, he doesn't feel the pressure because he's like, I want everywhere, give me time. People wanted him out at Michigan when he couldn't beat Ohio State, and look what he's done over the last 2 years. So do you think this move is because he's so confident that I'll be there as long as I want?
It's also his philosophy. His philosophy is to build along the line. He wants to dominate on each side of the ball on the line of scrimmage, period. So even if they told him, we need you to win right now, he would still drafted Joe Alt. Just in case you're wondering.
Okay.
He still believes that's the way you win football games. Now, we'll find out if he's still right, but he says, I want the best players in that 3 yards on each side of the line of scrimmage. I want my guys to be bigger, stronger, faster, and better than the other guys. And if we don't have the best wide receivers, we don't have the best corners, we'll figure that part out. But if my fronts on the offensive teams are ripping yours on every play, I'll take my chances. He's Jack Harbaugh's boy, right? For those who somehow forgotten, this is a second-generation coach. He grew up with basically 2 fathers, his actual father, Jack Harbaugh, and a guy named Bo Schembechler. So think about if your 2 fathers, 2 father figures in your life are Jack Harbaugh and Bo Schembechler, what do you think your football philosophy is going to look like?
It's like Shanahan. It's like Shanahan with the way he approaches his offensive game plan. His dad did it. He's from there. He's lived it. So, the Bill Walsh tree.
He wants to grab you by the scruff of the neck, drag you into into an alley and beat you over the head with a blackjack, essentially, on offense and defense. Joe Alt would have been the pick if they told him we need them in the Super Bowl this year. He still would have taken Joe Alt.
Okay, all right.
He truly believes that's how you win. So
listen,
that's Harbaugh's life. That's Harbaugh's life. That's exactly what he did in Michigan. He dominated the 2 lines. He didn't care how good his corners were. He didn't care how good his receivers were. He wants to dominate the line. And that's why Joe Alt, from the University of Notre Dame, was the charge of pick. Never you mind rolling your eyes about Notre Dame. The Irish are always going to be better than Oregon. Always.
Absolutely not. Over the last 10 years, it's not even close. The Ducks have been to 2 national championship games. How many has the ND been in? 1.
So
Thank you.
Yes. Last time we were in a press box together, we were talking about Harbaugh. We were talking about, should they get rid of him? Well, it paid off. They kept him. Right? They got their national title. Now he's back in the pros. Do you think, once again, he's going to have that kind of success with the Chargers? He had success with San Francisco, got him to a Super Bowl. Unfortunately, afterwards, that organization fell apart. Goes to Michigan, has the success that he planned on having, comes back to the pros one more time. Do you think this run is going to be one of his most successful runs yet?
Well, he's going up against, and how do you beat a team that likes to pass the ball and be cute? The Kansas City Chiefs. You physically wear them down, and you keep Patrick Mahomes on the bench. So his philosophy is the right approach, but you have to understand now, I'm a huge Bo Nix guy. I don't know how you guys feel about Sean Payton, but he did have success with Drew Brees. He wanted Bo Nix. So I think he's going up against two guys who really offensively. Now, I don't think Peyton is in the same stratosphere as, the Kansas City Chiefs' entire coaching staff. I think the reason why the Chiefs won so many games this year was their defense, and their defensive coordinator, Spagnuolo, is way ahead of their offense, who struggled at times, even with Patrick Mahomes. But you look at what the Chargers have offensively and defensively. They do have a lot of pieces there to be successful. We know that Harbaugh went to an NFC Championship game with Alex Smith, right? Alex Smith was left for dead. And then what does he do? He brings in Kaepernick, and he evolved with that offense. But the problem he's going to run into is Andy Reid's not going anywhere anytime soon. Either is Patrick Mahomes. We keep trying to find ways to discredit the Chiefs, and this is not the year. As long as Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid's on the sideline, that division belongs to them. I'd be interested to see what you guys feel about Bo Nix, because talk about a player that transformed his career when he left Auburn, and he said he was just overwhelmed. He grew up wanting to play for Auburn. He felt like he had a touchdown on every play. He goes to the Ducks, and he transformed his game. 77% completion percentage. Can throw deep, can run, can scramble. So Harbaugh's not going to a bad division. He's going to a division where, if you believe in what Peyton did with the Saints, and if you believe in Andy Reid's not slowing down, what's a successful season? Is it 10 wins in a playoffs? Is it the winning the AFC West Championship? Harbaugh can win games, but I don't know if he can win a Super Bowl as long as Patrick Mahomes is there.
Yeah, I think with the Bo Nix situation, this is going to be his first test in a long time, right? He hasn't groomed a quarterback since Antonio Romo. Okay, right. So everybody since then, he's had some guys that he's drafted, but they haven't really panned out. Most of Greg will say Ian Book is a guy that he drafted, and we saw what happened with that, right? So he really hasn't had a guy this high in the draft that he's had a chance to groom as a head coach, period. But he hasn't had a quarterback who's specifically there for him. It's a rookie, until now. Like I said,
but Jeff,
when he was in Dallas.
Jeff, isn't this what he wants? Someone he could take like a form of clay and sculpt him and say, you do this, you're going to be successful. Have Drew Brees come in and work with him. I mean, isn't this this is why he couldn't get along with Russell Wilson. He hated Russell Wilson's work ethic and how everything was not about football. Now you have Bo Nix. That's what he wants, right, Jeff? He wants to basically take this guy out of clay and mold him.
It's what he wants, but the thing is,
you got Bo Nix.
It's a different time, right? He's a Parcells type coach, right? Not all players, especially these newer generation, respond to that same kind of coaching. So while it may be something that player wants when he gets there, as you saw with Gronkowski, that wore thin after a while. He retired to get away from it. Anything to get away from it. I can't take this anymore. Right?
Yeah.
It becomes a burden to a different kind of player. It's a more empowered player, a player with a lot more say in things. So if you think that you're going to be able to do the things you did when you were coaching with Bill Parcells, or you first started as a head coach in 2006 with the Saints, it's not the same. You have to adapt. And I think that's what he's trying to do a little bit, but he had a veteran team when he got there in Denver. I think now he's starting to get a younger team that's going to be a little more impressionable, a little more listening. They're going to listen a little more. He's going to have those challenges from certain players because some of those players are going to have that opinion of things. But I think overall, if they can forge a different kind of relationship, because he's getting him early in his career, and he doesn't have to rely on him to win right now.
And the thing is, Bo Nix is not a kid, right? He's played more college games, I think, than anyone in college football. He's mature. Yeah. So, I think that he's not getting someone who's going to be a deer in headlights. He's going to be someone, listen, for them to pick him at 12, they were obviously high on him. I think Peyton knows quarterback play. Do I think he did Russell Wilson a little wrong? Yeah, but Russell was part to blame. But, you can say whatever you want about Peyton. He did win in New Orleans. He did win, and he won a Super Bowl. So, the guy, he's still whether he's set in his ways or not. One of the reasons why Bill Belichick doesn't have a job is because he wants everyone to bend down to him, and he wants to control everything. Can you imagine Bill Belichick has, 7 Super Bowls? 6 Super Bowls. Brady has 7. He's got 6 Super Bowls. He couldn't get a job this offseason.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help when the guy who you just parted ways with is telling people don't do it. So, right? He was going to get the job in Atlanta, and then a phone call was made. He says, "Yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you."
And because Jerry Jones refuses to pay off former coaches, and that's why Belichick is not working. That's the only reason Belichick is not working. He should be in Dallas. He should be, but because
Jerry Jones would never be able to handle him. If Jerry Jones couldn't handle Jimmy Johnson or Bill Parcells, how's he going to handle Bill Belichick?
I would say
that's for the soap opera. That's the soap opera.
You don't want your team to be a soap opera.
Jerry and Steven love the soap opera. Come on.
If they were to wire up their offices with cameras, I would pay cash money to watch Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones interact on a daily basis. If that was like $20 a month, I'd come up with it.
What's the over-under for them having a fist fight the night of the draft next year? Because Jerry wants to take a wide receiver and Bill Belichick wants a linebacker.
Yeah. Oh, man. So Eric All goes to the Bengals. We were waiting on Eric All's name to get called. He goes to the Bengals. And we talk about the Bengals wanting tight end. There you go, right? I think the Bo Nix situation there, that's the best situation for him. It's going to be an interesting one, yes. But Sean Payton, like I said, at some point as a coach, you got to coach what you got. And you got to learn to adapt.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Much like the Marines say, you improvise, you adapt, and overcome. Right. So at some point as a coach, you do that. Your philosophy may be your philosophy, but over time, players change, times change, and you have to change. Otherwise, you fall behind. So he's got this second chance as a head coach to come into Denver. He's getting the pieces he wants, but you can't use the excuse that the veterans like the Russell Wilsons and all those guys are the problem if you continue to go the way you're going.
Yeah,
you got to start to get the young players to respond to what you're trying to do, and if it doesn't happen.
By the way, you look at what Houston. When I talk about the draft, I also like to talk about the offseason because that's really how you look at what Houston has done. I love what the Green Bay Packers have done in this draft. They have a young offensive team. I understand why they parted ways with Aaron Jones, their running back. But we're seeing, them drafting defensive backs. How much since Aaron Rodgers has left, this is really now the coach's team. The way he developed Jordan Love the second half of the season, the way they spread the ball out to the wide receivers. Aaron Rodgers was set in his ways, but obviously he didn't win Coach of the Year, but I think what the Packers are doing with their Matt LaFleur, with Jordan Love, I think if healthy, they win that division. I think the Lions take a step back, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears, with what they have done, win 7-8 games.
Yeah, no. Really
the Bears are winning more than 7 or 8 games. I'm sorry, because they're going to beat the Packers in Lambeau and at Soldier Field. I don't want to see the Packers. I don't want to hear about the Packers. They're done.
How did that playoff game go against Dallas in Dallas? How'd that go? That game was over at halftime.
Yes, it was.
The game was over in the first 5 minutes.
One of my happiest moments is just seeing Greg tweet after the first quarter, and you could just see in the tweet like the smokestack coming up. And I think you wanted to fire McCarthy at halftime of that game.
I wanted McCarthy fired last year too, before he came in with the Texas Coast offense and all this crap. I wanted him gone, and it's just ridiculous. The show down there is just ridiculous. It is every year. It's Jerry and Steven babbling away, blah, 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 all in, da-da-da. All of this is just a bunch of nonsense. They need to be locked up after they make a playoff team. After they make that playoffs, they need to be locked up in a hotel. No podcasting for Micah. No Dak Prescott running around with his girlfriends or whoever else. You boys need to be locked up, and you concentrate on playing football.
Monty, you knew better than to get him started. See,
listen. Listen, anytime the Packers beat Dallas, it's always. And by the way, you want me to get them riled up? That wasn't a catch. What was that? That catch? What's his name? With Michael Irvin. No, it wasn't.
Ruled it a year and a half later. It took them a year
Don't
and
matter.
a half.
It was not a catch.
It was a catch.
So, are you guys all in agreement that you were scratching your heads with the Atlanta Falcons pick when they picked Penix? I mean, was it just?
I was blown away. We're going to get into that. Yes, thank you. I was blown away by it because I wasn't expecting Penix going top 10. I really wasn't. We knew that there were certain quarterbacks in certain ranges. We knew that certain teams liked him, certain teams didn't. But they did a good job of lying about him because they liked him a lot more than a lot of people let on.
That's one thing they did great. No one knew. No one knew.
Yeah. So, and like I said, that was my QB3 on the board. 1 and 2 were my top 2, and Michael Penix was my QB3. So, while I feel vindicated that he went as high as he did, I'm still shocked that it went to Atlanta, where you just paid a guy $100 million guaranteed. See, that's the part that I think shocks me the most. Does he go in the top 10 to a team? Listen, I'm shocked to see him go in the top 10. I think he would be deserving to do so. I think he's going to be an excellent quarterback. But to go to where you just paid somebody $100 million guaranteed was the shocking part. If it wasn't for the money, if it was just in a situation like Minnesota where you pay a veteran quarterback there because you know he's a placeholder, okay? Right. What happens if Kirk Cousins comes in there, he earns the $100 million, you're going to the conference championship 3 straight years? Are you going to pay him another contract because he's still playing at a high level? Possibly, right? So, and so then he's going to sit even longer, or you're just going to let him walk because you're not going to pay both of those guys, right? So,
and if you did this with like the 28th pick or the first pick in the second round, then you say okay. But the top 10 pick, I mean, I was like, what are we doing here?
8.
Yeah.
That's the part that caught me was, okay, you took him at 8 when you just paid somebody $100 million. So that's the part.
We've seen other number 1 picks who don't belong as number 1 picks being gone. Everybody has to stop thinking about this nonsense that way.
Usually in the NFL, it would make sense. You follow the money. This case, it doesn't make sense because you follow the money and it still doesn't make sense.
Listen, he hired Arthur Smith. So right then and there, the guy should never be making decisions again. He hired Arthur Smith, okay? The guy ran his offense like it was 1960.
Bill, your Steelers just took Mason McCormick from South Dakota State.
Yeah. It's about time. That's a really good football player. I think he becomes a starter.
He should be a starter.
Yeah, I think he was a starter very quickly. Now,
so Monty, you got a few more minutes?
Yeah, sure.
All right, wonderful. Because I want to make this party a little bigger. We got Ryan Cooley hanging out. So
sure, no problem.
We're talking the Falcons. We're also going to talk about the number 2 quarterback. So Ryan Cooley, Mr. Washington Commanders, welcome to the show.
Hey, Ryan.
Unmute yourself, Ryan.
Yeah.
We good now?
Yeah. Success.
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Now it's a party.
You jumped in right on time. We're talking about quarterbacks. We're talking about the Falcons draft picks. Overall, looking at their draft picks, I'm not upset. I think they're having a great draft.
I was going to say,
great talent. We're just concerned about where that first pick came in and how it fits in overall. But other than that, I think they're having a great draft.
100%.
So people don't realize that we have now one of the top independent hosts in Monty on right now, but we also have Mr. PFF on the board here as well. So we got a good plethora of talent in front of your face right now. And for those that love the angry sports writer, we got Greg in the corner there. So we got the full Monty right here, and not the serious show Monty. We got the full Monty on the screen right now.
Now, see, Ryan, I'm very upset that you guys drafted Newton.
Oh yeah, I know. That must be a shame for you, isn't it, Greg?
Well, yeah, because he was my top DT in this class, and here he's going to be coming after Dak Prescott. That's not good.
Oh, I think it's great, dude.
No,
So-
it is good to see the Commanders actually building a good roster.
You guys had 4 years of Ron Rivera in that front office drafting for needs. So now we're changing up a little bit. So hopefully this is a little more successful than what, Ron was cooking, since 2020.
Right. I think you're seeing a bunch of cultural changes. And once again, the draft is a great place to see in action the cultural change. 2 or 3 franchises are showing you it's not the same old fill in the blank. The Steelers, in fact, to a certain extent, are showing a little bit that they're still the Steelers, don't get me wrong, but they still value certain things more than other teams do. But they aren't quite as locked into, the 1974 version of it used to be. You just mentioned the Commanders are seeing the future and not just the past as well. And I'm interested to see, can we just sort of we slapped around the first pick of the Falcons, but I would like to just break down some of the other picks after that. Okay, Rukaroro, I think it's about average value, getting him at 35. Getting Brendan Trice at 74 to me is a tremendous value. Getting Brandon Dorlus at pick 109 is tremendous value. Both those guys are going to see the field, both Trice and Dorlus will see the field, a great deal as rookies, especially in your packages. You go to a 5 down lineman, 1 linebacker, 5 defensive back set, and all 5 of the down linemen are pass rushers, right? Dorlus is a pass rusher. Price is a pass rusher. You have some pass rushers already there. You're going to have a better pass rush than you have in the past.
Yeah, and you look at it, we talked about a defensive head coach who wants to fix the defense. 3 of the 4 picks so far, defensive players, improving the line of scrimmage, improving the front 7 on the defensive side, getting their long-term quarterback, as they say, at 8 overall, along with a veteran that's going to help you win now.
Yeah.
The offensive talent they already had, if they have the right direction, is going to be a lot better. So I think Atlanta is in a good position. I like the picks so far. I do wonder about the depth. So I think that's where you're looking at today to fill that in. What are they doing today to fill in that depth chart? Not just defensively, but you're going to need some more receivers offensively. You're going to need some more on the offensive line to help protect these 2 quarterbacks that you have. So by all means, I think that they are not done by far today loading up this roster. As far as the Commanders, Daniels is not a quarterback. This is the guy that everybody wanted. Despite the reports that he didn't want to go there, they were thinking about, the kid from North Carolina. They weren't totally sold on him. They were sold on him. This was their guy. Are Commanders fans fully happy with this, or are there still people still kind of skeptical?
Well, you look at the quarterbacks they've, had starting the past 4+ years. I think everyone can get behind Daniels. Now, I was a big May guy, so I was hoping for Drake May, but I knew a week before the draft that dream was kind of dead. But when you look at the talent that he brings, not only as a rusher but his experience as a passer, and you look at the quarterbacks that they put on the field the past few years, trust me, 100% every Commanders fan is going to be behind Daniels. And if they aren't, just wait to the first 50+ yard run he has, and they're going to go ballistic. So I'm really excited for the future. Like I said, I was a May guy, but it's not so much a knock on Daniels. I would just thought that if May hits his ceiling, that's going to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. But Daniels was the more complete player right now, more experienced. There wasn't going to be as much development than needed as May did. So you kind of look at the roster, and you got Marcus Mariota was kind of slotted to be the QB1 of the season. That's kind of great that they did draft Daniels, because now hopefully we won't have to see him start a game. But I will say that most Commanders fans, even it was 4 months have been nasty, man. It's just been nothing but May versus Daniels and people going at it. But now that Daniels is the pick, I think most people are getting behind it.
And Monty, that wasn't me that took a shot at Mariota there. It wasn't me.
Listen. I missed on Mariota. I thought he would be a very good quarterback, but he just a lot of things are wrong with him, but he's not an alpha male. He's too meek. He doesn't take over a huddle like you want, and you want your alpha to be the quarterback. So Marcus Mariota is a great backup. He's a great locker room guy. He's just not a starting quarterback.
I must say, before we jump back on subject, how much talent can the Dolphins have in their backfield?
I called my shot.
I mean, how much talent can you? There's only one football. How much talent can you have in that backfield? That is a loaded backfield.
I called my shot on that one. When I realized Jalen Wright was still on the board,
that was because they traded with the Eagles.
Yeah.
But when I saw that the Eagles, saw the Dolphins on the clock, I said, I bet it's Jalen Wright. And once again, we said certain teams have what's called draft DNA. They have a type. The Dolphins have a type.
Yeah, speed.
Yeah.
Can I ask this question? Because I think these two guys are going to be as good as advertised. I love Brian Murphy going to Seattle and Dallas Turner in Minnesota. Bill, are these guys as good as I thought? I actually thought Murphy could sneak up top 10. Was I over-evaluated him?
No, top 10 would be a tough ask.
Okay.
Especially with what's going on in this particular draft. It'd be hard. It's hard to get into the top 10. Murphy is my number 2 D tackle. I have actually Johnny Newton ahead of him, but obviously the NFL and I didn't see that the same way. But he's a good player. He's disruptive. He is a guy that, as he develops better hand usage, should be even more disruptive. But he's got a lot of things to like in that classic one gap penetrator 3 tech. And then you also asked about
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner is a complete player, but he'll never, in my mind, and maybe I'll be proven wrong, be an elite pass rusher. He'll be a good pass rusher. So, but he sets an edge. He can even drop into coverage if you really want him to. So why is it? But he can do it. Good against the run. So he's complete, and he's smart. He's tough, and he's a good athlete. Very good athlete. I just think that there'll be 2 or 3 guys that, when their careers all said and done, will be above him in career stats. I think he ends up in that 4 to 6 range amongst career sacks and guys drafted.
And Brian Murphy going to Seattle with Pete Carroll, he's going to put him in the best. I have never been more impressed with Pete Carroll.
Pete is no longer the coach.
You were 100% right, but the culture has always been for Seattle, Legion of Doom, run your offense, game manager. That's what Geno Smith was. What I was going to say is I was never more impressed with Pete Carroll, the way he transformed Geno Smith and actually made him a serviceable quarterback. Because remember, up until that time, we're like, Russell Wilson has left, Pete Carroll can't win. What is Pete Carroll doing? So Pete Carroll being competitive and winning with Geno Smith his first year, to me, was just a remarkable end to his career, that he can win without Russell Wilson.
It's a combination.
In my Oprah voice, we have a punter.
I was just about to say that. I was like, I think we need to stop here.
Yeah, it's MVP.
And it was the punter from Iowa who was a key factor to the Hawkeye season, because if he wasn't punting very well, those Hawkeyes games would have been a whole lot worse. Yeah.
They can't be worse to watch. It's 10-7 every time they play.
So that's their team MVP, and deservedly so. He carried that team last year. He and DeJean. They're 2 special teams guys carried that team large. DeJean also played defense, but those 2 guys, if they didn't do it, it didn't happen for Iowa last year.
Bill, would you agree with what I said about Pete Carroll regarding the way he finished his career was pretty damn impressive?
Well, it's a combination of things. The Jets, this may shock you, are not great at developing young quarterbacks, Monty. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if word reached you. So that's part of it, is that Geno went into a less than awesome situation. They just seemed to struggle, for whatever reason, with getting young quarterbacks ready to play at a high level. He was always a better quarterback, and the Jets allowed him to play. But he persevered, waited his turn, got into a much better situation. That's about 50%. Pete Carroll is one of those people that makes you believe in yourself also. I don't know if you've ever been around him, but my God, that guy is like a
motivator.
Espresso straight into your jugular vein. So you add someone who has an unwavering belief in his players. A guy who always had talent, should have been a first rounder, goes in the second to a terrible situation, as we mentioned before. And now he's in a great situation where they tell him, you don't need to do everything. We have a good, solid team around you. Just don't make the big mistake. So a lot of those things all fell into place. And yes, Pete Carroll's a hell of a coach. People somehow got it in their heads he wasn't a good coach at some point. He had a winning record, not way over 500, but a winning record when he left the NFL the first time.
Yes.
Right. People somehow develop amnesia, thought he's a terrible coach the first time around the NFL. He wasn't. He just happened to, unfortunately, be bookended by Bill Parcells everywhere he went. So that doesn't help your reputation. But when he leaves the NFL, there's people thinking he'll never coach the NFL again. Well, he should have been. And he's one of those short list of guys who won at a high level in college and the NFL. I mean, Paul Brown is a short list. We'll never know what Lombardi would have done if he'd coached as a head coach in the college football. But I think if he'd been a college head coach for 5 or 6 years at a good program, I think Lombardi would have won in college. But, once again, we'll never know. But it's a short list of guys, and he did it. He won at a high level in college and the NFL. He's the guy being 2 halls of fame for coaching. So
Jimmy Johnson, Barry Switzer.
Yep. It's a short list, though, Greg.
Yeah,
that's the point I was making.
By the way, Barry Switzer basically won. The Cowboys won despite him. They were so talented. The team ran everything.
I've said for years and years that I could have put a chimpanzee on the sidelines of the Cowboys in '95 and they would have won.
Oh, wait. So, Greg, you're admitting Jerry was right that anybody could have coached that team and won a Super Bowl?
No, because Jimmy Johnson had built that. Jimmy Johnson had built that franchise. Barry Switzer was just a figurehead there, but that was Jimmy Johnson's franchise yet still. But C.J. Stroud, who was my number 1 quarterback last year, just got Cade Stover, his former tight end. And I'm telling you, the Houston Texans are going to be loaded to bear.
Oh, no, the Texans, they're a problem for years to come.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere for a while. Monty was talking about, can anybody, overtake the Chiefs? If there's anybody who's in position to possibly, maybe not this year, but soon overtake the Chiefs, it's the Texans.
Jeff, I say this all the time too. Everyone talks about the Walsh coaching tree or Bill Parcells, Belichick. I think one of the reasons why Bill Belichick's assistants have failed is because he doesn't let them talk to the media. And 50% of coaching in the NFL is talking to the media, scheduling. But we got to talk about the Shanahan coaching tree. Everyone that leaves San Francisco now, whether it's McVay, whether it's Green Bay coaching staff, whether it's the Jets coaching staff, Houston, the Shanahan coaching tree may be the best coaching tree we've ever seen.
I still think Holmgren is one of the best coming off of Walsh.
That's a good one. Yeah.
So, I like what the newer trend of West Coast coaching.
But we're seeing with Shanahan, we're seeing both defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators leave and have success. Normally, with a Bill Walsh type or Holmgren, the offensive guys go with success. I'm shocked that
let's not forget that the Shanahan coaching tree also has, oh my God, black coaches.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's it. But Bill, you were saying Houston could be one of the favorites next year.
I mean, obviously, lots of things happen, injury, whatever. But when you look at the Texans roster, it's getting harder and harder to find a weak spot.
Yeah,
they have a elite level young quarterback on his rookie deal.
Yep,
which gives them flexibility in what they can do in other positions. They have a window, and that window's wide open. Right? Whose window's more open in the NFL than the Texans?
No one.
I can't.
No one.
Nobody.
The only negative I would say is I wish they would go back to those Houston Oilers uniforms because those are my favorite uniforms of all time with Earl Campbell. But they're hard. I don't like anything coming out of Texas, but it's hard not to like that team. I like the coach. I like the quarterback. I like their mindset. People hate the Astros, but it's hard not to like the Houston Texans.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Monty, you can't have the Oiler uniforms because they're in Tennessee.
I know.
So it is
Now,
what it is.
I wonder if
It's
they
like,
can get the rights
like
to
the
be able.
Jets. It goes back to the Titan uniforms, but they can't call
Yeah.
themselves.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
I would love and to me the old Tampa Bay Buck uniform too. I love those. What are those called? Those like light
creamsicle.
orange uniform creamsicles. Yeah.
Yeah, but every time that the Buccaneers play in the creamsicle uniforms now, they get their asses kicked. Every single time. It's not a good thing for them.
Yeah, but at least they're getting, look cool when they're getting their asses kicked.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Actually, they got killed this year, and someone was doing like a jersey swap. He's like, I can't. This is the creamsicle. I'll send you someone else. They're like, oh, okay. They were not allowed to exchange those jerseys.
Yeah.
So, while we got you here, Ryan, we talked about Daniels, but we didn't talk about your favorite pick out of the rest. So you got Newton, Stantrill, Bernat, Brandon Coleman, and Luke McCaffrey. Which one of those picks are you most excited about?
Probably Newton, because I think it sent a message, right? Because like I talked about earlier, they were so much about need in the last regime. And I think Adam Peters came in, you're like, we're rebuilding. It's year one. And the most important thing you can do in year one of a rebuild is get talent. And when they took talent first, I think it sent a message that, like, you know what? Yes, we have a lot of needs, but we're going to set the foundation and we're going to get talent here and go from there. So I was really excited with that because, like I said, I think it sent a message that, brighter days are ahead. Versus, Ron Rivera, if you look at the, draft picks they made with that last regime, it was just every time they made a draft pick, you just have to go down the draft board and scroll, keep going down and down and down to see which one they picked because it was never, on the, consensus draft board. It was always like a round or two lower of where everyone else had them. So I would say Newton's my favorite pick, not only because obviously how dominant of a player he is, but it just sent the message that, hey, we're here and we're going to take talent. And we're serious about rebuilding, and the future is bright.
Can I ask a quick question regarding the division that the Washingtons are? Why are the Giants still trying to build around Daniel Jones? Why? At what point do you say the guy's not a legitimate
Honestly, if I were the
top
Giants,
15 quarterback? How many times have we seen this when all of us are
I keep going, dude. I think Daniel Jones is so
No,
good.
Daniel Jones he's the gift that keeps on giving. Deron Bland, Trayvon, they don't care. We don't care. We don't care who the Giants quarterback is.
Amen to that, Greg.
I mean, they draft a wide receiver. They're trying to build around. At what point? Listen, we saw this in Arizona, right? They draft Rosen. 1 year later, they're like, we're done. Rosen can't even start. They go to Kyler Murray. How many more times, Bill, Jeff, Greg? I mean, how many more times, Ryan, are we going to have Daniel Jones as the starting quarterback?
Well,
you got
They have one more year of $40 million reasons to give him.
right.
After this year, there's no more reason. If he doesn't play well enough, he's done. So they got one more year of $40 million reasons to keep him around.
Has he beaten the Cowboys? Jeff, has he beaten the Cowboys at once? Or he's never beaten the Cowboys?
No.
And they lose like 40-10. It's not even competitive.
The only team he beats is Washington, and he usually, puts up career numbers every
Not
single
this
time
year.
he plays.
He's not going to beat them this year. The Commanders are going to start to challenge for the NFC East again. And
God,
that is a beautiful
here,
thing.
isn't it?
That is a beautiful thing for me because I am, of course, an old guy who remembers it was Dallas and Washington for the NFC East. That's the way it needs to be back. I don't care what the Philadelphia Eagles do. I want to see all those bums going to the hospital. I don't care. I'm sick and tired of those.
You mean the team that's been to three? You mean the Eagles, the team that's been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 15 years? That's who you don't care about, Greg? Yeah, okay.
Listen, as a born and raised New Yorker, I'm going to say this. There's nothing more New Jersey than Daniel Jones losing his job to a guy named Titus, okay? Nothing more New Jersey than him losing his job to a guy named Titus.
But
That is so New Jersey.
Like Knick fans who are so delusional thinking they're going to win the championship, they thought DeVito was going to be the next superstar. Jet fans, Giant fans, Knicks fans, the most delusional fan base in America.
Well, here's the good news on Daniel Jones. He's going to position them to have a chance at the first pick overall next year.
That's the good news. That's the good news.
Good news. They have a shot at the best player in the draft next year.
Oh,
And what was the draft? What was he? Sixth in the draft?
Sanders is going to be Sanders will be the pick for the Giants, and Dion's going to come and save the Giants. That's what's going to happen. I mean,
What was Daniel Jones? Six? What was his draft pick?
Yeah, I think he was 6 or 7.
Six or seven? Six. Yeah.
Insanity. I had a late third on him. It's
Yeah, I had a third on him.
No more insanity than Zach Wilson, who got a job because he had a successful pro day and he looked pretty doing it. No more insanity than that.
So, Monty, you're going to have to take a trip up to see Jeff yet again because Bucky Irving is the Buccaneer.
Yeah.
That's a nice pick. That's a nice pick. I like that. Threat running back.
And Malik Mustafa was one of my favorite. Like, he's not the most talented guy in his position, but my God, he gives you everything he's got. He plays so smart, so hard. That's a guy that I think is on the field in like big nickel right away, and then he eventually becomes a starter. He can play either strong or free. He can play a little bit in the slot. Like, if I were talented, I would play like Malik Mustafa. Like, he has my approach to playing the position, but that's so, like, I have a special little place in my heart for Malik Mustafa. So he went right before Irving. But those are two really good players that, are physically not that impressive. Like, they're medium size, medium speed, medium everything, but they play so hard. I love both guys.
We can officially say we're in the run on tight ends because we've seen seen Stover, we've seen Johnson, we've seen Sanders, we've seen Barner all go in this round. Yep. So 4 tight ends go in this round alone compared to the 2 we saw in the previous 3.
And I won't be shocked if we see one more. I won't be shocked if Holker or McLaughlin or one of those guys went off.
I was just about to ask you guys about Holker because he was kind of a guy that I thought Washington could take maybe later in the draft.
We're getting in that range for Holker. We're getting, especially with the run that's happening now. They're starting to come off the board faster. So we're going to start to work through that tight end room.
I could also see Holker going to the Kansas City Chiefs, though, because they got 2 picks coming up here.
Can I ask one quick question before I head out? Because I know you guys have other guests coming on. So 5 years from now, who's had a better career? Bo Nix, Penix, or McCarthy?
Oh, boy. Well, situation matters.
Michael Penix. Situation matters, but Michael Penix will be the best out of those 3.
Michael Penix might not be playing in 5 years.
That's what I'm saying.
He might not be playing till 5 years.
Jeff, what do you think? I'm higher on Bo Nix than a lot of people. Obviously, he's from.
I like the improvement of Bo Nix. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. I just wonder about the situation. If it's not stable, it doesn't do things for him. And it's going to be one of those things. It's got to start with that relationship with him and Sean Payton. If they could come together and work things out to a point where they can find a way for him to be successful early, it'll allow that situation to grow. If they struggle and struggle and struggle, how long does that organization have patience with Sean Payton in that situation before they move on and bring in a whole new regime? So, when you know how it is with regime change, they're not married to the roster. So, if they're not married to Sean Payton when they get there, they won't be married to Bo Nix either. So,
Bill,
I think the most stable situation is Atlanta and Michael Penix.
Yeah. Bill, is Bo Nix a top 12 talent?
Top 12 in this draft?
Yes.
Oh, hell no.
No.
So you think they reached in taking him?
Oh my God, yes.
I'm higher on him than you guys are.
Here's what I will say. I watched every start of Bo Nix's career from him thrown out there as a kid, right? And his almost literally 6 calendar years of playing college football. And being Patrick Nick's son and all the pressure in Auburn and beating Alabama and a night game as a kid who wasn't even 19 years old. I watched all of it. Here's what I will say. He's mentally and physically tough. I don't doubt any of that. But I think his ceiling is a more athletic version of Kirk Cousins. If you're okay with a guy whose ceiling is a more athletic version of Kirk Cousins, then cool. I just don't see any one aspect of his talent mix that says, I've got to take this guy in the first 10 to 12 picks of the draft. That's got some of the players that are in this draft.
Okay, fair enough. I'm higher on him. I think with Peyton, I think he'll be good. But you guys study this way more than I do.
But Monty, you got duck-colored glasses on.
The Detroit Lions drafted Giovanni Manu from the University of British Columbia.
Yep.
He is going to be a solid tackle. The Lions just continue to make great picks.
By all your sons come and oh, you didn't break out. I thought you were going to break out into the actual Canadian national anthem. Okay, yes, but he is a good player.
And the Eagles just drafted
Will Shipley. Yes, the rich get richer. Yes.
Yep. This is just constant because how he just manipulates this draft like nobody's business. Bill said it last night. To me, he is the number 2 GM in the last 25 years.
Yes, sir.
No, he's got to be, right? He's got to be like top 5 GM. Has to be.
And he's not 4, he's not 3.
I'm gonna say this since we're coming up on May the 4th. He is the Palpatine of draft rooms. Okay, this dude the draft better than anybody. Okay, he is the Palpatine of draft rooms. We've had a run on tight ends. We have them run on running backs as well.
Ray Davis.
Yeah, Ray Davis just Will Shipley, Bucky Irving, all in 4 picks.
Yep.
All right. So the runs on those other positions right now.
Bucky went right before the stuff. There's one more left. I think there's one more running back. We'll go in.
What do you guys think about Isaac Garindo, whatever, the Louisville running back?
Yeah.
I know he tested like athleticism was like off the chart.
If his vision was close to what he is as an athlete, he would have been gone a couple of rounds ago. He has
what's helping him right now is this run. Because by these guys not falling any further, it's going to start to pull those guys up as we get into rounds 5, 6, and 7.
What about I know this was kind of my favorite, Blake Watson from Memphis. I watched his stuff. I really liked him.
Well, from Old Dominion, he spent 1 year in Memphis. But sure. I'm very familiar with Blake Watson. Thank you very much. What do you want to know?
I saw him kind of a consensus like 6th or 7th round pick, maybe even undrafted. But then it seemed like he kind of jumped up the last couple of weeks or two, where they said he could go maybe rounds 4 or 5.
Well, 4 or 5 was too rich for what the running back position is nowadays. Mm-hmm. He's going to get drafted late day 3, and he's going to be part of a 3-back rotation. He is better than most people realize. He's not a big back, obviously. He's a little on his side. That's part of what's pushing him down. But he's tough, productive. He can catch the ball. He can protect the quarterback a bit. That's never going to be a strength just because of his size. Right. But I like him. And frankly, to me, there's not a huge gap between him and Will Shipley.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys a top?
Yeah, I was hoping in Washington, kind of in, later rounds. I thought with Austin Eckler, he'll kind of be the guy right now this year. But he was on, I think it was a 2-year contract for Eckler. And, I don't think it was too much guaranteed next year. So I thought maybe, they get him this year and then Watson takes over next year.
That could work.
Ray Davis out of Kentucky to Buffalo. How much upside does he have?
He has some upside. Grinder that they need, right? They don't. They have a lot of slashers. They don't have a grinder. Ray Davis.
They don't have a grinder.
Yeah, so he's going to give you that pounder that everybody wants. That one guy in the red zone with the short yardage, so you're not constantly putting your quarterback's knees at
Josh Allen. Yeah.
So you need to have a guy that's going to come in there and make it easier on you in the red zone. Just run it in from a yard. Just get that 3rd and 1, that 3rd and 2. Stop trying to do all these crazy things to get short yardage stuff. Make the game simple again. Give it to a guy, block for him, and let him fall forward for the first down and keep the sticks moving. So I think that's where you can see a lot of those specialty guys like him. Like you're going to see same thing with Braylon Allen. While Braylon Allen's not going to be the best in a lot of zone schemes, he's going to be great in the red zone. He's going to be great in short yardage. He's going to be great in a 4-minute drill when you just need to keep those chains moving and keep grinding out yards and clock. So those guys are going to start to go in these rounds here, those specialty type backs, the slasher backs, the gadget backs are going to start to come off. Not this round, maybe next round or the round after. Dylan Lawby's going to come into play. So there's going to be some of those backs like that are really going to start to fill in here.
And Ray Davis comes from the largest family in the NFL the draft this year. He's got 14 siblings. That man had to learn how to get to the table.
And Monty, is there something called the Wish app? There's something called the Wish app, or
no,
if you prefer. It's where you can things that look like brand name items, but not quite brand name items. Very affordable price. And think about Frank Gore, but ordered off of Temu.
Yeah, gotcha. No, and I always say this too, Bill. If you have a running back that plays in the SEC, linebackers, defensive back, like the SEC's king of speed defense. If you have a running back that can be successful in the SEC, that's a good pick late in the rounds because the guy has went up against elite defenses and he averaged, I think, over 4.8 yards a carry in a Kentucky team that was pretty good.
He's the typical Kentucky back. We've seen the last set of Kentucky backs are all this kind of running style, right?
Yep.
You put them between the tackles, they're guaranteed for success. You don't run them a lot outside. You keep them honest outside, but you definitely keep running between the tackles, and these guys are going to be successful. They'll break some runs too, but they're definitely going to wear down that small front, and I think that's what they like to do. We talked about Garindo. There he goes, right up the board to San Francisco. The rich keep getting richer, right? We talk about these two teams, right? Miami and San Francisco love to load up their backfields. All right, we'll have somebody come on and talk San Francisco in a little while. Monty, before we let you run away from us, and until we, Lord knows when we'll see you again, you got to tell them when the full Monty show is coming back.
Yeah. So first of all, Bill, great analogy about wish lists and Temu. That was the analogy of the day, Bill. Great job. Right now, I'm the sports information director of the University of Fort Lauderdale. I'm also the voice of the Eagles. I announce every home game from softball, baseball, football, basketball, women's basketball. Our baseball team is number 1 in the country right now in the NCCAA. We're in the National Christian Collegiate Association of America, and our softball team is ranked number 8. I will be going to the World Series in Kansas City next month. So I will be, if you want to follow me, just go to my YouTube page. I started my YouTube page almost a year ago. We're at over 800,000 views. And you can follow me on social media, Monty Perez, on Facebook Reels, and on TikTok, Monty Perez 231. Not really on Twitter much anymore. It's so toxic and disturbing. So I don't spend. I post and I get out. But yeah, no, always appreciate. Just so you guys know, I don't always watch live. I can't because of my schedule. But I'll always click on and always listen to you guys when I'm working out. When Greg does his Greg Gripes, same thing. I always tell him I'll get it. So anytime you guys have a show and I'm not around, just put it on my page. I'll listen to it. I'll retweet it. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Listen, we're glad you made it on, man. We miss you. I'm
miss
glad
you guys too.
To hang out for at least an hour. And by all means, man, keep doing great things, man. I'm proud to say I got to work with Monty for however long it was we were here at NBS together.
I appreciate all you guys. Other than Greg with the Notre Dame background, that's the only thing that annoyed me right there. And can I just end with this? Because I know Greg's going to talk about this for 5 minutes. Let me end with this. Over the last 10 to 15 years, the Ducks are a better program than the Fighting Irish. Record-wise, bowl appearance-wise, national championship-wise, they're a better program.
It all changes now because those.
I know.
Will have to come up to Notre Dame and play a football game in the weather.
When Ian Book is your best quarterback over the last 20 years, your program's not doing very well.
Hey, we got Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard.
Good luck with that.
Just fine.
Good luck with that offense that's going to run on first down, run on second down, and then win with defense. Good luck with that. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Take care.
Well, the run on tight ends continues. Jared Wiley just went off the board. And the
TJ Tampa.
Right, and TJ
Tampa goes to Baltimore.
A perfect Eric. That's a perfect DaCosta pick.
So I was hoping Tampa ended up in Washington. I was hoping he'd fall just in what were you, like 10 picks away. I was hoping for him in Washington.
And earlier the Ravens also took Devontae Walker.
Yeah, they're having a very good day at the office.
Yeah.
So for most people who don't know who Giovanni Manu is, so who wants to do the breakdown on him?
Well, I think Greg volunteered.
I'm up here.
Go for it, Greg. You got the floor on Giovanni Manu.
Yeah, Manu is a pretty impressive offensive tackle who played for the University of British Columbia Thunderbirds. He has the kick slide down to a science. Like he really just his footwork is phenomenal. I believe he's got enough power to play as it is right now. Yeah, he's a phenomenal offensive tackle, just phenomenal. And he's 6'5", 315, I think. Let's just get his size here. Right, 6'7", 350. Sorry, yeah. The other guard was the smaller guy. He has very long arms, and he's going to basically he's going to surprise people in the running game. He's got explosive hips. Now, of course, they're all saying his weaknesses is to make the major jump in the level of competition. I'm sorry, but Americans need to understand Canadian football is a different game. It's a shorter clock. You have to be in damn good shape to play on that shorter clock. And this guy has it. Yeah, he's just got a lot of talent.
Yeah, I would challenge anybody, ESPN, NFL Network, whatever, to have anybody with more insight into Mr. Mata. We have a couple of more guests, Jeff.
Yes. So we're going to bring Ryan back in a minute before we let him go. But we're talking about running backs and loaded teams. Speaking of Ryan, we'll bring our next guest on in a second. We want to make sure we give Ryan a proper send-off. So, Ryan, once again, man, thanks again for taking your time away from those guys at PFF, and hanging out with us. Once again, tell everybody where they can find your amazing work besides here at Team NBS Media. Go for it.
I'm just saying you can just see my Twitter at Cooley's Takes. That's pretty much where I just post everything. And of course, I write a couple articles, every couple of weeks at NBS. So be sure to check that out. But other than that, I'm kind of, MIA on everything else, especially like social media apps. Twitter is probably the only one I'm on.
All right, perfect. Well, listen, I don't blame you. Too much social media to me is a bad thing. I have enough. People go, well, you got to get on Instagram and Snapchat and all that other stuff. And I go, I'm of the Bill Belichick mind. I don't need Instachat or Snapagram. All right? I don't need it. All right? But listen, Ryan, it was great hanging with you for a little while, man. We got to do this more often, man. I tell you, I told the guys yesterday, Sunday mornings are open when we do Moving the Chains. You guys can come on, make some picks, talk some ball. Those are some great times. We have hosts, but there's always great to have a guest analyst every week. It would be phenomenal. So by all means, man, you feel like waking up on a Sunday morning and talking some NFL football and getting away from those guys over at, by all means, come hang out with us.
100%. I appreciate you guys' work because I don't know how you guys do it every single year, all these prospects, especially you're looking at some positions like offensive line. As someone who played offensive line in high school, I don't know how you guys sit there and just watch rep after rep after rep. So, God knows how you guys do it, but I appreciate it.
It's fun in its own way. It's being on the sideline is another set of fun. Being on the scouting trail is a whole nother set of fun.
I can watch quarterbacks all day, and running backs are fun, wide receivers, but once you start getting in the trenches, man, it's just repetitive. Oh God, I don't know how you guys do it.
And I'm not the typical scout. A lot of guys they talk to everybody. I get in and get the heck out. I'm gonna do this. I'm there, and you just see me walking towards the gate when the game's over. You don't even get a person. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna get in and get out, Scout. So.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you guys, and Greg, watch out. Washington's coming for you.
Oh, everybody's coming. Everybody's coming for the Cowboys. You know, this is every year. Every year, they all come for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys will end up failing as always.
It does put a smile on my face every time you guys do. We miss the playoffs every year, but I can always look forward to you guys losing in the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks again, Ryan. We appreciate you, Ryan Cooley. All right, so
Sianovaki was just picked up by the Lions, and they've got him listed as a running back.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
he'll play some
more
of both.
fullback-ish.
He'll play special
more
teams.
fullback-ish than running
He'll play
back.
some running back. He'll play some safety. He'll play some, but mostly he'll play. I think
And the Kansas City Chiefs just took Jaden Hicks.
Yes. So we promised, if you watch Draft Central, to bring on one of our favorite analysts. He is very close to the man to my, depending on which way of the screen you're looking, to my left. You know, I would see right the way I'm sitting. But anyway, nevertheless, Jim Coburn is going to join the show. But also, we have a chance to talk some 49ers football. So we're going to bring Ted on. Ted, woo! Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
Good, Greg. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Bill. Yeah, I don't think the gentleman in the upper corner and I have met, and the nice to meet everybody. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you.
Well, listen, we're glad to have you on. Listen, we were talking about the Niners and how they have just continued to load up, especially in the backfield. The picks today in this draft weekend have been amazing, and I'm just going to pull up every pick for the Niners so far so we can talk about those guys. I mean, you steal Ricky Pearsall from everybody, because here's a guy I liked a lot. I said we didn't talk about him a lot in this draft process. I keep going around and I listen to other people's pods while I'm doing other things, and they talk about all the receivers and this guy. Nobody says Ricky Pearsall a lot. And then here you go and you pull this off. Now you got this crowded receiver room. You got Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. Jennings is still there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're the best wide receiver room in the NFL now.
Yeah, so you add Ricky Pearsall. I mean, this is just a
he's faster. He's faster than Ayuk or Deebo or Jennings. Better vertical leap, better hands, good route runner, willing blocker. Deep crossers. He led the FBS in deep crossers. So you're looking at a real good fit. And it doesn't fit what we used to look for when we had Jimmy G, which was all these yak guys. You give them the ball short and let them run through people. Now with Brock Purdy, who can throw deep, we have a different profile of what we're looking for. And I think Ricky Pearsall fits that perfectly. My only concern with him is, can he get off the line against press man coverage? But if we play him in the slot, that might not be such a big issue. And it's obviously something he can learn. He's a workhorse and a hard worker as well. I think a really good culture fit. He played with Ayuk at Arizona State with Herm Edwards before he went to Florida. Ayuk was fired up about the pick. He said fire pick to Kyle and Lynch when they made the pick. And I'm just glad that we didn't deal BA or Deebo or even Jennings. Now we just add to the stable. And, I think you could argue best wide receiver room in the NFL, maybe us or the Texans. I think you could say best overall tight end in the NFL in Kittle, and easily the best running back in the NFL in Christian McCaffrey, plus Juszczyk, best fullback in the NFL. So Brock's got some pretty good weapons, and he's going to have his first full offseason in the NFL as a starter this offseason. Last offseason, he was, he had the UCL repair surgery in March and was rehabbing pretty much right until training camp. And so I look for him to improve as well, too. I don't think he'll have the type of lead he had last year, 2022, 2023, because that was massive. where he started throwing deep really well, and he started peeling off some long runs for the first time. But I expect at least an incremental improvement from Brock Purdy as well, and I think this is a complete nightmare headache for DCs around the league looking at the 49ers. If we can protect Purdy, and we got Pooney to help do that. So that's exciting too. I think he'll start out. I think he'll redshirt, honestly. I think we'll see. He might fill in somewhere in the season. Eventually, I think he might fill in as our center because he's played all 5 positions: guard, center, right protects, and then maybe move to tackle somewhere later in his career.
Well, you just added Jacob Cowling too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, it literally just happened. So yeah.
That's value. That's great value.
Yes.
I honestly don't know anything about it. I mean, honestly, I'm learning a lot about the draft as I watch the coverage today. I'm not a scout guy, at least not this season. I have 2 young children, so I'm figuring out a lot today. But tell me a little bit about the guy we just picked.
Yeah, yet another one of those transfers, right? Had a terrific career already before he transfers, then transfers to Arizona. And I think it's where some people sort of, picked him up or hit their radar, but I fell in love with him even before the transfer. He's a small, quick water bug, whatever term you want to use. I think he'll help you in the return game also. Changes direction, can jump up, and he's not going to win a bunch of contested balls just because of his body type, but he's not afraid of it. It's just that you shouldn't be throwing him a bunch of jump balls, but he can take a slant, make a guy miss, and turn a 6-yard play into a 40-yard play. He can do that.
So a Ray McLeod replacement.
Yeah, only more developed as a route runner and mentally as a receiver.
Well, that's exciting because people were saying Ricky Pearsall for that, but I don't think he is, probably as good of a returner. It doesn't sound like.
I think Pearsall is going to factor into your plans a wee bit more than people are expecting. He's just one of those receivers that gives you a lot. Any receiver that makes Graham Mertz an effective thrower at a football is a very good receiver. So yeah. So yeah, he's one of those guys. Like I said, I think he got a lot. He was kind of under the radar to a lot of people, but so much that when he got picked, I said, wow, he went ahead of where I thought he was going to go. Not that I didn't think he wasn't worth the pick. I thought he was one of the better receivers in that group. I have him higher on my board, but because I wasn't getting a lot of buzz about him from a lot of people, and not just, the draft nicks like us, but just in general from people I heard, there were other guys that kept talking about first. So, but his film is undeniable. What he's able to do, he's a steady option. And I think that's one of the things that you guys need. Devo is a player that you're finding different ways to get the football to. You have the tight end who's amazing. Jennings comes and goes with production. Ayuk is a big play guy that's giving you a little more and more production because he wants to get paid. At some point, you're going to have to watch him get paid somewhere else, probably, if you're not going to pay him the big money he wants. So why not have a replacement ready to go? And I think that's where the option is with Pearsall is if we have to move on from one of these 2 high-paid receivers, we got to have somebody that's going to produce, and I think they believe in Pearsall.
Jim, since we have someone who can tell us how these players stack up in terms of collegiate production and what that probably portends for their NFL future, we just discussed Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowling, and also Isaac Dorindo. Production-wise, what do those players look like, and which ones do you think have the best chances to be productive pros?
Well, sorry, I didn't want to jump in.
Yeah, well, in terms of the wide receivers, as a data guy, I'm here to burst everybody's bubble a little bit, but Pearsall, film-wise, don't get me wrong, I think there's a lot of film that is impressive about him, but data-wise, he's a little bit older. He's going to be 24 years old this season once the season kicks off. His production was never really elite at Florida or at the previous colleges he was at. His overall data grade, based on the data work that I do, which is cumulative, so it looks at their athleticism, their production, their strength of schedule, strength of team, physical metrics. He based on all that information, his overall data grade was about 67 out of 100, and most, I probably would say about 93% of starting NFL wide receivers typically have 70 and above in terms of that production or overall data grade. So he's kind of an outlier. I mean, if he becomes a starter for them, I do understand the reasoning for taking him. You know, you have all these high-priced wide receivers that you got in, and you're kind of like, all right, we need to get a guy who's going to come in and be a cheaper option, but I don't think he's going to be better than the options that they have there in terms of who he's trying to replace. So I understand the reasoning behind it. I think the best data comparison for him in the first round would be Anthony Gonzalez who of course was drafted by the Colts. He had similar athleticism to him, similar production profile overall, and I think that's kind of what he is. He's sort of like a starting wide receiver, but not somebody who you would consider to be one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. In terms of Jacob Cowing, he had about a 44 percentile overall data grade. He does have good efficiency scores for him, but his overall production wasn't really that impressive. His athleticism wasn't really that impressive. And being that he was drafted this late, most of the time wide receivers that are drafted this late usually are just rotational wide receivers. So not to try to throw dirt on the 49ers or anything, but those wide receivers, from a data perspective at least, are not the most impressive in terms of long-term outcomes.
And what about Garendo, the running back?
Oh, Garendo. He is really athletic. He's the most athletic running back in this draft class.
Right.
But he doesn't have the production to match it. He was never really a dominant, productive player in his career. He reminds me an awful lot of a running back that was taken by the Chiefs a long time ago. I forgot his name, but he blew up the combine and everybody was really excited. I think it was in the 2007 draft class, I believe, but didn't really do much in the NFL. Maybe just here and there. Fantasy guys get really excited about him because he was a 99 percentile athlete. You know, he might do something. But most of the time, players that are like that usually don't put it all together at the NFL level for him. So he is impressive as an athlete, don't get me wrong. Film-wise, there is a lot to be desired that you wish he had in terms of, like you said before, Bill, in terms of his vision. But production-wise, he kind of had the production of a backup/reserve with elite athleticism traits. Sometimes that translates, sometimes it doesn't. It's more of a boomer bust type prospect.
You're comparing him to Colby Smith?
Who?
Colby Smith.
Colby Smith?
That was the running back that the Chiefs took in 2007.
I don't think it was Colby Smith.
There's a Florida running back I'm wondering if you're talking about who was 230. Oh, wait, not Florida, Florida State. There was a Florida State running who was 231 pounds or something and ran 4.38 or something, but never did much. But he looked. It
might have been Oklahoma, but let me just double check real quick because I do have my spreadsheet up to kind of pull it. But I know he's a guy that everybody would know his name if I kind of just had it up here. So let me see here. Pacheco. Jackie Battle.
Okay.
Oh,
remember Jackie Battle?
All
yeah,
right.
I haven't thought about that in a minute.
Yeah. Of course, he was drafted by I know one actually, but he was in that 2007 draft class. But he was a guy that consistently, every fantasy football guy, wherever he was, people were really excited about him. Which again, I'm not trying to say Isaac Garendo doesn't have a shot. He does. I mean, he's drafted by an NFL team. It's just that most likely players that are like that don't translate to the NFL on a consistent basis.
Here's something I'd like to say regarding the Niners draft picks. A couple guys that were a little bit older when they were drafted, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, were old for their draft class. I think the Niners learned a really valuable lesson with Trey Lance being really young and having all these physical traits and not a lot of experience. And then they learned from Brock Purdy, hey, all this experience really counts. So we drafted Pearsall, who has a lot of experience. Cooney has a lot of experience, and so does Green from Florida. Our cornerback, they're all average 5 years of play. They're all 24 plus. And so we're winning now. You know, this team this is our last year of Brock Purdy on his rookie deal, and we're going for it now. We're not picking players to develop. We're not picking players for 2-3 years out. We're picking players that can help us win this year. And I think that that has to be part of the calculus when you look at it, is our particular situation, not just the overall general NFL team, which the 49ers clearly are not, having been to 4 championships and 2 Super Bowls in the last 2 years. The only year we didn't, go real far in the playoffs was 2020, the COVID year, when we had incredible injuries, the worst injuries in the NFL since 2012. So we're not exactly your typical test case. And what I would say about these skill players, Pearsall, Cowing, and Brendo, they're all faster than any of the 49ers on the team right now. They're all 4.41 to 4.38. Yeah. And so you've got speed, you got athleticism, you got leaping ability, hands for Pearsall. Pearsall has better hands than anyone on the 49ers. Maybe Carroll in his prime was as good, but BA has good hands. Debo has not very good hands, and Juwan Jennings has bad hands as far as drop rate. We call him third and Juwan. He makes a lot of big third down and touchdown catches, but he drops a lot of everything else. Yep. And so, these are some things that I think you can consider when you're looking at the fit for the 49ers.
Pearsall, just jump in real quick. I just want to go over the last few picks of the 4th before we get into the 5th. So we did have Wiley, Vaki, Jaden Hicks, Braylon Allen to the Jets, Cowing to the Niners, and then to start off the 5th, you had Nahimia Pritchett, cornerback from Auburn, to the Seahawks, Tarheeb Still, cornerback from Maryland, to the Chargers, and edge rusher Xavier Thomas finally off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, the Commanders on the clock now. And somebody was about to jump back in on the Niners play.
Oh, I was just saying, I believe Pearsall and Ayuk played at least 1 year together at Arizona State, if memory serves me correct.
Yeah. Correct, under Herm Edwards.
Yep.
And he's from Arizona, which is where Brock Purdy's from. So yeah, there's a lot of synergy there. And I didn't really know who he was when we drafted him, I'll be honest. And overnight, I was like, I really like him.
I still think he's more a number 2 than a number 1 receiver, but I think he'll be a fairly productive number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think we get rid of Debo June of 2025 when his dead cap hit is like $7 million or 6 instead of 11, what it is this year.
Right.
And then as far as safety was a big need for us. We got a really good tackler. I'd say we still need a tight end who can block and catch because that's what the last thing we need to really unlock this offense. Because we had Warner who could only block and Welly who could only catch, and so anytime you brought him in, you're telegraphing the play essentially, or you're handicapping yourself trying to make them do what they're not good at. So I'd really like to see us get that and some more offensive line. I think a real tackle would be helpful, but a lot of them went early in the draft.
Well, Dalen Holker's still out there for you, Ted. I'm going to ask Jim real quick about what Malik Mustafa's production profile looks like.
I mean, they're saying box safety. He's fast. He's a lot like Hufanga. And it makes a lot of sense with Hufanga coming off an ACL mid-season against the Bucs. Who knows what he'll be like early in the season or even later in the 2024 season. ACL, he may never be the same, let's be honest. So you got to. And then Gibson's unsigned. We've got Jair Brown, who was nice for a rookie.
Yep.
But, he's still only a second-year player, only played about half the season. And, he could have a regression, whatever. But, and that's only one safety, and he's sort of more of a box safety, too. So I think we still need a rangy free safety type who has a little more closing speed.
Yeah, I think that Mustafa's a little more versatile than some people do, but I'm going to ask Jim, what does his production profile look like? What based on what you do, what is the likely future for a guy like Malik Mustafa?
So in terms of Malik Mustafa, his overall data grade was about a 30.35 out of 100. Production-wise, he was in the 26 to 28 percentile in terms of solo tackle, interception, and pass deflection data, which are like the big three when it comes to safeties. He does have good athleticism traits. He was a 97 percentile explosion athlete and had a 79.35 speed score. So as an athlete, I think that's kind of what you're looking at. He kind of sets very similar to Tyler Owens out of Texas Tech this year in particular, in terms of being like an explosive, fast athlete. There's not a whole lot of very athletic safeties in this draft class. So I think from that perspective, they're trying to take a guy who might kind of fit the bill. But most long-term NFL safeties, probably about 100%, typically score 60 or higher in terms of their overall data grade. So he's in the 30 percentile. So that's going to be a little bit of a concern. But I do understand the thinking about getting an athletic safety for them.
What I noticed, though, we saw the injury to Greenlaw in the playoffs. No linebackers have been drafted by these guys. And I thought that may have been something that you would have looked at in this draft, would have been the linebacker depth, especially today with the linebackers falling back to this portion. There's a ton of them available. But yeah, and there's still guys like J.D. Bertrand and others still on the board who could fill in depth behind that. So it was a late injury. It happened in the playoffs. It actually happened in the Super Bowl. Yeah. So he's not going to be ready anytime soon. No. So I thought they would have really looked to fill in that depth now with the linebackers really being in range based on their grades, as opposed to earlier in the draft when people would have been reaching for them. There's a ton of them in range, but I haven't seen any come off the board yet. Now they're still falling down, so there's some quality linebackers on the board. But yeah, I'm still intrigued by that.
Yeah, no, linebacker was one of my needs. I said right guard, right tackle, tight end who can block and catch, running back. I didn't really think wide receiver was a need, but now I'm starting to see why we thought it was. Cornerback, safety, linebacker, defensive tackle, defensive end. And they're going to be further down and maybe like this, maybe more athletic players that you're hoping to develop. But ultimately, I would love to see us get a linebacker, unless you believe Devondre Campbell that he was, misused by the Green Bay Packers. I thought he looked good against us a couple of years ago, and then he seems to have fallen off. It's hard to know if somebody is just over the hill or, like he said, being misused by their defensive coordinator. But, I'd like to see more. I mean, we obviously have D. Winters, who we drafted last year at linebacker, and Jalen Graham, and they're high on those guys. But, again, they're developmental, too. I don't know that any of them can step in and be Dre Greenlaw. I mean, who could be, prime Dre Greenlaw, period? He's a top 10 linebacker in the NFL. And it's going to be tough to replace his production however we do it. But I would love to see us draft a linebacker, tight end who can block and catch, and a tackle. That would be my big three priorities right now. Maybe DT and DE as well, too, if there's any of those left.
So, second time in 3 years that you guys have gone to the bowl, and unfortunately you kind of fallen short. Do you think so far this offseason and so far this draft, it's done enough to push you back to getting back here for the second year in a row?
It's really hard to go back. The Super Bowl curse is real. I told it to the Eagles fans last year when they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Especially for the losing team, it's really tough to make it back, let alone win a Super Bowl after losing one the year before. But before we did pretty well in free agency, and now I think we're doing pretty well in the draft. So I'm starting to get bullish again. I was trying to be hesitant and just say sort of like, I don't believe Pap can do it until he proves he can. But I do believe he's kind of like Andy Reid, where Andy Reid couldn't get it done either until he got Mahomes. I'm not saying that Purdy is Mahomes. Boy, this group we put around Brock Purdy is really special. Like I said, the best wide receiver room in the NFL, or arguably maybe top 2 wide receiver room in the NFL, best overall tight end. And I think you'll see Kittle. If you put him on the cheap, I think he can do everything that Kelsey does, or damn close. And then McCaffrey, best running back, juice. Fullback, like I said, we got to work on the offensive line. I like Cooney, but I think we need more. I think that guard from South Dakota State would have been really nice. Cormac, or whatever his name was.
He just went off the board not too long ago. Yeah.
He was right before us, not long before us.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that one hurt. I had a feeling that was one of the guys we were looking at.
And Jim Harbaugh just drafted another Notre Dame player, Cam Hart. He's got 2 Notre Dame guys and only 1 Michigan guy. What's that all about?
Yeah, and I think he got Cam Hart right where the Cam Hart was supposed to go.
Yep.
Right? I talked about Cam Hart, and I said, earlier in his college career, how well he played, and then I didn't see that same kind of play the last couple of years. Kind of averaged out to me. So I think he's turned into more of a traditional zone corner than man.
Zone corner.
And I think that's part of the issue why,
Yeah.
NFL level, you've got to be able to carry guys across the field, and that's a challenge for them. So I think that's going to be one of the things looking at him in LA, I was about to say San Diego. If the pass rush is there, it's going to make him look a lot better.
Speaking of corners, going back to one other 49er that was selected, Ronald Green from Florida State, I want to ask Jim, what does the data say about Mr. Green, the cornerback, who's made his way, or will be making his way to the land of the Golden Gate?
Right. In terms of Jarian, his overall data score for him was about a 79.52 out of 100, which is decent. His athletic testing was a little inconsistent, and that was like a lot of players in this draft class. There was a lot of players that didn't really go through every single drill for him, but he did have at least a good explosion testing. He had 83 percentile in terms of explosiveness, 84 percentile in terms of speed. Most cornerbacks that are like that are typically zone corners more so than man. Some of them can play man, but they just don't quite have the flexibility, the dynamic change of direction skills in space to play that position. So, but for the most part, it was decent. I think his solo tackle production score was about 16 percentile. So he was maybe not utilized that much in terms of like stopping the run and stuff like that. Maybe more so a corner makes plays on the football. So that's kind of what you're looking at with him. Could be a potential starter, but because of his athleticism traits, but everything else is, okay for him.
Got it. And I think initially he'll probably be a depth guy who may become a starter with some additional polishing and experience in the system.
I think he's a Mooney Ward replacement.
Well, there you go.
Press man corner, real good pass breakups. I think he will replace Mooney Ward next year or the year after.
Ted, before we let you get back to enjoying the draft and everything, we want to make sure people can find your work. So tell everybody where they can find your work.
Sure. I'm at TedH6 on Twitter and X. Ted Talks Ball on YouTube. It's also at TedH6 works on YouTube as well too. And then I also write for Sports Illustrated for all49ers.com. I usually just game previews and sometimes game summaries during the season. But we'll see this offseason. I might get active and write some more stuff as well too.
Excellent. Yeah. Ted was underselling it when he has 2 small children. Ted has one full-on infant, if memory serves me correctly. God bless you, sir. You are.
Yeah, I'm a little old, 53. Resetting the game clock, if you will. We have a 7-month-old and a 4-year-old.
Oh.
So I've been busy with that lately.
Oh.
Well, you're just realizing what a full night's sleep is again.
No,
no, she hasn't even gone yet.
So and to be fair, it's my wife who gets up with them. So I get pretty good sleep. God bless my wife for.
Yes.
But that's why I can typically, when we have childcare, I can stream. Usually during the weekdays during work hours Pacific time, but evenings and weekends are tough because that's when I'm full-time daddy duty.
Understood. Well, once again, Ted, one, better you than I, but I do very much hope that it is a successful, wonderful experience, and maybe it'll, as I say, keep you young going through this all over again. But God, once again, blessings to you and your young family again, family.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been chasing my son around the pump track on his BMX bike. I built a little bike to kind of ad hoc dirt jumper myself. I've lost about 30 pounds doing it. So yeah, it either keeps you young or puts you in an early grave. I don't know. We'll see one or the other, but hopefully the former.
Hopefully the former. Yes, I'm with you on that. Hopefully the former. Choose A, not B in this situation, Ted.
Listen, fatherhood did amazing things for my hairline. So
I'm doing pretty well. Just a little bit of gray on the sides here. So hopefully we'll see that. A few more sleepless nights for my wife, and they say stuff rolls downhill. So
there you go.
Grace popping out soon.
Well, first of all, thank you, I guess, to Mrs. Ted for you allowing Ted to come out and play today.
Yes.
Yeah, she took the boy. I said, honey, I can't do the birthday today. I'm watching the draft, and so this was a perfect time to pop out in between picks. I didn't realize the cowing pick was coming up. But hey, it's been really worth it. Great to talk to you guys. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with me. That's all I really like to do is just learn, teach, and have some fun doing it. And it's been real fun.
Well, it's always exciting. We will talk again during the season, Ted, and thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thanks a lot. And I'll just say peace and go Niners.
There you go. All right, so folks, it's that time of the show. We're going to finally take a commercial break, so we'll be back with more to Draft Talk here on NBS Media. So hang tight, go grab a drink, enjoy the picks while they're coming in. We'll be back to talk more about it with Jim Colburn, Greg, myself, and more guests to come. So hang tight.
Yes. This is my favorite day of the draft.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build a cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gulf Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. # built for the wild.
2024 NFL Draft Reaction Show brought to you by Team NBS Media. Reactions and analysis of every draft pick from the first to the last. Let's join Bill and Jeff.
We are back with more of coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft, Day 3, here on the Team NBS Media. Of course, Bill Carroll, Jeff Barnes, the amazing Jim Coburn, and Greg Rector are all in the house, and we are here with some amazing guests. Thanks to everybody that's come on, Monty Perez and company. It's been amazing so far. We are virtually halfway through, and then J.D. Bertrand just goes off the board, as we were just talking about him, and he goes to Atlanta. We're virtually halfway through.
The Colts surprised me. The Colts just surprised me, though, with that previous pick of Anthony Gould, because he doesn't fit the Colts size. It's just like, okay, you guys went with a 5'8" receiver. This is highly unusual.
Well, they don't really have too many guys that are through slots, right? So you think about it. They have a lot of guys that are really more outside. Pierce is an outside guy. Yep. So they don't have true slots. I think what they're trying to do now is they're trying to fill in some of the pieces with the depth that's on the board. They're looking at guys.
No, Mr. Ballard saw that there was a guy in Houston called Tank Dell, and we could use somebody like this.
But what we're seeing, what their teams are starting to understand is slot receivers don't have to be big. No. They just got to be shifty, right? Yep. They don't have to be the most explosive down the field. But if they run quality double moves off the line, they have good releases and good hands, and they can catch and run after the catch, they are more dangerous than a lot of these bigger guys that keep trying to force into the slot. Okay? So what you're seeing they're doing with slots, using whatever receiver they can get that has all of those traits, or they're taking those H-back tight ends that are more receivers than blockers and using them in that role as well. So anything that opens up the middle of the field, that opens up the space in the middle of the field to allow the other things to happen behind it. Those post over dig combinations, the deep crossers that come across after, off the RPOs and things of that nature. Those guys open up all of that stuff for those outside receivers. So that's what they're really looking at is how can we be effective in the slot as a coordinator with guys that are athletes that do certain things very well. You're a Cowboy fan. Cole Beasley was just that. Cole Beasley didn't run past a lot of people, but Cole Beasley in the slot could go 50 different directions off that route tree and hurt a team. And that's what teams are constantly looking for. Tank Dell does every bit of that. Plus, he has the vertical speed.
That's right.
Or Spanish Cole Beasley, a.k.a. Braxton Berrios.
Yes.
Yep. Jim, we just saw two sort of similar players go a few spots away from each other. We talked about Cowing. Now talk about Gould. How do those two guys sort of compare data-wise?
Right. Well, I would say Gould, he has probably about a 55 percentile overall data grade. Cowing, of course, had a 44 percentile. Gould's biggest advantage is his speed. I think what he's really going to do is probably play maybe the slot position behind Josh Downs, because they do have Josh Downs on the Colts to kind of play that role for them. So I think he might most likely is more of a depth pick, but he does have good speed. In many ways, he's kind of like Jermaine Burton if he played at Oregon State, and that's kind of what he is from a production standpoint and those kinds of things. He has great efficiency scores. He was above average in terms of his efficiency. It's just his overall production wasn't the most impressive. It does have above average speed. So he's a decent all-around wide receiver. But I think at this pick, he's probably more likely going to be a backup rotational guy.
Okay, got it. But from what you're telling me, it sounds like Gould is a guy that has a more impressive production profile than did the aforementioned Jacob Cowing who went a few picks earlier.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And the Bears are back in the draft too.
Yep.
They made a move.
Yep.
Austin Booker.
Yep.
So they wanted edge. We were talking to Dan last night. They said they wanted more pass rush. And there you go, Austin Booker. Bill, why don't you give us the rundown on Austin Booker?
So there's a lot of this kind of player nowadays. That guy who's that halfway point between the, outside linebacker / defensive end. You can drop him a little bit. Once again, you shouldn't do it very often. Maybe every once in a while you kind of like, surprise, I dropped into coverage. But he is mostly a pass rusher. And what I like about him is I wouldn't say he excels against the run, but I would say he's not embarrassing himself against the run. So he's a guy that handles being, can fight through blocking, sift through trash, all those terms you want to use. Started his career at Minnesota, was one of those row the boat or whatever guys originally, and played a little bit, but really found his stride once he transferred to Arizona. He's got well above average arm length, like 33 and 7/8, so one of the longer guys. So if you like length, you're gonna like him. He's played in the low 250s or high 240s, but he showed up at the combine at, I think, 240 on the nose, 6'4.5", and ran in the 4.7s, which is why he's still available here. If you run in the 4.6s or 4.5s, you'd probably already be gone. But his 32.5-inch verts, 4.47, I believe, in the short shuttle, and a 7.28, I believe, 3 cone. So average to slightly above average in most things in terms of athletic testing. And like I said, a little undersized to be a true defensive end. But most people thought he'd go somewhere in that late 3rd to mid 4th range. So this isn't too far off from what most people had him projected. And I'd like to hear what Jim says about him in terms of his, what does his profile production-wise and athletically say about his possible future?
Yes, in terms of Booker's production, he was very productive. That's the biggest positive you could say about him. He had a 90 percentile solo tackle score, 83 percentile in terms of sacks, and 74 percentile in terms of tackle for loss. When it came to other things like pass deflections, he was kind of below average in terms of that production, which that's kind of like a sneaky thing that people don't really look at when it comes to edge rushers. But there is a really important thing, edge rushers that can affect the ball, tip the ball at the line of scrimmage. Those guys typically have great outcomes at the NFL level. So he wasn't quite that type of player. Athleticism-wise, that's the biggest issue with him is athleticism-wise, for his size, his athleticism wasn't that impressive. He was 12 percentile in terms of explosiveness, 16 in terms of speed, and 16 in terms of flexibility for his size. And the reason why is because of his size. He's 6'5", 240 pounds. So he's kind of like Randy Gregory, where Randy Gregory was like 20 pounds away from being 20 pounds away, and was one of the first players that we joked around, Bill, when we said an edge safety, type, in terms of how undersized he was. So he's, when you look at his athletic testing, he's a little elusive, or I would say like a blind spot in it is that if you just look at his athletic testing, he does look like a prospect that hits the prerequisites. But when you compare him to the fact that he's 240 pounds, that's the biggest issue in terms of his overall profile. So most starting edge rushers, outside linebackers, that rush the passer are typically going to be 250 pounds or more. He's not quite that type of guy. So he was productive. When you go to the Senior Bowl tape, I think he has some pretty good reps at the Senior Bowl. So there's some positives to him, but I do think that his size, his athleticism for his size is not the most impressive.
We're going to jump off real quick because our next guest is here. We're ready to roll. And we keep getting bigger and better here on the draft show. So once again, an amazing man, amazing show host. If you haven't watched, his stuff is top notch. We're talking about Mike Patton. Mike, welcome.
Woo! MP in the place to be.
Man, listen, I'm going to say this right now. Your dread game is impressive, brother. Yeah, so last time I saw you, they was just still starting to fill in, man. Now you're going full Maxi Priest on me.
Maxi Priest, wow. Okay, I haven't heard that name in a minute.
Can you donate some of this?
look, I got nothing, man. Come on.
Maybe one of these days, but I thought you might say Annie Kamosi. Thought you might say him.
Mosey's a good one too, but I just saw Maxie Priest not too long ago. He comes down here all the time to do downtown Disney and perform. Man, still an amazing performer. So, and his band is live. Listen, I can't say enough. That's still one of my favorite mainstream reggae. I'm going to say that because certain people say, no, he is mainstream reggae. So yeah, he's one of my favorite mainstream reggae artists. So, by all means, Tennessee, Grant Carthon, first real draft on his own. What do you think of it so far?
Actually, I think he's done pretty well. Looking at his draft, I mean, of course, coming into this draft, you needed another interior line, linebacker, and of course, offensive tackle were the things that were being looked at. And he's hit on all three of those. You look at J.C. Latham. A lot of people in Tennessee, judging by the reaction at the draft night, actually in Nashville at Nissan Stadium, they were kind of sad that Joe Alt wasn't there, and then of course Malik Neighbors wasn't there. They were sad about that too. But when J.C. Latham got picked, you had a lot of good reactions, you had a lot of sad reactions, but you also have to understand that is a big, powerful human being that Bill Callahan loves. So that's something that's to look at there. And of course, the big thing is we played right tackle, we didn't play left tackle. Here's the thing, though, Joe Alt, same thing. Right tackle would have to play left tackle. Same thing, people. Same thing. But, of course, that pick was good. I would say that the pick, Tamondre Sweat, has gotten some good reviews from some people, and some Titans people have looked at it and kind of scratched their head, but I understand it. Keep some people off of Jeffrey Simmons, stuff to run, and, very athletic for a guy 360 pounds, which a lot of people would know. And the last pick, I would say the last pick, the linebacker pick out of North Carolina, definitely somebody that they need. Definitely somebody that can actually wear the green dot, which they don't have a linebacker to wear the green dot right now. Kenneth Murray did. And also a guy that just can be kind of a leader out there. He looks up to Fred Warner. He kind of models his game after Fred Warner. So that's something to definitely think about. I think that Brad Carthon has hit on all three of those picks right there, and he will continue to hit on those. I know people are looking for a wide receiver. We shall see what happens.
Well, they just went corner with Jarvis Brownlee Jr. from Louisville, so they added to your cornerback room. But let's talk about the Sweat pick. Obviously, the talent is undeniable. We've seen him during this draft process. We've seen him on film during the season. But the question has been more recent about off the field. It's been a couple of incidents now. He's been arrested for DUI. We're seeing a wave of NFL players, the young NFL players with the cars speeding and crashing and causing deaths. So I think the concern is more off the field now than on with him. Do you think that's why fans and certain other analysts are real skeptical about that pick? Because that's more the recent things that took away from him. Other than that, he was the belle of the ball during the draft process.
Well, I think that's kind of sort of it, but other people have talked about his weight exclusively. They talked about, he's out of shape, he's this, he's that, and the other. Okay, I get that. And some people actually that are, I'm not saying they're, mainstream media, but they have actually compared him to Isaiah Wilson pick. I don't know how that kind of goes hand in hand. But anyway, some people have done that too, which is amazingly interesting. But I will say that the Titans did do their homework. They were the first team to actually reach out to him after the DWI. So they actually not only talked to him, he was a stand-up person and talked to him about every single thing. He gave upfront answers, but they also went to his hometown, visited him, and went around that town too. So it wasn't just they just picked him. They actually did a lot of homework on him before they even picked him.
Gotcha. Bill, any questions for Mike?
I have a few. So what do you think, if you could peek at the draft board, what do you think would be the next position that they're going to try to address in the remaining picks they have?
Well, wide receiver has got to be one of them. Last year they went to the 7th round, picked Colton Dowell, which I'm not mad at because Colton Dowell is from UT Martin, where I played college football too. So hey, I'm not mad at that. But wide receiver would probably be another thing. you do have wide receivers there. You have Traylon Burks. You have Colton Dell, of course, like I mentioned, and you have Kyle Phillips as well, who was out of UCLA. However, of course, as it's been talked about, Burks and Phillips haven't necessarily, lived up to the expectations or the thoughts that some thought they would be. So wide receiver would probably be a look there. You could get some great play skills. You still have a Brendan Rice out there from USC, by the way. Of course, he's Jerry's son, for those that don't know. But anyway, you do have him out there along with a host of other talented wide receivers in a deep wide receiver class. So, we'll see what happens, but I think that's more of the focus. And then, of course, maybe some offensive line depth, maybe some linebacker depth as well. That may be something to look at. And, of course, I got to mention safety, because plenty of people have talked about safety for the Tennessee Titans. And they do have Amani Hooker, and they do have Hope. I can't remember his last name. Anyway, they are looking at potentially, or some people think they should look at safety up as well, maybe a backup safety. But I think they can get a veteran one in free agency, perhaps with somebody else's roster. In my opinion.
Got it.
Well, keep going, Bill. You have to stop for me.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll keep going. So, if indeed the Titans needed a wide receiver, Jim, based on your work, who should they consider? Because I know that there's a lot of receivers, as was pointed out. Mike named a couple. This is a very deep wide receiver class, but based on the combination of athletic and production testing information that you have, who should they consider next amongst the wide receivers? Then we'll talk safety after.
Right. In terms of the wide receiver, there's a lot of good wide receivers left. The two obvious ones to me at this point would probably Jalen Coker and Brendan Rice. Those would be the two that would kind of fit that need for them. Good production traits overall, good athleticism traits for both of them as well. Coker was essentially like the Bills pick that they had at the very top of the first in terms of athleticism. Great explosiveness, above average speed for Coker. And the only thing is he played at small school. That was the biggest thing. But if you can kind of overlook those things, we're in the 5th round now. So, the risk and reward is there with a player like that. Johnny Wilson, if you want to do a kind of interesting, in terms of like a size, speed kind of prospect, he wasn't the most productive player at Florida State, but he was very impressive in terms of just his length, his size, those other sort of traits. He would be interesting. He'd be an interesting player who could also make that transition to tight end, maybe be like a Darren Waller type of player. So I think he would be a very interesting prospect for them as well. Kamari Thrash from Louisville is probably a player that I don't think gets enough credit for what he's able to bring to the table. When I did a recent video on YouTube, which was to find the next Puka Nacua, which I stated there, you're not going to find the next Puka Nacua, he's already here. But there are players who had the similar sort of production traits, or at least the similar data traits to Puka Nacua coming out, and Jamari Thrash would have been one of those types of prospects in terms of just his overall production traits and everything else like that. He's a really underrated player for them. But I would say those would be the main wide receivers that I would be targeting at this point in terms of who's left on the board for them. So
Excellent. And Mike just mentioned they might be looking for a safety also. Based on the work you do, who are some of the top safeties available for the Titans in these last few rounds?
Yeah, in terms of safety, there's a lot of really great safeties left. There's a lot of really good defensive players left, actually, in terms of linebackers and everything else. But in terms of safeties, probably James Williams from Miami would be a great sort of strong safety type. Dominique Hampton, I don't know why Dominique Hampton is still
Thank you.
Why is he still not off the board? He had great production traits, great athleticism traits. I thought he easily would have been a day 2 pick, or even earlier than that, and he's still there. Amani Johnson, another great prospect from Nevada. Those athleticism traits and production traits, he has all the traits you're looking for in position. Mark Perry from TCU is still there. Trey Taylor, to mention Air Force, he's still there, and he's a guy who actually talks to, I think he's cousins with Ed Reed. I'm not 100% sure on that, but there was a rumor that, he talks with them on occasion to kind of get some tips in terms of film, with him. So but he also was very productive and had good athleticism traits for that position. But there's a lot of really good safeties. I think the NFL, to be honest with you, Bill, and I think you know this too, the NFL doesn't really know how to draft safeties. They kind of have an idea how to do it. They want to get the most athletic or this or that. Then you end up with like a Calvin Pryor, right? You end up with a prospect who, but in all honesty, though, I think that there's a lot of great safeties left. I think the NFL doesn't do the best job in terms of evaluating them. And I think defensively speaking, there's a lot of really great defensive players that are available at this point, including the safety position.
Got it. And my final question for Mike is, of the players drafted so far, which was the one that you felt is the most Titanish? There's certain players, I'm a Steelers guy, that feel like Steelers to me. I look at them, oh yeah, that guy's a Steeler. Who feels the most like a Titan of all the guys that have been drafted so far by your team?
It's kind of a hard one to point out because all of them actually feel like they fit what the Titans' MO is. So if I have to pick one of the three, I would say J.C. Latham. I mean, he's a big physical guy, likes to bully people on the line of scrimmage and likes to get after people. He sounds just like Peter Skoronski did when he got drafted last season by the Tennessee Titans. So that would be the guy. I mean, big physical, likes to bully people, likes to punish people in the run game. Of course, he still has to, work on the pass protection because this is going to be more of a pass-focused offense. So it'll be interesting just to see how that kind of transitions. But yes, J.C. Latham is the guy that I would pick there.
Excellent. Well, you're right. I mean, he fits the MO. Once again, we talk about draft DNA. That guy definitely has some Titans draft DNA in him, yeah.
I will say.
Real quick before you answer that, Mike, I just want to highlight some of the most recent picks. Denver, with Abrams Drain and Audric Estime off the board. Eichenberg off the board to the Raiders. Josh Newton, corner TCU, off the board to Cincinnati. And the first quarterback since day one comes off the board, and Spencer Rattler, he goes to the Saints.
Well, there's
I called that one. Didn't I call that earlier in our pre-show? I think I said a good landing spot for him would be a team that had an established veteran. And I think I mentioned the Saints by name.
Yep. Yeah, you did.
I'll say this about him. He's been so inconsistent throughout his entire career, whether it be at Oklahoma, whether it be at South Carolina. He's been very, very inconsistent. I mean, I think Country Grammar made him look good. Now, if you don't know who Country Grammar is, that's Xavier Legette. That's my nickname for him. But Country Grammar made him look good. But other than that, I mean, I see a lot of inconsistencies, and I don't see those getting better with the NFL. I see those getting worse.
And that's been the challenge with him. At first, when he got to Oklahoma, he did take people by storm in the beginning, but he was immature. But he hadn't grown up yet, and he's grown up. I give him credit now. He has grown up. But the inconsistency in the film is one of the biggest challenges to evaluate, right? You see the ups, you see the downs, you see the amazing plays, you see the bad, and you see, the amazing games where he comes up and he plays above standard, and then he comes right back down the next week. So yes, it is a roller coaster ride watching his film, and it's got to be one of those things you have to, when you're evaluating this play, is this really him? Because some of it is, South Carolina has been a roller coaster program too. So we really must say, is it just him alone? So it's just been the hardest evaluation with him is it just that, the inconsistency. And it's hard to reward inconsistency with the draft rate.
Right. I'm trying to like him, and people are trying to get me to like him, but it's just hard for me to do so. I tried, but hey, it is what it is, and I wish him well on his journey. I'm just saying I can't trust the inconsistency.
Well, here's what I'll say. He's played with a lot of other talented players. You mentioned your friend Country Grammar. I mean, they had some receivers at Oklahoma too. In case you're wondering. So he's played with a lot of offensive talent everywhere he's been. High school, right? A lot of offensive talent around him. He frankly admits that he was earlier in his career, like, I won't use the term he used to describe himself, but he talked openly at the Senior Bowl and other places about his lack of maturity. Now, is that just his agent and his other people telling him, "Hey, tell everybody you realize if you were a spoiled little brat, you've grown out of it"? I hope it comes from the heart. Things that scare you a little bit. He's a quote-unquote dual threat quarterback who tested like a less athletic Kirk Cousins. So that gives you sort of a little reason for pause. I mean, Keaton Slovis smoked him at the combine. Like, there was things that you weren't expecting to hear yourself say. But I do like that he got to the point where he would stay in the pocket and get smacked sometimes pretty hard and just hang in there and make throws. You didn't see that earlier in his career. Did he still sometimes throw the wrong ball the wrong way? He hit the wrong shoulder, make guys throttle down instead of making them run under? Yeah. But does he have a better arm than all but maybe two of the quarterbacks in this class? Also, yes. I mean, in terms of just pure arm, he's got a better arm than Jaden Daniels. So, I mean, arm's not everything, but he's got one of the better arms in the whole draft class. But he doesn't always know what to do with it. So this is one of those I trust my coaching staff, or I know this guy doesn't need to play for 3 years, or both, is what this means.
Yeah. While you were talking, I was going over some Titan stuff. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, Jeff. But
no, go ahead. Perfect.
Great while you were talking, I was going over some Titan stuff, and a lot of kind of Titan talking heads or different people in the background. It kind of, is looking towards that. Traylon Burks and Kyle Phillips will be getting opportunities to, I guess, establish themselves in this offense. So that'll be interesting, kind of based off of the words that the new offensive coordinator talked about. Nick Holtz, it didn't quite sound that way, but, one of those two are going to have to step up is what it's looking like for the Tennessee Titans, unless it's Colton Dow, or people forget Kearis Jackson was there last year for the Tennessee Titans. He hurt himself. He was out for the season. He's a return guy and a wide receiver from Georgia. So that's another person to kind of keep in mind for the Tennessee Titans as well from last year.
Wonderful. Yeah. I'm anxious to see last few picks for Rand Carthon, because I think he's doing a good job of filling in his roster. He's finding talent and pulling in guys that he feels are going to be a great help to this roster right away. There's still a lot of excellent talent on the board. You just lost your top rusher, since Eddie George. So I'm really wondering, is he done with Tony Pollard? Is the free agency draw enough, or is he going to continue to pull from a running back class that's still fully loaded in the back end here with a lot of players that can help? So
I would say I'd say more than likely free agency or an undrafted free agent there, because they do have Pollard and they do also have I'm forgetting names, and I see his name all the time, and that's driving me crazy.
You sound like me.
Was there last year. Rookie last year.
Yes. From Tulane.
You want to talk Spears? You want Spears?
Yes, Tajay Spears. And see, the thinking that I have with this offense is that they're going to have guys that are similar to each other, because when one comes out of the game and the other goes in, the offenses still look the same. So, I think maybe an undrafted rookie. Also forget that Haskins is still on the roster too, for what it's worth. And then they brought back Chestnut as well. So they do have some backs there that are, basically are familiar to Titans fans and just familiar with the organization. So I would say an undrafted free agent would probably be the way to go there.
And there's still some guys on the market that teams are purposely waiting on afterwards. I mean, people are still waiting to see what's going to happen after the draft and who's going to take a chance on J.K. Dobbins. So there are other backs still hanging around in free agency that, unfortunately, they got to wait till this process is over before they can start fielding more offers.
I thought J.K. signed with the Chargers. I believe he signed with the Chargers. I believe he signed with the Chargers. Or am I mistaken? I thought he did, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, you might be right. I didn't hear about it, but then again, my head is in the fan the last few weeks close to the draft, because it's all about putting a board together. So
I'm getting ready to take a look now, actually.
Yeah. Sometimes
he is a Charger.
Yeah, he did sign with the Chargers. Yes, he did. Sign
okay, so they're really going to have a nice running game out there in LA.
Well, another name to look at too is you got to look at my guy that played for the Jets last year. Didn't really get very much run, and ended up playing for the Baltimore Ravens. I wonder if he.
Dalvin?
What's that?
Dalvin Cook.
Yeah. I wonder if teams end up looking at him and finally picking him up, or
somebody kick the tires on him. I think he came into the Jets situation. I think that part was messed up because he came into the Jets situation thinking he was going to be the dude, forgetting that there's this young dude that killed it right behind him last year that they like. So he's one of those guys. If he gets disinterested, as you saw, he kind of like shut down. You know?
Right.
You know, so yeah, he was like, "Yo, I wasn't expecting this," and then his playing time wasn't there because of that. So he kind of like shut it down. So I think they're gonna wait to get him on the cheap. Teams aren't gonna pay him this time around. So yeah, he's gonna get a cheap deal or on a show me deal from somebody, and it's gonna come at the last minute. Somebody's backs are gonna get hurt. They're gonna have to fill in the roster spot with a veteran. So. Yeah, that last year didn't help him. It sure as hell didn't, you know. But you know,
we'll see what happens with him, right?
No, absolutely. That's the beauty of the second wave of free agency. Okay, what holes didn't we fill? Okay, let's kick the tires on some of these guys.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question if you don't
Go
mind?
for it. By all means.
Yeah. I saw where Jalen Wright landed with the Miami Dolphins. Now, people have I've gotten two frames of thought there. One frame of thought is, okay, cool. He's going to a running back room. You know, running backs have been kind of injured there. He could probably step in. On the flip side of that, both of them are healthy. Say both of them are healthy, where does he play? Did you just draft him that high to send him on the bench? I mean, to me, it's kind of an interesting scenario to bring in a Jalen Wright, which I've watched him at the University of Tennessee. The guy does not get tackled by the first person that tackles him. He doesn't have breakaway speed, in my opinion. He has nice speed, but he doesn't have breakaway speed. But he is more of a guy that makes people miss in terms of, runs through tackles. He's more that type of guy, not a speed guy. So, I just wonder what y'all think his fit is, or what you think of him being drafted by the Miami Dolphins.
Well, Raheem Mostert's not getting any younger.
Yeah.
Devin Achane is only going to his second year. Both are explosive. But you know what? It's 17 games. Somebody's going to miss a game or two. But if one thing Mike McDaniel has proven, he can work multiple backs in the game. He did it in San Francisco. He's been doing it so far there in Miami. And it's just another. It's no rest for the defense. Okay, not one of those backs can you sleep on and expect not to give him a big play. You have to be on your toes every play. So I think that's what he's looking for. There's no fall off in the running game, and it'll allow him to do things in the passing game based off of that.
Jim, what does the data say about a guy like Jalen Wright? We talked about Garendo, who is the difference is that Wright actually sees holes. He also has that sort of similar lightweight speed, kind of productive and fairly productive. But what does he look like in terms of comparison to other guys, and obviously looking forward into his NFL?
Yeah, in terms of his production, he was really inconsistent. His best comparison was Lindell White from USC in terms of having below average market share production with good efficiency scores, because he definitely led the nation, in terms of yards per touch, or I think it was yards per rusher. One of those crazy, like 7 or 6 yards per carry, that type of thing. Good athleticism traits, obviously, in terms of explosiveness and speed. But his overall data was just really scary. I know there was a lot of people that had him as like their top back in this class, mainly because of athleticism traits. I don't know what it is, but you do need athleticism at the running back position, but you don't have to be this crazy, ridiculous. You don't have to be like an Adonis in terms of your athleticism traits. You just need above average athleticism traits. So I think in terms of him, his production was inconsistent. And because of that, he's kind of a mixed bag in terms of as a prospect. In terms of the fit with the Dolphins, though, I think it just comes down to the fact that McDaniel comes from the Shanahan tree to a certain extent, where you draft backs all the time in the 4th and the 5th and the 6th round, and you just kind of see what you get. Because the way the system is, the running system they have, you're just looking for kind of a running back by committee system. You're looking for different backs kind of rotating in and kind of doing one thing, doing the other thing. So I think in terms of what they do, Devin Arcane is more of that home run hitter type player in terms of his overall speed. And with Wright, you might have a guy who breaks tackles. So you put him in to kind of do some inside work, maybe some outside work. It just kind of depends on what they want to do. So, but I think that's kind of what the fit is. But as an actual running back prospect, he was very inconsistent. It was kind of like a coin flip with him in terms of his overall data profile.
Got it. Thank you, sir. And I think he ends up being kind of a rotational specialist. And while he may not impress Mr. Patton with his speed, the guy did run, I think, 4.38 or something. So, but Mike's super fast. So to him, that's nothing. But to us mere mortals, that's pretty fast. But I think he ends up being one of those guys who's like, they toss sweep guy, screen pass guy, that kind of thing.
Yeah, taking a look at who the Colts just drafted. They drafted Jalen Charles, linebacker out of Missouri, which he was originally a defensive back once he hit college. Now he's a linebacker, so I think that is a very good addition for the Colts. Actually, a guy that can actually cover in space, which would be something they would need. Of course, they did have Harrison there last year. He's still there, so it could be a guy that could probably use up under him as well, or eventually grow into being that guy that covers linebacker potentially.
We're talking about recent draft picks. Hi, Christy. We see you out there. She's saying hi to you, Mike.
What's going on, Christy?
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. goes to the Eagles. Like father, like
wow.
Another one
I mean, we just keep saying Philadelphia Eagles in a good way during this draft. I mean, Howie Roseman, I'm telling you, there's nobody better at manipulating the draft board than Howie Roseman. That is a dark Sith Lord if I've ever seen one. When it comes to the draft, that dude is the Palpatine of the draft. I'm sorry.
I was going to say he's a Teflon Don, but hey, we'll go with Palpatine.
Palpatine was a manipulator. He manipulated a whole couple of generations. That dude was amazing. So he gets that title from me because this dude is going year after year manipulating this draft, and he's getting everything falling his way. You go year after year. So yeah, it's amazing. Brendan Jackson, edge rusher, also off the board to the Rams. By the way, they also added Anaya Smith at wide receiver.
Yes, they did. Speaking of speed.
Hey, can I throw something out there about Jeremiah Trotter?
Go for it.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to be the guy drafted by the Titans. A guy that's used to just got NFL pedigree, probably leads the defense, will probably be a green dot candidate, which for those that don't know, green dot's the person that gets all the information that calls from the defensive coordinator. So I actually thought he would be a candidate for the Titans. However, they went a different direction with another guy that actually can wear the green dot as well. For those that aren't aware, Kenneth Murray, who got brought in for the Tennessee Titans from the Los Angeles Chargers, is not a candidate for that. So that's why I would say that was very, very important for the Tennessee Titans to get a guy like that. So I thought he was going to be the guy. Unfortunately, he isn't the guy. But hey, he goes somewhere where he's familiar in Philadelphia.
Indeed. Mike, how long you got to hang out with us? You got a little while longer?
No, I can go a little longer. I can go about another 30 minutes or so. I got information on Houston, Jacksonville, Indianapolis, whatever teams in the AFC South or whatever outside.
Well, we can do the whole AFC South right here. That's why I should stick around. And I didn't want to just hit Tennessee. All right, so let's talk Houston. Everybody's been loving the way they've been building this team, and they're doing a great job again this weekend. What do you think of Houston so far?
I definitely love their first pick with Lassiter from Georgia. I mean, why not pick up a guy from one of the best defenses in college football over the last 2 to 3 years? I mean, why not? And plus, you got 2 defensive backs that are on their third team that are former first-round picks, and Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. So definitely go ahead, get the cornerback position, sum that up just a little bit more, get you a young guy that can grow and be on a cheaper contract, so that way when you got to pay C.J. Stroud, you can still have him as well. And then also, of course, going with the offensive tackle from Blake Fisher, I think from Notre Dame, I believe. And also you got Bullock at the safety position, which I think is good for them as well, because with Bullock, you can actually grow him into that position at safety where Jimmy Ward is currently now. So I definitely like what they're doing and like their strategy. I've given the Houston Texans a lot of grief prior to C.J. Stroud in that draft. But I will say that Nick Caserio is actually doing a solid job, even though I still have some feelings about his previous 2 coaching hires. But hey, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, it's still hard to give him for what he did to Lovey, but
Lovey and
yes, yeah. Well, you should never have hired him if you weren't going to give him a real chance. That was a bad hire, because you weren't even going to give the guy a chance. But Lovey was even worse, because Lovey was supposed to fix that mistake and he did it twice. So
then he got him good with the win in the last game too, right?
Yeah. It's a dirty business, this game. Dirty business. So Indianapolis. Those guys, Chris Ballard's doing some things over there. Give us your feelings on Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, I get the feeling that, I thought they would add a wide receiver, which they did. I got it from Oregon State with a lot of speed. They did add a corner just recently, but the feeling I get for them is they waited too long to add a cornerback. Now, I understand you have young guys, Juju Brents, I know he's there. But to me, you kind of waited too long to add a cornerback to that equation. That's a position of need for that division. I mean, you look at the wide receivers you're going to be facing in this division. You got Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell. That's just the Houston Texans. You've got the Jacksonville Jaguars. You got Gabe Davis. I mean, you've got Christian Kirks. You've got, those wide receivers there. Then you go to the Titans. You got Calvin Ridley. You got DeAndre Hopkins. So to me, it would have been logical to kind of draft a cornerback earlier. However, they did go to the position. I give them that, but just not as early as I probably would have. Definitely do like the Latu Latu pickup as well, even though some fans wanted Jerry Verse. But, hey, still a good pickup. Hey, it is what it is. Do your thing. Chris Ballard. But, hey, those are just some of my critiques. And then, of course, the safety position. Got to add to that room, Mr. Ballard. You got to add to that room. But I do like the offensive tackle pickup, the wide receiver pickup, as well. But those are just some thoughts. I guess I'm kind of nitpicking a little bit, but that's what I do. That's what I do.
Sometimes, the fans don't always get it right when we want a certain guy. You get a lot to who could be your next potential Jason Carroll, right? Mm-hmm. And then you want a Jared Verse who honestly could be your next Greg Ellis, a very productive player, right? But not this elite sack artist, right? So sometimes the fans want something thinking that that's what they're getting. Realistically, they got something else. You're going to get a guy who's going to be possibly an elite sack artist in Latu. If he gets a little bit stronger, he's able to have a little more success versus the NFL level offensive tackles. But he comes with a bigger pass rush repertoire as opposed to Verse, who's this amazing athlete who wins with a less of a more of a limited repertoire, but is a excellent edge defender when it comes to setting the edge in a running game. So while he may be more rounded as far as a run pass defender, you're getting an elite pass rusher potentially in Latu. And fans who love sacks sometimes are kind of cheering for the opposite,
Now, I will say this. If they would have drafted Jared Verse, some fans may have looked at him the same way as they look at Kwity Paye. Now, Let me just break that down for people. Kwity Paye, he was a draft pick coming out of Michigan, and honestly, he was a guy that was light on, light off type of person. He flashed sometimes, and other times he would be inconsistent or not visible. Then he gets to the NFL, and some people are like, oh, okay, this can be the guy. Well, it's entering, year 4 or 5, he still hasn't shown that he can be the guy. So, hence this draft pick of Latu Latu with the Indianapolis Colts. And they're hoping that he can be the actual guy. Because last year, they had a group of guys that kind of did it with a group effort, but they didn't have that one dominant guy. they're hoping Letu could be that one dominant guy.
And they're used to that long, quick pass rusher, that Freeney, that Mathis. And so it kind of gives them what they're kind of used to as well.
Right. Exactly. We'll see what happens, though. Just to me, they had to do this. They had to go get an edge rusher. I thought that was one of their number one needs, along with cornerback.
So at one point they were called Saxonville. Well, now we're just back to the Jacksonville. So let's talk about Jacksonville.
Oh, yes. This is one of my favorite ones to talk about because, boy, oh, boy, did I kind of stir them up just a little bit today. As far as Jacksonville, I got it. You need a wide receiver. You go with Brian Thomas Jr., and I get it. He can definitely be a guy that can, maybe grow into being your stud wide receiver. However, the second pick, when they picked Mason out of LSU, when they picked him, I kind of shook my head. The reason why I shook my head is because, okay, you're a team that would be going into the season right now with Tyson Campbell on one side, by the way, and then Ronald Darby on the opposite side. That doesn't instill confidence to me. And then also in the slot, you've got Darnell Savage, which a lot of people thought he was going to come in and play safety for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He actually is going to be playing nickel corner for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, you heard this correct. He's going to be playing nickel corner, not safety, for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, to me, you draft a guy, Jerry Jones, I believe, from Florida State, cornerback. And to me, from some of the projections, he's more of a slot corner than he is an outside corner. I know the numbers show that he can play the outside corner. I get that. But technically, he's not a guy that has shown that, at this level in the NFL. So, or those type of traits to many. So, to me, hey, if he does and he does well, hey, do your thing. More power to you. But to take a chance like that, I don't know about that one, Mr. Balky. But, and then the other thing I would say is, definitely he's been using his guy in the building to help him get LSU Tigers info because, if you didn't know, the former LSU Tigers defensive coordinator is a part of their staff. So, hence the 3 LSU guys on the team now.
Yeah, when they said that about Savage, I was like, I can see why. They're probably going to be a good mix of man and zone. He's a guy that could blitz off the edge. He's a guy that plays well in zone coverage, does a great job of reading when he has eyes on the QB. Very physical when it comes to tackling. So it gives him a more physical defender in the slot than it does some of these slot corners that may be more of a business decision type tackle in the open field. So yeah, I get why you do it, but he's never really giving you a full dose of man coverage, right? So you want to put him in there versus some of these slot receivers who have, when you give them a two-way go, they are almost hard. So I'm real interested to see what's going to happen there.
I will say this: Antonio Johnson is going to be probably the guy that gets more opportunity at safety beside Andre Cisco. Mm-hmm. However, it'll be interesting to see. I think eventually Savage will get some snaps at safety. I just don't see him being a full-time nickel corner. That just is me. I mean, I could, ultimately be wrong, but that's just what I envision right now.
All right. So, Mike, you gotta let everybody know that's not following you how to follow you and follow your work. And if you're not following Mike, I don't know how you're not following Mike. You should be following Mike. So Mike's going to tell you right now.
Well, I'm going to let everyone know, in terms of how to follow me, of course. But the major networks, they can come find me as well. Just throwing some hints out there, some stuff out there. But anyway, you can find me on the artist formerly known as Twitter. Yes, I say the artist formerly known as Twitter because paying props to Prince. And of course, they call it X now, which the only X I recognize is DMX. But as far as the artist formerly known as Twitter, you can find me at MikePatton82. That's MikePatton 82 on the artist formerly known as Twitter. And of course, on Instagram and Threads, you can find me at that's THA, not THE, _general_MP, toward ANC South on all listening platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music, you name it, we're there. And we're also on YouTube as well, so you can actually see the show.
Excellent. Always a pleasure, sir.
Thank you for having me on.
It's been too long, man. We got to do this again. I know you're busy. And yes, big networks, if you're watching, what are you waiting for? You can't have better people than this. So,
great person with high quality hair.
Yes. Yeah. I would turn on any TV, any sports show on TV to see you and Torian together. That would be some great stuff. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's all I'm gonna say. Just, oh my goodness.
This is Mike Patton, everybody. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Take care, Mike.
So we have one more guest coming on. So we're going to talk some Minnesota Vikings. He's been chomping at the bit.
Yes, he has.
Talk about this since night one. We're going to bring on Steve Rogers. Now, I was expecting the floating helmet in the background and all that jazz. We're getting Steve on the road. What's going on?
How's it going, guys? Yep, I'm on the road on the fly from the driver's side.
Well, it looks like you pulled over, so we had a good start.
Yes.
You know, I was worried about you for a second. You know?
Yeah, strictly parking lot ponderings. Yes.
Ooh, a new show on Team NBS Media.
You know. So, tell us how you feel about this draft class, and don't hold back because we know you don't want to. So.
Well, the Vikings stunk up the joint. No, kidding, totally kidding. The Minnesota Vikings, obviously, they did exactly what they needed to do, and not only did they appease themselves, but they appeased the fan base and the franchise, and establishing that they got their guy, or who they're saying is their guy, at quarterback, and they didn't give up the farm to do so, which gave them the flexibility to land actually probably the best defensive prospect in the draft with Dallas Turner. So either way you look at it, they kind of hit 2 home runs by being able to use both those first round picks they acquired rather than just selling them. So I am absolutely all in for the Vikings having at least day one of the draft. And then I believe today they've addressed the other large need they need at cornerback with the Jackson. So all systems, all colors of purple flying high right now.
So you signed Sam Darnold in the offseason as a veteran presence. You get the quarterback that you say you want, named McCarthy. Now, McCarthy may not be a walk-in starter. He's a guy that may need to develop a little. Is the fan base going to be patient with Sam Darnold starting if things don't start off in a fever pitch, knowing this is rebuild? Because some fans don't want to see rebuild, and they don't want to sit there through 2-15, 3-14. They want wins regardless. So are they going to be patient with this process, or are they going to be booing and calling J.J. McCarthy by game 7?
Well, I mean, I guess that really all depends on more of what Sam Darnold is or isn't when he has all of this opportunity in front of him, an offensive line that might actually somewhat protect him. He's got 2 of the top class wide receivers. He's got TJ Hawkinson and now Aaron Jones to help in the running game along with Ty Chandler. Let's just find out if Sam Darnold is what he was with the Jets, or is this Sam Darnold, Geno Smith with the Seahawks? We've never seen Sam Darnold actually have an opportunity really before. So maybe we're about to have the world shocked by Sam Darnold suddenly being what he was drafted originally to be in the first round as a first-round quarterback himself. I mean, he's got Justin Jefferson's never not had 1,000 yards. TJ Hawkinson's 1,000-yard tight end. So if he's passing for anywhere near 2,000 yards, are we in a bad situation still having McCarthy sitting on the sideline? I don't know. It's a lot of weird time right now to see what's going to happen at quarterback and how much KOC can coach up both of these quarterbacks that he now has to work with. Or are we going to get, say, Nick Mullins for Sam Darnold? So It's a big unknown, and we'll see how soon the new kid can outshine Sam Darnold. Time will tell.
Nope.
Yes. Well, of course, I've seen the pride of LaGrange Park, Illinois, since he was about 15 years old. A few miles north and west of where I live, and until he spent his last year down in Florida at IMG. But he was at Nazareth, which is a Catholic school out in the west suburbs. And I do believe he may take a little while to start, but I want to ask you about, believe it or not, the other side of the football. The last I checked, the Vikings are going to be expected to also play a little bit of defense. And also the last I checked, the Lions, who have a very productive offense, the Packers, who have what might be an elite level offense, and the Bears is a solve for X on offense, but there's a lot of interesting pieces. Tell me about what you expect from the Vikings defense. Are any defensive players you're hoping the Vikings might still draft?
Well, yeah. So the Vikings are definitely going to play defense, and it's year 2 of the B-Flow defense. So I think everyone who was here last year is just going to take another step forward, and the guys they've brought in are just going to eat up and soak up all the knowledge that B-Flow is putting together. And I believe this defense is going to take another step forward. They were a bottom feeder, but when B-Flow got here, by the end of last year, they were almost a top 10 defense. Yes, this NFC North has a lot of defense and offense. So it's going to be probably the toughest division in the NFL this season, believe it or not. Because we're not going anywhere. We're rebuilding on the fly. And the Bears have actually started to figure things out and have a defense already. And now they're getting the offensive pieces put together. They might be ready to try to take a run at the division. It's going to be a slugfest over here in the North. Nobody's going to be not black and blue by the end of this season.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be a very competitive division. I'm going to ask a quick question of Jim. So, Jim, as you just heard, just far, J.J. McCarthy, Dallas Turner, and Kyrie Jackson have all just become Vikings. Based on the work you do, what do you project, at least in the immediate future, for each of those 3 prospects as they make the jump to the NFL?
Well, yeah, in terms of J.J. McCarthy, based on data, he was the top quarterback prospect. The biggest thing that really bumped him up was his age. So even though Caleb Williams obviously has a longer resume in terms of what you see on film with him, and also played in an offense where he threw the ball a lot more, McCarthy did have similar passing efficiency, similar average passing efficiency in his career. And I know a lot of people have compared him to like Daniel Jones or Christian Ponder, but he's nowhere near those types of prospects. He had much better passing efficiency, much better touchdown interception ratio in terms of decision making in his career. He just played in an offense that ran the football a lot more than they passed, and that's kind of the biggest hurdle you have to get over. But if you get over that hurdle, you might have probably the best quarterback in this draft class, at least maybe second to Caleb Williams, of course. And we'll find that out because they play in the same division too. So that's what I'm really excited to see. In terms of Dallas Turner, he was the best testing edge prospect from a data perspective as well. Very young prospect. He's 21 years old. His production was inconsistent, though. He's still not there 100% as a pass rusher. He's not like Latu in terms of his pass rush repertoire, in terms of, having a lot of different moves. He still has a lot to learn. But if you take a guy like that, you develop him, you have some positives there with him, I think. And he could easily be the best edge rusher from this draft class just because of how athletic he tests. He's a 90-plus percentile athlete in terms of explosiveness and speed. So you're kind of looking at him from that perspective. And then with Jackson, quarterback, very, very good length at the position in terms of arm length. His production was a little inconsistent. He was about a 60 data score. You kind of want players to be in 70 or higher. But I mean, it's a later round pick, so you kind of have to deal with what you got in terms of that pick. But overall, I really liked it. I compared the Vikings draft to the Houston Texans draft last year, where they took the best, arguably one of the best data prospects at the quarterback position, and arguably one of the best data prospects at the edge position. And you saw that result of getting those two guys there. So I'm really excited to see what they do in the future, because it's going to be really exciting with those prospects.
Excellent. Well, it makes you feel better, Steve. The Vikings might be a couple of years away from being where the Texans are now, based on what we just heard from our man, Geometrics, Jim Copeland.
Doesn't sound anything bad or negative around here.
Right, good point. While I've got you up there, Jim, this is purely selfish. My lovely lady friend, Carrie, has a little cousin. Well, he's not that little, I guess, but a young cousin named DeAndre Prince, who was selected a few selections ago. So, purely for selfish reasons, could you give us a breakdown on her cousin DeAndre?
Yeah, in terms of Prince, his and by Prince, I mean, DeAndre Prince, not, the artist formerly known as Prince.
Right.
In terms of Prince's data, he was about a 40 out of 100 prospect based on his overall production, or I would say not even production, this is data score, his athleticism and everything else like that. Looking at his statistical reasons as to why, so I'm just trying to get that up real quick for him. But the biggest things that really stuck out about Prince came down to athleticism traits were a little inconsistent, and his production traits were a little inconsistent. He had very good interception market share, so he was really good at getting picks, but his solo tackle production was below average. His pass deflection production was below average. So he was one of those players that would be the number one player in your team to get an interception, but not necessarily to tackle the ball carrier or make a play on the football in coverage. So those are kind of the biggest negatives to him. But he has a chance to maybe be a backup rotational guy for them. I think would be the most likely outcome.
Thank you, sir.
So just to refresh everybody on the latest picks, Charles Smith Wade, cornerback from Washington State to the Panthers. Mo Kamara off the board to the pass rush needy Dolphins. Hunter Milzad, center, goes to Kansas City. Unifon
Olufoshio, yes. Yep.
Yes.
You were close, Jeff. You were close.
Listen, I'm great at butchering names. I'm great at, but anything longer than 3 or 4 syllables, I'm going to butcher it. I'm like it was like Ginsu, He goes to Buffalo. Dominique Hampton from Washington to Washington.
You just talked about a second ago, Jim. What a steal. What a great pick.
Christian Jones, the tackle from Texas to the Cards. And Jacob Monk, another center. So we're getting a little mini run on centers. Goes to Green Bay.
And you missed the Browns taking Jamari Thrash.
Yes. I thought we mentioned him, but no, we didn't.
Some terrific value, right? I mean, every single one of those guys are going to contribute. A couple of them, I think, are going to become starters. And to get them here, that's big.
See, that is not a very common name in football. So when I saw Jamari Thrash, I immediately go to James Thrash.
But no relation.
No relation. But it's just not a very common name that you see on the back of a football jersey. No. All right. Are we coming up on a Vikings pick? No, we're done with Vikings in this round. So we'll get another Vikings pick while you're hanging on with us there, Steve.
I think it's not till the 6th round. Yeah.
Well, we're coming up on a 6th round. We're about a dozen picks away from round 6. So, the beautiful thing about day 3 is the picks go real fast. By the time you're talking about one kid, there's 4 other kids picked. So, we're getting to that point that it's just, unfortunately, you may be gone by the time they pick again. Greg's been sitting there. We have, he's making sure he's getting his Cowboy picks in there. But nevertheless,
it'd be nice for them to take some O-line depth.
Well, they did that this time around. I must admit they did that. But the question is, what's next for your Vikings? Because you've drafted, now you have this huge gap in picks. You got to come back again. What's next for you guys as far as this draft before it's over?
That's what I was alluding to. I'm kind of hoping the Vikings find some O-line depth. That's what they need to hit on here with what's left in the draft.
I mean, for you guys, are you looking interior or?
I mean, I think we're pretty set with the tackle, so it's probably more the guard.
And there's still some of that available. So yeah, if you're still looking for real tackle depth, everybody depth now is a project, but they're still good players that could project possibly into a quality backup, a long-term backup, or even a spot starter in certain positions. But you're going to get depth at this position where you're at now, especially because of the way the board's set up. The tackles flew early, so anything not tackled got pushed down. Realistically, center, other than Jackson, Powers Johnson, you weren't going to get any other centers going early, so that kind of helps you with the center position. Guards, depending on what you throw out of Cody Barton or Falatano, whether they're tackle guard, whatever you want to put them, those guys didn't go overly early, so you saw them sliding back. So you're starting to see the run on centers and guards and all that stuff now, while tackles still coming off the board. So real interested to see as we get into 6 and 7 that we are now coming up on the last 2 picks of round 5, and we still haven't had an Asian ECU player taken, correct?
Right. And we probably won't for another round. I don't think any of them are even in consideration until probably early to mid 6th is probably where you'll start to hear. If they'll start coming off, that'd be around there where it happens.
So we got to see the Ivy League tackle go yesterday. We were happy to see, an Ivy Leaguer getting some kind of love again. But so we're starting to get into the ultra value round.
Right.
Yeah.
I think somewhere around here we're going to start to see people like Jaheim Bell, Javon Solomon, Brendan Rice. I think was
Rasheen Ali off the board to the Ravens, and another running back coming off.
Once again, what a Ravens pick that is.
Yes.
Shout out to Rasheen Ali, a guy who took a year away for personal reasons and came back and then led his team in rushing again. So he has that sort of donut shaped career where the Florida State transfer came in, became their lead rusher while he was away dealing with that, comes right back and comes back and being super productive. His head coach, Charles Huff, was a terrific running backs coach himself before he became the head coach, and was, of course, amongst others, he's coached people like Saquon Barkley in his days at Penn State before he became the head coach at Marshall. So he's very well coached also.
There's still a lot of value on the running back board. So it's not like you're looking at it going, oh man, the cover's starting to get bare. No, there's still plenty of value there. Still value on the interior offensive line. We're deep into the tackle market. I mean, we are real deep into the tackle market and still going strong. So
yeah.
If you have children that are 6'5" and above and large and athletic, teach them to play tackle. But I'm also expecting somewhere around here for guys like DJ James to come off the board. The aforementioned Christian Mahogany. I think he comes off the board pretty close to around here. Let's see.
Well, the Eagles have 2 more picks, so that's where he's probably going to go. It's just
Can the Eagles stop already?
No, Howie doesn't stop because he just keeps getting more and more picks, and they all hit.
I know we keep tossing more and more bouquets at his feet, but he demands it. I mean, like as you said, he doesn't seem to ever stop picking good football players, which is how you maintain. When you lose guys retire, guys move on.
But Howie Roseman was about to lose that job before that deal 3 years ago. He was in danger of losing his gig
And now all he does is hit home run after home run.
And then ever since he took Devontae Smith, every pick has just been a monster. It's just unbelievable.
I haven't seen Ethan Driscoll go off the board yet.
No. A few other names I expect to hear called in the next probably 15 to 20 picks. Delmore Glaze. Speaking of tackles,
I think Glaze went off the board already. I thought I saw that.
Did he already?
I think he went off the board. Let me double check.
Did I miss
Is there any value left in the defensive tackle position?
There
Oh,
is.
plenty.
Yeah, because of the run on offense, there is. Yeah. I think my guy Tyler Davis is still available.
Tyler Davis is still sitting there.
Yeah, that's an enormous value. At least in my
Interesting.
And of course, Makai
just-
Lingo.
There we go. Yep.
All those DTs I mentioned to you earlier, Bill,
Yes.
they're all available. All of them.
Yep. Isn't that crazy? Amongst the offensive tackles, which they still seem to be drafting, if Glaze is available, I thought he was. If not him, Javon Foster, who's been my next highest rated tackle, is still available.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly happy with the Vikings getting another D tackle.
Yeah, Glaze went to the Raiders.
Oh, he did go. Okay, he went to the Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders got him. Yeah, I knew I saw his name come across the board.
Oh, okay. Okay, well then Javon Foster's my next highest rated offensive.
Foster went to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 114.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Got it. Ryan Flournoy also is a guy that should go somewhere around here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I thought Flournoy would have been gone already.
No, he'll go somewhere around here, though. I think somewhere between here and the early sixth, he's gone. I think Curtis Jacobs from Penn State should go soon.
Especially when they started pulling the receivers in the second and third. I thought Flournoy would have been gone by now.
Tyrone Tracy Jr. just went to the Giants.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Gotcha.
You sound like you're in agony, Greg.
Well, because I picked Tyrone to become a Cowboy. Of course I'm not. It's just not right.
Another one of those guys who's like an ideal rotational guy.
Yeah.
He reminds me a lot of, speaking of Eagles, Eagles running back from Nevada they had a few years back. What was his name? Had a couple good years with him as a rotational running back. But he's, and once again, the guys you're getting here mostly are going to be contributors. Every once in a while you'll hit on a starter. And I've named a couple of guys I think could still become starters, but most of the guys you're getting here are contributors. Is Frank Crump still available, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Frank Crump is available. I didn't think Frank was going before round 6, honestly.
Right. No, I mean, I still think he's a guy who has future starter potential. Not immediately, but
He's gonna be a guy that's gonna project to be eventually a swing before he becomes a right tackle.
I think you mentioned Dylan Lobby. Also, I think at some point in the next, say, 15, 20 picks, Cody Schrader comes off the board.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he makes it past Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas is going to take Schrager. I've got, yeah.
I think that's what we'll actually see Greg jump out of his seat.
Yep.
So, Steve.
Yes.
Before we make room for our next guest, you got to tell us what is your projection for Minnesota based on what you've seen this offseason?
All right. Well, the Las Vegas gave the over/under for the Vikings season at 6.5, based on what they've done with the draft. I feel like Turner will actually see the field probably a lot sooner than McCarthy. But there's a chance we might see both of them playing this year. And I think that there's a good chance the Vikings get at least 7 to 9 wins. I think that's the range they're actually going to be around. So I'm going to take the over from Vegas.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe a wild card.
Oh.
Well, 9 wins. You might be in a wild card with 9 wins. It might happen.
You might be. I think if the divisions are really competitive, 9 and possibly even 8 wins get somebody in the wild card if the divisions are really competitive. Because you're
Didn't the Buccaneers win last year with a sub 500 record? Yeah.
No, they were 9 and 8 last year. They were
okay, yeah.
The year before they were 8 and 9. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
but
it'll happen.
Another running back, Greg, Keelan Robinson.
Keelan Robinson.
Yeah. So yeah.
He's another Texas player that I really don't care about. I really don't, I can't stomach the way that these guys, especially down in Cowboys draft land, always talk about these guys that play for the University of Texas. It drives me bananas.
So, Jim, we just heard how much
everything's bigger in Texas.
Does not care about this player. What does the data say about Keelan Robinson, the running back from Texas?
Well, in terms of data, I mean, he wasn't the most productive running back, obviously, because of all the talent they had at Texas. He did have good receiving market share production, though, which was pretty impressive. And athleticism-wise, he's a decent athlete at the position. I think with the fit with the Jacksonville Jaguars, I mean, he's a backup rotational back. That's what he was at Texas. That's probably what he's going to be at the NFL level. But there is that sort of, he could be Priest Holmes, that kind of, everybody wants to make those types of comps, for underutilized backs. Backs that weren't really utilized a whole lot in college, and then they kind of made a splash. Is he in the Priest Holmes area? Yeah, but there's also thousands of running backs who were the Priest Holmes area. So in terms of actually played on teams like Texas that were kind of backup rotational guys and ending up in the NFL and doing something. So, but backup rotational would be most likely with Robinson.
Well, I mean, he reminds me a little bit of from Appalachian State, I think 2 drafts ago. Undersized, quick. Might be in the UFL now, but he played in the NFL a little while. Dang. I used to always have him right there. But like that kind of guy, right? Steve Slayton-esque, can catch the ball fairly well, as you pointed out. Can't really hold up in blitz protection, which is kind of an issue. But yeah, a specialist is a term I think somebody's going to throw out there.
Jay Solomon off the board in Buffalo.
Yep. I've mentioned that guy coming off soon. Jim, what does the data say about our friend from Troy, Javon Solomon?
Good data with him. His overall grade, let me just check my big board real quick. For him, he was kind of in around the 60 percentile in terms of his overall data grade. So he's kind of in between a backup to a potential starter. His athleticism testing was a little inconsistent for him, but he was one of those players that when I ended up grading him, he had a lot of positive marks in terms of his overall data, but it just wasn't quite at a starter level. So he's one of those guys that kind of has a lot of positive things to his overall data profile, but he's not exactly pushing into that ability where you think like, okay, this guy could be special. Like, for example, he had like an 87 percentile sack market share production score with above average athleticism across the board, but doesn't quite have elite athleticism traits. Doesn't have elite production overall. So, and he played at Troy. So you have those sort of level of competition concerns about him, but I think he's a solid prospect. I mean, he has all the prerequisite things you need to be a guy that might have been overlooked because of where he played that goes on to become a starter.
Got it. Understood. And they moved him around some at the Senior Bowl, and he played some true linebacker, even a little bit of middle linebacker, which was interesting.
Didn't I call that during the middle linebacker show?
A little bit. I mean, they just played around with that. I don't think that's his eventual role in the NFL. I think he's going to end up being a designated pass rusher, a part-time player who they look around for matchups. But
they want him as an edge when they drafted.
Right. But what I will say is he was willing to try. I'll give him credit for that. He looked a little, fish out of water-ish but he was willing to try it.
Well, we saw the same thing last year with the kid from FAMU, right? Isaiah Lane, right? They stood him up. They made him play like linebacker and stack
Isaiah
linebacker.
looked a little more comfortable.
Yeah, he definitely did. But you look at the two different plays. Isaiah Lane was a pass rusher that also played defensive end, but I think he was an athlete, right?
Yeah.
This kid's an athlete, but I think he's more of a bulldog. He's a guy that's got to go forward. So while you can possibly turn him into a linebacker, I think you can turn him into a Mike. That would be a long-term type project because he's got to learn how to control his gap integrity instincts. He doesn't have it right now because he's always just a hammer. A hammer only knows one thing: to hit the nail. Right? He's not a reader. So that would be something, if you want to take that as a long-term project you can do. I don't think that's going to be an immediate help. He's going to use him as an outside linebacker or an edge where he can just a hammer.
Right. Yeah, I think he's one of those guys. You talk about guys who reduce that.
All right, so.
No, I'm sorry to tell you, Steve, but the Packers just took this Oladapo kid from Oregon State.
Oladapo, yeah.
And he's gonna crush Addison and Hawkinson and those guys. He's gonna crush them. They're gonna get banged up. It's gonna be over.
Well, Steve, we're gonna let you go because we know you're about to get ready to get back on the road. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, guys. Not a problem. Great having me here.
Yes. Greg, my friend Jim, as far as I know, coined the term edge safety. This is one of those guys who kind of sort of is an edge safety. He's one of those overhang defenders. He had 6 sacks or something. He's one of those sort of weird hybrid players. What does the data say about Mr. Keaton Oladapo, who I still consider him a Portland State player? Once again, he spent 1 year at Oregon State.
Yeah.
4 years at Portland, but go ahead. What does the data say about him, Jim?
Yeah, in terms of him, I mean, he has a solid overall profile based on his data. He kind of was in the 70 percentile range in terms of his overall production traits. And based on his data, he was a true strong safety in terms of just his size and his other sort of traits, at the position. He was about trying to see how big he was. He was about 5'11", 203,
right?
Which is kind of that. At least that's the modern day safety kind of size for him. 80 percentile in terms of solo tackle data, 80 percentile in terms of pass deflection data. Athleticism wise, he was about the 60 percentile, so he's above average as an athlete, but not really elite in any one thing. But I mean, he's a solid prospect. I mean, I think there's other safeties that you could have taken, obviously, based on data that might have turned out a little bit better. But in terms of what he could be, I mean, a starter, I think is the best.
So who do you think might have had a better chance to be an even better player available at the safety position?
Well, James Williams of Miami would definitely be that. Mark Perry from TCU, Amani Johnson, Patrick McMorris, Trey Taylor, even an Army guy, Quindrelin Hammonds from Army is another guy who's kind of interesting from that position.
Okay, so that's enough. That's enough bucking up a bill and being an Army guy. Okay, this old Marine doesn't like talking about the Army.
Yeah,
we don't talk about Army. It's not
It's okay, Greg. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. What means just went to the Saints. There is an excellent pick for the Saints.
Okay.
What does Bub Means look like when you look at the wide receivers in this class? And do you think he's a guy that could eventually work his way into a starter?
He's an older he's a tweener, metrically speaking. He's in between a starter and a backup. So he has great athleticism traits. I mean, he was went to the combine, had crazy vertical, crazy broad jump, decent speed. Production-wise was just sort of average at the position, above average in some ways. In terms of certain things there, but his That's kind of what he is. He's in between. He's in between a starter and a backup. I think where he was taken, he's probably more likely going to be a rotational starter or a rotational, practice reserve type. But he's interesting. I think he has a decent overall profile. He might turn into something, might not. So.
Okay, thanks, sir. Yeah, I think he's a wide receiver 3/4, so that kind of aligns with like what I saw and what you see looking at data, what I see looking at him play. Jump ball guy, that gives him a chance.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be very upset because Jordan Travis was just taken by the Jets. Aaron is going to be so mad.
It took long enough. I'll be honest with you. Had he not gotten injured, we wouldn't have waited this long for Jordan Travis.
No. I think he might have gone ahead of. Well, he would have gone ahead of Rattler. He wouldn't have edged out like the top quarterbacks, obviously, but I think he would have gone ahead of Rattler. So maybe if he stays healthy, I don't think he makes it out of the top 100. I think somewhere maybe late second, mid third.
I was just about to say if Jordan Travis had stayed healthy, he would have been a late second round pick in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
So now the next question is, where does Joe Milton go?
Well, and what position also for me is the question about Joe Milton. But I would love to see him figure it out and find a way to stay a quarterback. But the guy I watched up close in person, he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, but he's see the thing. I don't like switching a guy when he's in the infancy of the position, right? He barely started 2 seasons, right? And we're drafting guys high who barely started 2 seasons, and we're giving them the bag. Here's a guy who's got a lot of raw talent, but is unpolished. He's far from polished.
Do you know where Joe Milton really belongs?
Where's that?
Up here in Canada.
There you go.
Yeah,
he belongs up here to get taught how to play quarterback.
I think the only way for him to get better playing quarterback is to play quarterback. I don't think moving him around. We have done this too many times with the big black quarterback where we go, okay, you know what? You can throw the football, you're raw, but you know what? You're athletic. We'll make you a tight end. There's a guy in Philadelphia that was the same way that started at Buffalo. We were wowing at the Josh Allen arm at the Senior Bowl, the 70-yard arm, and he was right there with him throwing 70 yards. But because he was raw and unpolished, we made him a tight end. If you're going to sit there and take project quarterbacks, take them in the back end of the draft, and teach them how to play the position. That's what we have practice squads for. That's what we have QB3s for. Stop putting these guys in other positions because it's just easier to do than teach it. We're coaches, we're supposed to teach, right? So this is what I'm talking about. It may be a better, healthier franchise long-term to take these guys, teach them to play the position and be productive quarterback for your franchise later on, than to just turn them into a tight end where they're a role player and then you just X them out for somebody better anyway.
Yeah, I root for him to figure it out. It's just when you see him up close and he's incredibly impressive, like a physical specimen. Yeah. His arm is it's the strongest arm in the class. It's ludicrously strong. But I mean, so many easy misses in drills where the defense isn't even contesting. It's worrisome, I think is the term I would use. But I root for him. I'd love to see him straighten it out.
So how do you guys feel about go ahead.
Oh, I was about to ask you a question, but go ahead, Jim.
So how do you guys feel about John Rice Plumlee as a wide receiver?
I think that you give him the chance to play quarterback first too, and because he's showing you enough at quarterback to warrant the look. I just don't like taking an athlete and throwing him at the position. Cole Dowell, you throw him at the position. He's an athlete playing quarterback. John Rice Plumlee at least showed you quarterback ability. Bring him in camp, let him compete. If you don't feel he can compete at the NFL level, you have him already there to put him in your practice squad as a receiver and develop him the way you want. But I just don't like taking an athlete and saying, okay, you can't play the position and do it that way. You got to fully evaluate the player, and sometimes they just don't do that enough. They look at a guy and go, too raw. We're not going to waste the time. He's either going to be a tight end. He may take longer to develop at that position you're changing him to than it is to teach him how to play the one he currently plays.
And that can turn out to be the case. Obviously, we watched what happened with Logan Thomas. And of course, Taysom Hill is the most recent example. And Adam Troutman made the transition while he was still in college.
Yeah.
If he can somehow figure out how to throw the right ball to the right place, right?
Yes.
Sometimes he throws it to the right place, but it's the wrong ball. He's got too much on it. The trajectory's wrong, or he's hitting the guy in the wrong place, or he's missing the guy entirely, which really worries me. Not just ball placement, but like not even being in the area of where the ball should be. If that can be fixed, and it doesn't often happen, but if it can, well, I'm going to ask Jim. Obviously, it doesn't often happen. You've been studying quarterback data, I think going back to 1958 or something. Looking at guys like Plumlee and looking at guys like Milton, what are their chances of becoming even backup quarterbacks based on the work that you do?
Well, based on how they overall tested, in terms of the overall profile, as I told you before, Joe Milton is very similar to Colin Kaepernick as a prospect, in terms of his overall data, raw as a passer, but could develop into something at the next level. Rise Plumlee, though, is more so in the backup range of things. I mean, they're both in the backup range of things, So Plumlee did have a very good mobile quarterback score, his ability as a rusher with football. And that's the only reason I point that out is because Julian Edelman had a very similar profile coming out. And not to say that you shouldn't give him an opportunity to be a quarterback. It's just when you watch him on film and you kind of look back at Julian Edelman in terms of how he tested and everything else like that, that could be a trajectory if he goes to a team that actually gives him a shot, end up on the field.
Yeah, and I'm with it. Listen, Logan Thomas became a tight end because they brought him in as a quarterback. They let him play in the preseason and said, yeah, no, let's try to move. And he made the move, and he's had a good career since. But there have been other guys they've tried it with. It hasn't worked out. There may be a role guy. You know what? Maybe they would have developed into that QB2 that you've been keep trying to find, and you keep paying overpriced veterans for that just don't produce, and you wind up replacing them with another one. Sometimes having a guy in-house. Cooper Rush is the prime example of a guy who was passed around the league, but once again, as long as he's in Dallas, he knows how to play there. He throws a decent football. He understands the system, and he's a quality backup. And they have patience with the process. Sometimes being patient with the player works out in the long term. We have gotten so microwave popcorn with player evaluation at the NFL level that if they don't produce in 30 seconds, we're throwing the next bag in and you're out the way. So that's kind of part of the problem. Some guys are literally long-term projects.
Yep. Well, that's what he would be. Probably a practice. If he stays a quarterback, he's probably a practice squad guy.
Oh, Lord. Isaiah Davis just went to the Jets.
Yeah. Right before you. They made sure they got him before you got him.
Yep.
So.
And that's 2 straight running backs that they've taken.
Yes.
So I think this is Cody Schrader, Greg.
Yeah. Well, Davis is one of those sort of people talk about upright runners. He came in at right around 6 feet, about 221, 222 pounds. He played at that. He may have come out slightly lighter to try to run fast. But he's a mid to upper 4.5s guy. He's got enough speed. He's not going to run away from people a lot, but he runs through people a lot. And he's going to play in the mid 220s when it's all said and done. He, like I say, slimmed down a little bit to try to run faster at the combine. But he's definitely one of those, not a make you miss guy. I'm not saying he's incapable of making you miss, but he doesn't usually even choose to. He's one of those run through your face type people for the most part. And he's a tough, old school tough guy, right? He's a classic old school tough guy. Yes. Yes, it was to have Monty back in the fold. Yes.
So we'll be having another guest coming on soon. We're working up to some of our final guests of the draft. You know, as we're approaching round 6, and the picks go faster and faster and faster. How are we surviving? You're asking in 3 days of this. The longest day is at the end. This is how we survive day 3, folks. All right. This is how we survive day 3. Okay. All right. So by all means, Dunkin' needs to become a sponsor of the show, or Wawa, any coffee provider. So by all means, you know, we are truly, yes. You're running on caffeine while we're going through. Bill's got the agua going. I've got both. I've got a cooler bag full of water and a box of Joe, and we're going. You know, so all right. So Greg, your pick is in. Your reaction will tell all. I won't even say anything about it. Yeah, we're seeing the value picks come off. We said the backs are going to come off today. They're coming off in plurality. I forgot the Jets had so many picks at the back end of 5.
Yes, they.
Yeah.
So I feel badly for Isaiah Davis Jr. and Braylon Allen because, of course, they got Aaron. I'm going to throw that football all day long, no matter what, as their quarterback.
Well, they have a loaded backfield because you have you have Breece Hall leading the way, and then this trail of quality behind it. So if you get into situations where Breece Hall is injured, you may not be able to replace his production with one player, but you have at least 2 to 3 players that can come in and give you quality production, whether it's red zone, whether it's short yardage, whether it's out of the backfield as a pass catcher. The beauty of having multiple backs is that when you have one special back, you don't have a mediocre back trying to replace that production. You have several backs that can come in and give you the pieces that you're missing. So I think it's great that they picked up Breece Hall and company. They picked up Braylon Allen is the name. I like Braylon Allen a lot. Yes, while he is not exactly the greatest when it comes to cutting and explosiveness, when it comes to changing direction, the power on the inside, the tackles, the ability to break tackles at the second level. He does, you know, for a guy that doesn't have all this amazing burst, he does have a lot of long runs where he does get touched. So that's something that you have to like about his game. And while they're at the commercial on the big network, we're waiting for them to announce your Cowboys pick, Greg. We also have our next guest to come in 2 minutes. We're going to have Steve Atkinson from Team NBS. We're going to talk some New England Patriots. That's right, the post-Belichick era New England Patriots. We're going to talk with Steve in a minute. I think we touched upon all the most recent picks, except for Trevor Keegan, the guard out of Michigan. There's 2 guards from Michigan in this group. Trevor Keegan is one, and the other one is somewhere on my board, at the bottom, but he's there. Trent Jones is the other guard, Michigan guard.
And of course, they're putting up the low lights for the Cowboys here. The only 12-win team for 3 straight seasons to not go to a conference championship game. It's just so disgusting. I mean, 36 wins.
Greg, only Cowboy fans can be disgusted when we're winning 3 12-win seasons. I'm sorry.
But you know what bothered me, though, was DeMarcus Lawrence saying how tired they actually were. Are you kidding me? The Kansas City Chiefs have played more football than you guys have played, and they weren't tired.
That's an indictment on them. I wouldn't have admitted that. No,
exactly.
I would have just said we didn't play our best football. I wouldn't have admitted they were tired. that we were leg weary.
And again, this goes back to what I've said before. The next time they make the damn playoffs, I lock them all up in a hotel room. I don't care. No wives, no girlfriends, no podcast, no nothing.
I don't think it was the week of the playoffs that did it for them.
No.
I just think that if you're not in that kind of condition at the end of the season, it's because you didn't do the work in the beginning.
Yep.
So usually the guys that go all the way are pretty good at conditioning before you even get to that point. So Jim Mauer's got to run them a little bit extra. Okay, so you're finally going to get your selection in. Galen Carson, cornerback from Wake Forest.
There we go. Wake Forest had a nice secondary.
Greg's reaction says it all. Well, I think he's a quality depth player.
He's a quality depth player, but there's nothing in the running back room. There's nothing there.
Well, they feel differently. They believe with Dowdle coming back. They believe with Deuce Vaughn. They believe with Malik Davis. They believe with Royce Freeman. They have enough to add a little bit later, maybe even after the draft, to compete with that, and possibly another veteran too. So I don't think that they're willing to overly spend, and I don't think they're in love with what's on their board now. I think a lot of the guys they really wanted to go. But to me, I would have taken Schrader. I think Schrader's worth that pick at that point.
Absolutely.
He's value on my board. But
absolutely.
They may not believe that way. They may believe that he's a higher value on their board. So,
well,
if we know one thing about them, they will play their board.
Yep. And the corner is a position of need. I don't care what anybody says, because Trayvon is coming off that ACL injury. He's not going to be ready to roll. They needed another corner. Oh, that's fine. But still, I wanted to see one of these running backs.
Yeah. Well, let's see. So, Jim, we're about to end the fifth round. Tell us who you think right now. Give us 5 guys who think are still top value at this point in the draft.
Sure. I think, one, the cornerbacks, Benny Bishop Jr. is still there. Storm Duck is another cornerback that I think there's actually a lot of cornerback and safety depth, I think, is the biggest thing at this point of the draft. At the linebacker position, Jalen Ford from Texas was decent. Curtis Jacobs, I think you definitely could see that. The last defensive tackle, I think, that probably might go here, Makai Wingo from LSU. I was pretty impressed with just his overall athleticism traits and also his film. I think he does some sneaky, interesting things at that position. And I know he's a little bit undersized, but I think he is impressive from that standpoint. For Dallas, if the Dallas Cowboys get Kamani Vidal from Troy, who's still available, you might have something interesting there. So I think that's definitely another player to look at. Jaheim Bell at tight end is still available. I know he's a pocket tight end. He's not like a full-service tight end. But I think, and also guards. There's a lot of guards. Donovan Jennings, Jarrett Kingston, Nicholas Gargulio, who is an Ivy League transfer. So he's somebody who I think is also available that could kind of fill a need in the interior of the line. Frank Crum at tackle. I think we've already mentioned him. Is another tackle that could potentially develop in a starting tackle at the next level. So those would kind of be the positions I'd be looking at this point.
Well, Jim, it's been amazing hanging with you for a few hours, man. You're hanging out with us day 3, giving us some great insight. Once again, we know you got the draft guide out. We know you got some work. Tell people before you run away from us and enjoy the rest of your draft day where they can find the rest of your work.
Yes.
Yeah, you can find my work obviously on Twitter at Geometrics. Well, excuse me, X, formerly known as Twitter at Geometrics. You can check out the All Pro Football data YouTube channel where I am going to be doing my draft reviews based on data. So all those videos the first video probably should be up tonight, and it'll go all the way through the week. So be sure to check that out. So whatever team you are, I go pretty hard in the paint in terms of that, in terms of going over all the data, all the analytics, what the potential is of each prospect, and also what the potential is based on where they were drafted. So it takes a look at everything to kind of give the most comprehensive draft guides, or I would say comprehensive draft grades, I guess is the best way to put it. And I would say the difference between my draft grades and everybody else is I don't put emotion in it. I don't go, well, I love that player on film, so I'm going to give him a B because I really like this film. Like, nothing, again, nothing against that, but it's based on the data. It's based on what happened in the past that kind of gives it more of a foundation compared to other draft grades. So that's why I think you definitely guys should check that out.
Definitely will.
I cannot recommend it enough. If you haven't already checked out Jim's work, I strongly recommend that you do so.
This is the time where I start to do it. Once the draft is over and I actually have time to sit and read. Okay. Well, after this week, because I still have finals and a commencement, but definitely there'll be something I will be digging into along with a few other draft guides as I get ready to start looking at 2025.
Yes.
So, yeah. So, Jim, it's been amazing, man. Thanks again for hanging out. By all means, man, we will do this again.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Jim.
take care, Jim.
The amazing Jim Coburn, everybody.
Woo! Jim Metrics himself.
So, time to talk some New England Patriots football.
Yes.
And with that, we're going to bring in Team NBS New England Patriots aficionado. We're talking to Steve Atkinson. Steve, welcome.
Hey, Lloyd. Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
No problem.
What are you?
So, it is the first draft of the Gerard Mayo era. Tell us how you think it's going so far.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
He was asking what you thought so far of the draft, the first draft of the Gerard Mayo era.
So, first draft of the Gerard Mayo era has really kicked off as to being an offensive draft. The first 5 draft picks have been offensive guys in Elliott Wolf's first draft as a de facto GM. Bill Belichick's last year in his last draft with the Patriots, his first 3 picks were all defense. This year they drafted Drake May, which I think can learn with Jacoby Brissett, be that sponge, take it all in, sit a year, and then come back in 2025 and take that second year leap. They got the 2 wide receivers. They got an offensive tackle and a guard. They got Jalen Polk and Javon Baker, who May and Baker connected when they flew together at Alabama. They have a connection already. Elliott Wolf, in my opinion, has done more for Drake May in this draft than Bill Belichick did the last 3 years in the draft for Mac Jones. That's my opinion. I think it's a great draft so far. I think again with having also a offensive coordinator, Alex Van Pelt, who isn't really a flight risk. The last few offensive coordinators this team has had, they've been flight risks for head coaching jobs. With Alex Van Pelt here, T.C. McCartney, Ben McAdoo, those guys are not going to get head coaching jobs anytime soon. And they can develop the quarterback the right way. Jacoby Brissett isn't arrogant. He's a good placeholder. He's a good bridge quarterback. He knows the Brown system. He knows the Packer system. Drake May talked about how Alex Van Pelt showed him film of the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers. Elliott Wolf has preached he wants to bring the Packer way of drafting and developing talent on this team to the Patriots, and that has been lost. You look at Jordan Love, like I've been saying, Jordan Love with Aaron Rodgers, and now Jordan Love is good. And the same thing could be for Drake May and Jacoby Brissett.
Yes, and Elliott Wolf, as you mentioned, of course, the son of the great Ron Wolf, That the apple, hopefully for the future in New England, has not fallen too far from that talent evaluator and talent collector tree. So far, who is your favorite selection for the Patriots in this era?
As of right now, I would say Javon Baker. I like his swagger, man. He's that guy. That guy's got a huge chip on his shoulder. I just heard a clip before I came here, and he's like, I make people in a wheelchair stand up. But get your popcorn ready. I love that. That's what this team needs. They need a pop on this offense. You know what I'm saying? Because they've missed that. They've missed that on the offensive side. So that's who I like so far.
Well, speaking of New England, you're going to be facing a young man from Canada, Quantez Stiggers, off the board to the Jets. So that's one of the young corners from Canada that everybody's been excited about. But I must say this, and this is going to be an interesting thing, because one of the hard parts about trying to analyze a draft for a new – well, he's not really a new GM. He's a de facto GM. He's not really the full title of GM. And a new head coach who hasn't been a head coach before, right? So we're trying to figure out how these guys are going to do things. Well, we haven't even seen their philosophy play out on the field. So you're coming in, everybody's talking about the new offensive coordinator in Van Pelt and things he's going to do. How are you in this fan base feeling about the direction of things? We haven't even had a chance to fully digest what they're going to do yet.
Right, and that's the most intriguing thing, because I feel like the scouts and everybody, like the Elliott Wolves, all of them were held back for the last 3-4 years because Belichick would listen to his friends and listen to other people or his college coaches and not the people in his own organization. And the scouts would leave and say, "Oh, why would I spend all year scouting and when Bill's going to go get Nick Gary or Bill's just going to do this?" And so I think with this Elliott Wolf and his team, I think that it really lets them be heard, their voices be heard, and we've seen it in this draft where they're drafting guys. They've drafted 5 offensive guys that Belichick never would have done when he was here. He wouldn't have taken Drake May in the first round. He was crapping on him the other night. He wouldn't have taken any of. I don't know if he would have taken any of these guys. Honestly, I think in the direction going forward, these voices, these young new voices, will finally be heard that were shunned away so long because Bill just listened to his friends or his college buddies and just did what was best for him, and mainly the defensive side more so than the offensive side. Like Gerard Mayo is, I think he's a player's coach. Yes, he's a defensive-minded head coach, but he knows that they need to weaponize the offense. He wasn't arrogant in saying, "Oh, we need to do the defense. We need to just build on defense and special teams," like Bill did. He was like, "We got to get offense. We need to we agreed with Elliott Wolf. They need to weaponize the offense, and they might have done that here." I'm excited. I really am.
Good afternoon, everybody that's in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. We're talking with Steve Atkinson, Team NBS's New England Patriots aficionado. I'm really impressed with the new direction. I thought Bob Kraft, when he moved in this direction, moved swiftly. He didn't leave a lot of room for mistakes. And I say that because when you start overthinking things and interviewing 50 million people when you know the direction you want to go, you kind of mess up the process. You knew when he was moving on from Bill that he wanted Mayo, and he moved pretty quickly on it. He made sure that this happened. He didn't have to do the Rooney Rule because the guy he wanted was a minorities, right? So that kind of took care of that situation, right? So looking at this offseason, what is the outlook that you have for this team?
Well, they re-signed all their own guys. They re-signed their Josh Uches, Michael Owenus. They re-signed Kyle Duggar. They gave Hunter Henry, Kendrick Bourne, Jalen Reagor. Jennings. They signed Okafor from the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I think, again, the outlook on this team for this season is probably going to be, in my opinion, a development and probably like maybe 6 or 7 wins. I know it's very early in the game, in the process, but their offseason, they wanted to find their own guys. And I know they had a lot of, the cap space and all that. They missed out on a few wide receivers. But my intriguing thing is, like, when you look at the Houston Texans and what they've done, right? Look at Nick Caserio, who was with the Patriots and then moved away from Belichick, and what he's done with C.J. Stroud, and they just got Stephon Diggs. They got him a receiver, right? So you draft the receivers, like Elliott Wolf's doing now, and then maybe next year in 2025, maybe you have more money, and you can trade for that true number one, maybe, Brandon Ayuk or whatever, or somebody like that, you know what I mean? Get him a real number one. Or if these guys pan out that they've drafted so far, these 2 wide receivers, maybe they pan out, maybe they turn into something. Who knows? I am intrigued. I'm looking forward to it, but I think this team, early looking at it, might be like a 6 to 7 win team with Jacoby Brissett.
Well, that would be a bit of a turnaround, and obviously a big part of that, you mentioned offense, which obviously was not the calling card in New England for the past couple of years. You're expecting for Drake May to have a chance to sit and learn. What kind of quarterback play are you expecting from your projected starter, who some people, like more than others? I've heard a lot of different opinions about him. I mean, I fell in love with him originally back at, he's making the transition from Florida to NC State. I thought they made a mistake, frankly, at Florida. I thought he was the best quarterback they had on their roster after they lost Cam Newton. A little before that, they had, obviously the biggest name was Tim Tebow, but as terms of pro prospects, I thought Jacoby was a guy that was the best pro prospect that had the quarterback in a while. They made a mistake letting him get away, goes to NC State, solidifies that. What are you expecting from the quarterback play in New England this year?
I'm expecting it to be a lot better than last year. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Jacoby has that experience. He's been here before, obviously, in a different offense. When he played, I think he was on the team when Brady got suspended in 2016, and he played on that Thursday night game, and that was a different offense. But I honestly think he's been in that, Cleveland Browns. He knows that kind of Packer way, kind of offensive style that Alex Van Pelt runs. So it won't be old for him. And I think with these young guys, he can work with them. I think he's got a good – Hunter Henry's a great tight end. He's really good. He's still got Kendrick Bourne. They are stacked with wide receivers. So who knows what's going to happen with Juju Smith-Schuster? Who knows what's going to happen with – and I think Jacoby Brissett, though, is going to be a great leader. He's going to be a great competitor. And I think he's going to put up some numbers this year and do well in that offense. I really do.
Well, I'm a Jacoby Brissett guy as well. I hope this is a year that, if it's his only year there as a starter, that it's a springboard to whatever his next place is. He gets a chance to show people that he is a guy that is a capable, let's say maybe top 20 or so starter. And at that point, like I said, there'll be a nice little bidding war when he becomes available, if indeed they're going to pass the baton to Drake May after this.
Well, notable thing while we were on the air with you, your New England Patriots just selected Marcellus Dial, quarterback from South Carolina.
Yep.
So adding to the cornerback room as well.
Quarterback or cornerback?
Corner.
Yeah.
My position near and dear to my heart. So this is going to be the first time you've had a non-Bill Belichick coaching staff since, 1999?
Yep.
Yeah. So what should we expect to it? It's been the same philosophy for 20 plus years, almost 30 years. while this is a young man who you can consider off the Belichick tree since he came up under him, do you think it's going to be closer to how Bill did things, or do you think he's going to start to make his own kind of environment and style in New England?
It's going to be a different style, and we've kind of seen that already in Elliott Wolf's comments from the scouting combine when he said we need to develop the offense, we need to weaponize the offense, and then even Jerome Mayo has hinted and given some shots like it's no shot to the old regime, but we're going to try something different, be more collaborative, grow up. Literally, Elliott Wolf in the scouting combine, and West, he didn't say this directly, but he was like, we took the system, the old system, and like literally threw it out. And I'm creating my own system, and it's the new system. It's the fresh, young, new system that works. Like the Packer way works. It works with quarterbacks. It works with developing. It works with drafting. It works. And I think that he's going to bring it here, and hopefully I expect that it will work for the long term. It will be better, and I think it's going to work. I do.
So far, 6 young men have had their names called by New England Patriots. Other than the Drake May pick, which one is the most intriguing to you of this class so far?
I would say Layden Robinson, because I think that one's intriguing because, Cole Strange's history at that position is injury history. And I think, Layden Robinson will hopefully develop into a player that isn't like a Cole Strange. And you guys do a great job evaluating talent on the college level. And you probably know more about this type of like the Layden Robinson. But I hope that he is better than Cole Strange and stays on the field. And, because that offensive line has been wretched for so long. And they needed to really revamp the line. So I would go with Layden Robinson.
Okay. I think you have done an amazing job if you're looking to turn this around. And the reason being is you've got 2 receivers who can come in and immediately give you stuff that you didn't have before, right? One of the biggest knocks on the New England Patriots during the Bill Belichick era was that you didn't have, other than Randy Moss, guys that attacked down the field. It was a very controlled offense, right? You add Jalen Polk early, come back with Javon Baker, 2 guys that can take the top off a defense, 2 guys that when you get the ball in their hands in space, they can create. It makes it look like there's definitely a new direction, offensively at least, from McDaniel and O'Brien and all of the previous coordinators who really put the ball in Tom Brady's hands and said, you make the big plays for us.
Right. Yeah. Pretty much. He did. He said, yeah, Brady, you do it. And he got the random Danny Amendolas and the Wes Welkers. He thought it was just all Brady at that point. And he just lost style. It's a draft and develop style. And that's what it has to be. It has to be a draft and develop and get explosive guys. And these 2 guys that they just got today hopefully will be explosive. Sounds like they're going to be. And because, again, with the Brady era, it was always like, oh, yeah, give the ball to Brady and you make the play. And he always did. And then once Brady left, they forgot to draft and develop. I can't remember the last receiver where they drafted.
I think they had N'Keal Harry was the last one.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Belichick, you could put Belichick in a pool and he could pick the longest one. So He couldn't not draft a receiver. Couldn't do it.
Well, there's a lot of teams drafting receivers right now.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of them are somewhat similar guys.
Yeah.
We had Cowing and Gold go close to each other. Then we have Malik Washington and Jaquan Jackson go close to each other. If you were to have them switch uniforms, unless you watched a lot of those guys, it'd be hard to tell them apart. They're very similar players.
very.
We lost Steve, so what we'll do is we'll recap and we'll see if it gets back on. It kind of froze. Walter Ralph kicked off the round. Another value pick at tackle. Here we are in round 6, and we are still going tackle. That's how deep this class is. So, D tackle from Iowa, Logan Lee was next. Satawa Laomaya.
Satoa Lamea.
Yeah, Laomaya. There you go. Okay, I told you I'm going to butcher them at the syllables of 3 or more. It's getting butchered. It's getting sued up. Forget about it. All right, so he goes to Seattle. We mentioned the dial pick. Kamani Vidal was just mentioned by Jim Goldberg. You know, breaking your heart again, Greg. He goes to Jim Harbaugh.
I know.
Who just keeps loading up his running back room, right?
Great grandnephew, of course, of Hammering Hank Aaron, and as I called him in my scouting report, a wastebasket full of concrete.
Darius Massal from UCLA goes to the Giants, and then, of course, Malik Washington.
He'll be a terrific special teamer. I don't know if he ever will be a guy that plays a lot on defense, but watch for him to be one of those guys, one of those top 4 or 5 tacklers on special teams.
And that's why I picked him for the Macapalooza for the Cowboys, was just for that reason alone.
You know, usually we get to this point, if we have a run on a position, I go, the cupboard's getting pretty bare. I look at my draft board, I go, yeah, there's a couple of guys. Then there's mostly some PFA guys I got on my board. I'm not looking at my tackle board right now, and going, oh, yeah, that's pretty bare. No, I'm still going, wow, that guy's still there. This guy's still there.
Yeah. Got by a Daisy is a guy who I think is at least a rotational player. He's the tackle that's still out there. Yeah. Garrett Greenfield, Tylen Grable. Even at this point, there's tackles with swing, I would say high-level swing ability to play wherever you need them due to injury or things like that. Yeah.
We got Steve back, so we'll get Steve back. There you are, Steve.
Man. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I had an Ethernet cable. I don't know why it froze up. Sorry about that.
No worries. Problem. Johnny Wilson just got drafted by the Eagles.
The rich keep getting richer.
Oh yeah.
So we were getting ready to finish up with you, Steve. So the beautiful thing is, at least it didn't happen at the beginning or the middle of the interview. It was happening towards the end anyway. So, y'all got any last questions for Steve?
So, as we get towards those last few selections, what positions would you like to still see addressed?
I would say another wide receiver, definitely. I would say, well, they just got a cornerback. They got some linebackers. I would say maybe another tight end because they got Hunter Henry, and I think they needed another younger tight end because only got him for 3 years. So, and I would say another quarterback. I think you need a backup because I think Bailey Zappi's gone. I think he's too arrogant to be on this team right now. So I would say those 2 positions.
Well, there you go. So I'm going to earmark some guys for you like Michael Pratt. I'll earmark some guys for you like Jaheim Bell is still available somehow, right?
Yeah.
And my boy Ryan Flournoy. There you go.
There you go.
Well, Steve, let them know where they can find all your work at Team NBS and beyond.
All right, you can follow me on Twitter at SteveA1127 on Twitter, covering the Patriots, and you can follow all the writers, creators, Team NBS Media on Twitter or X, and go Pats.
Good luck, Steve.
That has been Steve Atkinson, our New England Patriots aficionado here at Team NBS. Steve, has been great talking. We don't get to talk much, so man, listen. I'm gonna tell you, like I tell all the Team NBS guys, moving the chains during the season, Sunday mornings. Y'all guys got to come on, at least be a guest analyst once, once.
Yes, I will definitely.
I'm gonna give you the Danny Vermin once.
Yep.
But, and Steve, perhaps you'll be a little less miserable this year. You didn't look very happy last year, but I think this year you might be a little happier.
Yeah, this year might be a better season, I think. I remember on No Huddle Necessary because predicting Gerard Mayo was going to be the head coach, and here we are, so that's good.
There you go.
And Matthew Judon comes back healthy as well. And Matthew Judon needs to just pound the living daylights out of Aaron Rodgers. I don't care about anything else that the Patriots do this year.
Oh, yeah, he's good. We always love it in the quarterback.
That's right.
The best player on defense.
Yep.
So, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
So Steve's going to run, but we're also going to take a couple of minutes to come back. We're going to recap the latest picks, and we should have more guests coming out your way while we're winding down the final 2 rounds here of the 2024 NFL Draft here on Team NBS Media. We'll be right back with more right after this.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build the cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gold Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. # built for the wild.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. Rich Kid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off. Rich Kid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
We are off and running in the 2024 NFL Draft. You are watching the Team NBS Media Reaction Show. Let's get back to the show and our host, Ashmir Prasad.
And we are back. And no, I am not Ashmir. But I am.
No, I'm ugly, old, and bald. I'm not Ashmir.
So we got some catching up to do, fellas.
Yes.
All right. So in lieu of our other guests, let's take some time to recap.
Yes, here we go.
All right. So last we left off with Johnny Wilson. Well, Jace McClellan, the run on running backs is still going.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Jace McClellan, Alabama back off the board to Atlanta.
Yep.
Back-to-back picks offense for Atlanta. DC Washington right behind him. Jamal Hill, linebacker from Oregon, to Houston. And Mekhi Wingo, the tackle from LSU, goes off the board to Detroit, Rock City. So,
that's really good value there, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So somebody was saying that is there still value at D tackle? The answer is yes.
Oh, yeah.
So we're still picking over a very loaded board. And next year, we won't be saying this. Okay? We will not be saying this next year.
This will be the first time. This will be the first time in 3 years where we haven't said this board is totally loaded.
Yeah. Well, even that. We're getting to the end of the COVID guys, right? So next year's we're going to start to see the board thin out in certain positions and going, I don't think we're going to see much left of that position going, or because you're going to once there's a run on it and you get to the heart of it, you're going to get to the point where most of those guys are guys that you would have picked up after the draft, so you'll take value elsewhere on your board. We're not seeing that just yet because there's still a lot of value. The middle of the board should be loaded for most teams, as it will mine. Most of the runs, most of the stacks are in the middle of the board, which means all that stuff's going to be available later, and especially at a lot of positions. We saw the run on tackle. The tackle was loaded in the middle of the board. So it's still going, and we haven't even gotten to the bottom of the tackle board. All right, so
nope.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of good quality talent that's got an extra year to stick around because of COVID and whatever medical reasons or transfer reasons they had prior, or red shirts, and so you got guys that are there an extra year, and now they're here in this class. They probably would have been gone last year. It was the same thing last year. We had a heavy class because of all the COVID guys. So we're getting past those cycles of COVID guys, and now we're going to get back more to the traditional 4-year juniors and 3-year, the red shirt sophomores who've been there 3 years and et cetera, and then the full-time seniors, the grads. So some of these grads have been there 6-7 years.
Yeah. And we're going to see a lot more guys staying in school now because of the NIL money.
And it makes sense, right? You don't have to run to the NFL if your family's struggling and you're getting NIL money. So it makes sense. So, and if I'm a college program, why am I crying about it, right? We're getting kids to stick around, and we ain't got to recruit my next starter every other year, right? So it makes sense. You just got to try and keep as many of them there. You know, you're going to lose some. Some kids are just not going to stay no matter what. But for the most part, it gives you the ability now to retain players longer. They don't have to run to the NFL for money.
No.
Right.
Well, so there's a silver line in NIL, right?
Yeah, and overall, I think that's a good thing that, you know, there's opportunities for guys that we saw guys declare simply because their family was in a situation where money needed to come in, and they weren't actually ready to be in the NFL. Yeah. And they were just doing it for just that reason. Now you don't force that onto, you know, that particular decision can be made based on if you should be entering the NFL draft, not because you have to.
Yep.
Just checking out, see if we still have our guests.
So we're 191 picks in, and there's been nobody taken from Coastal Carolina. It's just been there's nobody from App State this year. These schools that have traditionally given us talent here,
the mid-majors,
are gone. They're just gone off this board.
And if they're there, they're so low they're not going in this range. You know.
Yeah. Yep.
I just think because there's a few. I mean, when you think about it, quarterback-wise, I swore I had at least one of those guys on my board. I know that App State on here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there are players that could be drafted, but I think more likely the guys that are coming from, I mean, the guy that had the best chance to get drafted out of Coastal didn't stay at Coastal. That would have been Grayson if he had come out.
Yeah, he stayed.
The guy that would have been drafted probably sometime around here, you know, somewhere in that sixth round range, I believe, had he come out. And then the only other quarterback that declined to declare that I had a draftable grade on was, of course, Washington State. Miami. Well, what was
Cam Ward?
Right, a lot of back and forth there with Cam Ward. But he was another guy that had a draftable grade on if he had decided to come out, and he declined to do so.
Seattle should take Michael Platt.
DJ James just came up with the guy that
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, I had a
DJ James. Okay,
I had a fifth on him, so he went almost a round later than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Dewan Palmer, UAB. There you go, mid-major.
There you go,
mid-major. Yep.
And receivers are still going. Yes. There's just a lot of mid-round values still on the board. You know.
Hey, am I going nuts, or is Bo Limmer still available?
Bo Limmer's
available.
He's still available.
Yep. Matt Lee's still available at center.
Yeah, I'm checking to see like what guys with have any more. I have some fourth round grades or any third round. Oh, Gene Bell, right? Gene Bell's still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Bell's my number 108 prospect. Let's see.
So I'm looking at offensive linemen right now. That besides on my board in general, Christian Mahogany still available.
Yep.
Nathan Thomas from the Raging Cajuns still on the board. Trent Jones, Michigan, still on the board. Bo Limmer still on the board. Casey Leviston still on the board. Gottlieb Ayenzi from Maryland still on the board. Dalton Tucker from Marshall still on the board. Nick Darjulo still on the board. Tyler Grable, UCF, still on the board. Nick Samak still on the board. Travis Glover, Georgia State. I figured he'd be a late rounder, still on the board. Elijah Klein, UTEP, on the board. Garrett Greenfield, South Dakota State, still on the board. All right. Keaton Bills, Utah, still on the board.
Yep.
Matthew Jones, Ohio State, still on the board. I have him in the middle of my board. Julian Pearl, Illinois, still on the board.
Yep.
Javion Cohen, Miami, still on the board. Josiah Ezram, Eastern Kentucky, on the board. Frank Crum on the board. Donovan Jennings, USF, on the board. Stephen Jones, Oregon, still on the board. Matt Lee, Miami, still on the board.
The New England Patriots just drafted Joe Milton III, the quarterback from Tennessee.
There you go.
And Tanner McLaughlin, the other Canadian tight end, just went
There we go.
the Bengals.
And Charles Purdy still on the board.
Yes, that is the CFL's loss. But yes, he's one of those guys that people start to talk about more and more later in the process. A little underpowered as a blocker so far, but that could change if he puts on another, say, 12 to 18 pounds. But moves extremely well, has good hands, is a good route runner.
Yeah, he's from a few towns. Not far away from Calgary here, where I am from. He's from Medicine Hat, Alberta.
Oh, beautiful Medicine Hat. Okay.
Which has the most sunshine of any place in North America is Medicine Hat.
Wow. Okay, well, I will push it further up my board of places to perhaps visit. So, yeah, Team Bell is now the highest rated player still on. It's not drafted. Who's on my board? I'm going to double check, but I think he is. Wait, hold on, maybe not. But no, Christian Mahogany is. Scratch that.
Yes.
Christian Mahogany is.
Yes.
Mahogany.
He's still there. Okay, Mahogany's the highest rated player still on my board. Bo Brady from Maryland is still available also.
Yep.
Okay.
Safety.
And then Team Bell. So those three are the top players on my board who are still available. I have a late third on Mahogany and a fourth on the other two.
How many of these 28 first-round grades did you have this year, Bill, that were actually 1-2s?
I mean, guys that were sort of borderline, about 3 or 4, I think, were borderline.
You had like 24 first-round grades this year?
I'll tell you my first. So my strong, definite. Well, I mean, the receivers, obviously, Harrison, Neighbors, Adunze, Brian Thomas, and Worthy were all. The Worthy was he was a borderline. Worthy was borderline first, second. But the other guys I just mentioned before they were all first round. The quarterbacks, Williams, May, and
Daniels.
And Daniels, thank you. We're like strong for sure, definite first. And then I had a borderline. I mean, Nix was basically a second rounder in my book. And the rest of them were lower than that. I'm sorry, Penix also. Penix was actually ahead of what I'm doing. Penix was the borderline guy, and then Nix was lower. I had a third on Nix and a borderline second first on Penix, sorry. And then amongst the pass rushers, Latu, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, and Dimion, aka Chop Robinson, were all definite first in my book. Amongst the corners, Quignon and Terrion were both for sure, slam dunk first. Wiggins was also a first, a little later, he was a late first, but I have a first on him. Amongst the tackles, offensive tackles, Latham, Alt, Fashnu, and Fontanu, if you consider him a tackle, but a guard if you consider him a guard. And then, let's see, who else was an actual first rounder? I had a late first on Jackson Cards Johnson, a late first on Tyler Guyton. And then the last person who I gave a first round grade to was
Brock Bowers.
Oh, sorry. Brock Bowers was he was like borderline top 10. I should have sort of mentioned. I didn't get to tight ends yet. I gave the last first round grade I gave was to actually Braylon Trice, but Amarius Mims was a borderline guy for me. Keon Coleman was a borderline guy for me, between first and second. Worthy was a borderline guy for me, and then Cooper DeJean was another guy who was on that first round, second round border.
Okay.
Well, let's see here. I'll go steps out the room. So I didn't have as many first round grades.
Neither did I.
Yeah. I only had 11.
How many?
Where I throw it. I only had 11. So Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep.
Williams and Daniels. Williams and Daniels. Adunze. Neighbors. Then we get to the corners. All right. So that's Quinyon Mitchell. Dallas Turner. Then we get to Brock Bowers. Then we get to Terrion Arnold. Alt. Fashion. That's my first round.
Yeah.
Second rounders. So there's a bunch of those. So Latu was probably my highest second round. He was 8 points away from being a first round. 0.8 of a point away. Or hundredths, I should say. He was a 7.91. And he needed to be at an 8 to be the first round.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably an easier way to do it. We pull it up over here where I'm not looking all the way over there to tell you all my second round grades. So it'd be much easier to do it this way. Okay, so that would be Latu, followed by Penix, Waga, Brian Thomas. Then I have the corners, which are Nate Wiggins, McKinstry, DeJean, Rackestraw. All right. Then I jump back over to sorry, when you have three screens, the mouse doesn't always go where you want it to go. Where did I leave off at? Fawatanu, J.C. Latham, Drake May, Adonai Mitchell, Marius Mims, Bo Nix, Jordan Travis, Xavier Worthy, Guyton, BB, Jordan Morgan, Javon Baker, Jonathan Brooks, Malachi Corley, Braylon Allen, Graham Barton. I believe the last one was Tyler Newman. Just snuck into he had a 7.01 to sneak into my second round grades.
Yeah.
After that, it's all thirds and below.
Yep. My board was a lot closer to yours, Jeff, than Bill's was this year. And that's unusual because Bill and I have usually been in an agreement on all stuff. I was much harsher this year, I guess.
Yeah, I make it harder because I use a broader spectrum. Like if you look at the NFL.com, that's the newer model where they have a very small spectrum. I don't like that because it puts too many players that are really further apart from each other with grades that are way too close.
Too close.
Yeah, so I like a broader spectrum that tells me if a guy's a really good starter, he's a generational player, if he's a quality starter, if he's an average starter but a very good backup, and it breaks it all the way down to the point where you get into it breaks down the project players, guys that are special teamers that are going to be quality backups, just special teamers, developmental players, or they're just PFAs who are, may make a practice squad or nothing else. So it allows me to differentiate when I'm scouting my guys exactly the kind of player I'm looking at. So as much as I respect the model that they're using now, I like that grander scale that allows me to break down the exact type of player I'm looking for. It's just too close and too narrow a margin where I think you kind of wash certain guys together that shouldn't be there.
Right.
Tyler Davis just went to the Rams.
That's a really smart, really good pick. And he's one of those guys you can look back years from now and say, once again, how did he last? Why was he still there?
Yep.
I'm not sure. I don't know if once again, it's an injury I didn't know about or something else. But this is a guy that I thought would go, mid to late fourth, early fifth, but very early. So this is more than a round after I was expecting Tyler Davis to go off the board.
We also see Tanner McLaughlin come off the board. Tanner McLaughlin got in the late third on. So he's a guy that I had as he's that guy that could be a average to mid-tier starter, but a very good backup split, a role player. So you're getting him here in the sixth.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about several of the players that are, coming off the board here. And once again, these are players that are going to be obviously a bargain, first of all, but they also are going to be probably pretty hungry, right? They have something to prove.
Oh, absolutely.
The league as a whole.
They're definitely going to be chip on their shoulder guy.
Yep.
It seems that they're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. The tracker just shut down. Well, normally it tells me who's on the clock, whose pick is in. Not getting any of that information. No crashing NFL.com.
Yeah.
We start the app and see if they're good.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. We just had a case of too many people being up there. Yeah. There's just been a lot of traffic being around to it. It's caught up now. Yeah, the Falcons are their pick is in. Zion Logue, new tackle from Georgia.
And the Dolphins pick is already in as well. Patrick McMorris. So the Saints are on the clock. Yeah, the site is slowed down.
Yeah, it's just got a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Right. That's what that is.
Cowboys fans, get offline. Just go off. Just don't worry about who they take anymore. It's over and done with, guys. It's done.
Well, it may not be the guys you want, but they're still getting quality guys. So
right.
I give Will McClay and those guys credit. They do a great job of evaluating, the college players. And they're better since they don't like to pay outside guys, right? So you better really be nailing these drafts. Now, what they do with those guys when they get there is something totally different. You can critique on some of the guys that they drafted and they didn't exactly have a plan for them. They release them. They go on somewhere else. They're productive somewhere else. And you go, we had them. What happened there? So I promised everybody, we're going to have the big dogs coming in. They don't get any bigger than this. Coach Terrell Buckley, welcome to the show.
Hey, man, thank you for having me. I'm out here, y'all excuse me, I'm out here on the golf course over here in Tampa, playing with D. Brooks and his guys, having a good time.
See, now I'm envious, Coach, because you in my neck of the woods, and you ain't call me up for to go meet up for a hot dog. I'm envious.
I flew in. It was kind of last minute, a little foundation. We just added this day to it, so we just finished playing around.
I'm just saying, I know I'm not in the tax bracket, but I'm good company.
No, man. Next time I'll let you know.
You got it. So, Coach, it sucks not seeing you this year. I'm still not feeling the fact they have no teams in Florida in the UFL. I still think that the Guardians should be out there. You should be out there coaching on Saturdays and Sundays. But tell us, what have you been doing since the UFL ended for the Guardians?
Well, I've been actually volunteered this year at University of West Georgia. So I went back to college to get reacclimated with that. It was very close to my house over in Atlanta. So the coaching part, I'm still involved, and I agree with you 100%. I wish I was still down there. I felt like we had put together a tremendous team, and we was going to really compete and show some things this year. But it is what it is. I'm still enjoying the UFL. Bunch of guys that I coach are playing and doing a good job, so I'm excited for them.
So we had a young man on the draft show a couple weeks ago, young cornerback, said you were a huge influence with him, Ja'Cory Hawkins.
Yes.
So, tell us your opinion of Ja'Cory.
Ja'Cory is one of those very, very nice athletes, right? He has the size, the speed, the intellect, and the want to. Just getting the opportunity, a lot of times I try to tell him it's very hard. Given the opportunity, I expect some big things out of him.
I'm going to ask one more question. I got to turn the room over to the rest of the guys. I can't hog you to myself, which I was used to doing for a whole year. So,
yes.
This year, the consensus top cornerback was Quinyon Mitchell, very physical player. The closest we've seen to a lockdown corner in a while. With the changes in the game, why do you think that's been?
Well, the rules. I mean, they let the wide receivers push, grab you. They allow them. You can't touch the receivers after 5 yards. So you have to have a little above average in everything: size, speed, intellect, quickness, ball skills. All those things have to be in one person. That those usually Hall of Fame guys, right? Now that is like the criteria for the top of the line corners in the NFL. And I think if they loosen the rules a little bit more, you'll see more guys being able to do that.
Bill, I know you've got 1,000,001 questions.
I do. So I would like to know, who are some of your favorite cornerbacks in this class and why? Who are some of the guys that you think are going to have very successful NFL careers?
Well, there's some of the guys, you talk about Terry Arnold, who I like, Kool-Aid McKinstry, guys that I know personally that I recruited, and then obviously the two guys from Florida State, Ronaldo and Jarion Jones is probably, you can call him selfish, but probably my favorite. I think he's going to be a tremendous corner at the next level. He has the ability to play inside and outside, and his attitude is second to none on wanting to be special.
Got it. That is good to know. And then one other thing, I'm assuming you notice wide receivers a little bit as well when you're breaking down corners. Who are some of your favorite wide receivers in this very deep wide receiver class?
Oh man, I would say everybody talking Marvin Harrison Jr. And I like Zuze, the guy from Washington. But my favorite was Malik Neighbors. Again, from personal experience, Malik facing him playing while I was coaching the SEC gave us a lot of problems. He can play outside, he can play inside, and he's built like Steve Smith with speed like that. And you know how much trouble Steve Smith gave us.
Mm-hmm. But bigger.
Yeah, look, not too much bigger, but yes, about an inch and a half bigger.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I've been watching, obviously this class with great interest, and it's interesting to me, to see what teams value what qualities in obviously both corners and wide receivers. And it's a team game, but the closest you get to a true one-on-one matchup is really wide receiver versus corner, at least if you're playing man, because you could get some help, but it takes a while for that help to get there. I played safety, and I understand, trying to take away things over the top and stuff like that unless you're inverted. But only so much I can do for you as a safety. You got to at least hold up so I can get there to you.
Absolutely. So if you look at Ronaldo and Jarion, I want to say Florida State played man-to-man over 85% of the time. So they're used to that type of pressure. That's why I think they're going to have a lot of success at the next level.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Greg, you got anything for Coach?
Coach, how did you put up with Jeff Barnes?
Oh, man, it was tough. I had to do some meditation before we got together. But at the end of the day, no, I'm just playing. He's awesome. I really appreciate the work he's done and he's doing. I really appreciate that.
There you go. That's exactly right. Do you know the cornerback that the Cowboys just drafted from Wake Forest?
No, I do not. I was on the golf course today, so I haven't seen the draft today.
He's in the fun place today,
Yeah, you're having fun with the golfing.
Yes. I'm out here hitting that ball in this wind. It was a tough day today, but it was still fun. Anytime you go on the golf course, it's a great day.
It's a better day than working.
Yes. That is absolutely right. Absolutely.
Well, since you're at the club, I'm not going to hold you up too much. I just want to make sure we got a chance to talk to you. Anytime I get a chance to talk to you, it makes my day. Between you and Coach Rob, y'all made last season so enjoyable.
Well, we tried. I appreciate it. The game, we want to just show a different side to the game, that it ain't always just business. And that was very, very exciting, that we could do the job too. We can evaluate. We can do everything necessary to be a top coach, but we also can make the game enjoyable.
Well, for all of us guys that are under 6 foot corners in their lives, I appreciate you being one of the spearheads of the short corner, movement, because between you and the Dre Bly's and the Ray Makers of the world, they didn't leave a lot of us. When I went to Grambling, and Rod Mullen was there, and I'm looking up at Rod Mullen like this, a 6 foot corner. I didn't have much hope for playing for Coach Rob at that point.
Yeah, I still don't know. Y'all hear that noise in the background? That's the guys we finishing up. We just beat down a little bit out here on the golf course. But it should matter on who's making the plays. What can you do? Not how big you are or how fast you are. Obviously, those are components that can help you. But the bottom line is, I watch 6'2" corners get beat all the time.
Yes.
And all they keep saying, he's big and he's physical. When you see Carroll Green out there just making plays all day, 5'8". Dre Bly, like you said, myself. You got Aaron Glenn. You got guys, Jair Alexander, who's I think still one of the best corners in the NFL.
He is.
So I truly don't understand that concept. It should be about, are they handling their business?
Absolutely. So, Coach, you enjoyed the after golf cocktails, and by all means, we will talk soon.
Well, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Anytime, just call me up. I'm ready to go.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, like on my VIPs, you got carte blanche. Anytime I got a show going on, you got carte blanche to come hang out.
I like that.
There you go.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you guys for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the draft. Rest of the draft.
You too, Coach. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks again,
right.
Coach Terrell Buckley.
Thank
everybody. T-Buck, as he likes to be called.
Legend.
So there we have it.
We just had our first place kicker, Will Reichert, off the board.
Yes. Well, let's recap. We have one more guest coming through eventually. As we wind down, day 3, we are literally a round and a half from finished.
We're close.
Then draft withdrawal kicks in for about a week.
Remember, Jeff, this is the week that we sleep.
Oh no!
I know you got your commencement, but you know the rest of us are going to sleep.
I thought I brought it in with me. Oh, trust me, I'm going to sleep tonight. Okay. All right. There will be some sleep had tonight.
The art claw.
2 weeks of. Oh yes. I thought I brought the chalice in. It's right outside the door. So, yeah. It only takes 2 to get me nice and tired and ready to sleep. And on 4 hours of sleep, that's real easy to do. So, recapping the most recent picks. So Christian Boyd, deep tackle from Northern Iowa. So we're probably getting some of the mid-majors coming off the board, right?
Yep.
Did we say Patrick McMorris? We talked about him already. Safety from Cal to the Dolphins. I don't think we did. Okay. Jaden Crumity, there you go. You mentioned him earlier. Carolina grabs him.
Yep.
Micah Abraham. Really digging into the cornerback crates. If this was a DJ, we'd be digging into the crates. Man.
Marshall University strikes again.
All right. So we talked about Travis Glover. I said 6th, 7th round. He comes off the board to Green Bay in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Will Reichert, you mentioned the kicker. The Bills pick is in, so we'll hear that shortly, and the Texans are on the clock. So now we're starting to get deeper into the tackle class. So I was wondering if Glover would go before Dankwa. That was my question with the 2. Which one would go first, Dankwa or Glover? I think I had, looking at my board here,
I had Glover ahead of the.
I think I have him ahead of Dankwa too.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is look for the school logo. I'm trying to find the Howard logo on my board.
And Grable just went to the Bills as well.
There we go.
Because right now the NFL draft app is having issues. The TV is actually quicker.
Actually, no. I had Dankwa 0.07 higher.
Oh, did you?
Glover, yeah. Yeah, 0.07 higher. So they're real close and great. Very close.
Yeah.
They're in the same. They're
the same category, but
yeah, they're the same stuff.
I had Grable. Glover listed ahead of the other.
Yeah,
they're very close. Yeah.
So Grable goes up the board. We're seeing all the project tackles coming off.
Right.
All right.
This still might end up being the most number of offensive tackles we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to have. We're going to call this the tackle draft.
Yeah,
2024. Yeah. Great tackle draft. 2024.
Great
Striker, which
2024.
Speaking of great, we've had them on both days so far. Dan Goodwin's coming back to share some of that Bears swag and give us some more updates now that the Bears draft is complete, unless they trade up again, which they've already done. Dan, welcome back, man.
What's happening?
Look at the Bears swag. I do not undersell the Bears swag, man. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, I got a few things, man. I got a few things. I try to keep a repertoire going.
So we talked. We said, okay, it looks like they're going to stand pat. They take their 4 picks. They did that. They took a punter, right? The first the first non-offensive defensive player in the draft. Then you guys come back and find your way back into the draft and grab an edge rusher.
Yeah. And he's a project, I would say, probably, right?
Yep.
I would say he's a project, but he has size and he has the type of body that you can put some weight on. I think he's only like 242 or something like that, 243 in weight.
Yeah, he was 243 at the combine.
Okay, so yeah, he's got to get stronger. He's got to get, some more weight on him if you want to be an edge rusher, I guess. Because we don't play a 3-4. You know what I mean? So it's not like an outside linebacker that we need. So we need somebody that's going to put their hand in the dirt and go get the quarterback. And I think he's got some skills, man, some things that he can do for the team. He's got some explosion to him, a little bit of athleticism. So it's good to see that. He ran a decent 40 time. I think it was like 4.79 or 4.81, something like that. That's a decent 40 time for a defensive end. So yeah. So, I think it's a good pick. I think the punter pick, it caught me by surprise. I didn't think we were going to go punter in the draft, but hey, it is what it is. I'm not really a big fan of taking punters early, but hey, the kid can kick the ball. So, and we definitely need that because we always lost the field position battle last year. Every single game, it was like, you're backed up inside your 20 all the time starting out, and your playbook shrinks when you have to account for, hey, we may turn the ball over here or whatever the case may be. We don't want to turn the ball over in our field, our area. So your playbook kind of shrinks a little bit. You're not able to do as much as what you want to do. So we have to be able to, they addressed it. I think that's good because what we had going last year was not working at all.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I was looking to see if I had a loose play card, one of my old play cards to show people that literally I don't have it on here. This one was, you literally have one section. Right? If you have a full play card, like mine, a legal size, they're about this big. You have a section about this big for coming out of your own end. Yeah. So it's like, your whole play card goes to this.
Shrinks down.
All right? Because you're so worried about protecting yourselves. Once you get out of danger, then you can go back to your game plan and your situationals. But when you're backed up like that, you're getting away from a game plan and you're going to your situational stuff. When I'm backed up, what do we say was going to be the best thing to do to get out of this situation? What do we do well to get out of this situation?
Yep.
So I understand where you're coming from with that. And listen, we said it when he got drafted. He was one of the main reasons why the Hawkeyes had a winning record because he saved their butts a lot.
A lot because they had no offense.
Great situations.
They had no offense.
Yep. So now that we're basically done with the Bears draft, overall feeling of the fan base.
Mm-hmm. I think the fan base is excited. They're happy. They're exuberant right now. I think the fan base has come back together. I said it, yesterday and a couple weeks prior. We've been we called it Bears fans civil war because people were at each other's throats, right? So now you have fans that are kind of coming together. They're looking forward to the future. It's bright right now. It's very bright. So, the pieces that we have on the table, man, it's just now it's development. And everybody's eyes are focused on the organization because you cannot drop the ball in this situation now. You've got everything you needed, everything you wanted, and it's time to produce. It's time to make it happen, make it work.
So, for the most part, they're just eating turkey sandwiches now. They don't have any more pigs.
Oh man, they're feeling good, man. You got people dancing in the streets. They're doing whatever, man.
The draft room, they're eating turkey sandwiches, getting ready for the unrestricted free agents that you're going to get afterwards. So, that's always the toughest part when you're done like a round or two early. You're sitting around eating sandwiches. Okay, what guys are hanging around?
Yeah, who's gonna fall all the way down and fall all the way down? So it was,
who are we calling? Who are we calling in round 7, telling them, hey, we're gonna get you if we don't get drafted?
Right. It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, man. I think we still have holes on the team, of course. I think we can probably address some depth at linebacker. And of course, I still want another edge rusher if we can get, and load up on those if we can in this undrafted free agency period. I would say load up on those, maybe address some things in the secondary as well. We got some nice pieces, right? We got Jalen Johnson who's come back. We got Jaquan Brisker who's there. We got, a nice safety that we brought in from Tennessee. We got some pieces there, but it's still not finished. You still have to have some depth because there are going to be injuries. There are going to be situations where guys have to step up and play. And of course, you need some players that are going to be able to step in and play on special teams as well. So some of those guys will be able to do that. I'm just looking forward to seeing what they do. And Poles has consistently, since he's been in Chicago, he's consistently been able to pull some talent from guys, from some talent from guys who were not drafted and pull them into the locker room and be able to get in there. So, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does, man. And it's an exciting time to be a Chicago Bears fan. It's an exciting time to be in Chicago. And just around football right now, man. It's really good, So we got our hands full, but I think it's good, man. I think we're looking good right now.
I'm sorry, everyone. If you heard a loud shriek, that is not your radio or your television. That is Cowboy fans around losing their collective minds as another running back goes off the board. Dylan Lawby goes to the Raiders. So,
hey, thanks for the reminder. It's just horrible.
Hey, you guys had Zeke there, man. You guys can bring Zeke back. You'll be all right.
Oh, we had Emmitt Smith, the all-time leading rusher. That's but they need Schrager. Schrager is still here. He's still here.
He's still on the board. That shocks me, but he's still on the board. Maybe he was in range last round.
Yep.
He was there last round. So we'll find out. But the irony would be you're waiting. You finally say, okay, now we're going to pull the trigger. And at 2:14 or 2:15, Schrader goes off the board. That would be the most ironic thing.
Oh yeah, this is going to happen to me. I'm predicting this.
We have our second place kicker off the board. Christy has asked about kickers. So the highest rated kicker still left on my board, Christy, is Harrison Mevis. The thicker kicker, as they call him, from Missouri. He might make it to undrafted free agency. You might have a shot at it.
So we just saw Michael Jarrell go off the board, the Finley tackle.
The first Division II prospect off.
Wow.
Yeah. 6 round. Right. So I had a 6th round grade on him. Where are we? 6th round. So he's actually picked right about where you think he would be. He's a project,
That's what these guys are now. When you're looking at the draft,
I got the beard taken care of, Monty. That's always my post at the end of the draft. I have
come out here to Chicago, Monty, and I'll let you taste some real pizza.
Oh no! Don't you say that? The sacrilege, sir.
The real
that deep dish stuff sucks.
Well, wait a second. See, now this is this is what people miss, right? And a lot of people who are not from Chicago, believe it or not, Chicago style pizza, deep dish. Everybody says deep dish.
Tavern style.
Exactly.
That's right.
Tavern style, right?
Yeah.
So you get the thin crust basically, and it's cut in squares instead of slices, right? They do have deep dish, and that is that's a favorite, and it's good. It's nothing wrong with it, but that's a favorite among tourists of Chicago.
Man, listen, I'm a New Yorker, man. I ain't had pizza as good as New York no matter where I've been, man.
New York, it's wet cardboard, Jeff. What are you talking about, man?
Especially California. I don't know what y'all put on your pizza, but it don't belong there.
Avocado, pineapple, they put everything on there.
And the artichoke hearts. Don't forget the artichoke hearts.
The Lions just took Mahogany.
There you go.
Mean, they have loaded up on their line.
Oh, that's a Lions pick. Yep. That guy is going to be such 8 to 10 years. Boom. Oh, they're gonna run the ball. They're gonna run the football.
Monty agrees with you, Jeff.
Well, yeah, I saw it. So me and Monty are both in pizza hell. Okay, because it is the most false advertising thing when we drive around here in Florida and everybody advertises New York pizza. You bite into it, and you go, "What in the blue blazes is this? This isn't New York pizza. I don't know what this is." You know. First of all, if you've been to really good New York pizza shops, the slices aren't this big. Okay, that's just strike one. The things are this big. There's a place in the Bronx. If you have a chance to go to the Bronx, go to Westchester Square. There's a place called Lobo's. Lobo's pizza is about this big. Okay, there's a slice, not their pie. Okay, right? You eat one slice of Lobo's, you are full for half a day.
Done.
Okay, so that is pizza. Okay, I don't know what this stuff they call New York pizza down here. I found maybe a handful of spots that resemble New York pizza in my neighborhood. Okay, I must admit though, downtown Tampa, there's Eddie and Sam's. They're New York people. They bring their water from New York for the dough, and it tastes like New York pizza. The sizes are New York appropriate. They have a lot of cheese and sauce on there. It's not just,
wet cardboard.
And dough and a little bit of sauce, and they don't give you just that little bit of cheese where it turns yellow. It's that nice thick white.
It bubbles up, huh? It bubbles up. Okay, all right.
Yeah, listen, I'm from New York. There's certain pizza shops in New York I wouldn't touch with a 20-foot pole, okay? Because I know I'm going in there, I'm getting some cheap stuff. So, yeah. Come to the Bronx. I'll take you. If you don't want, I like Lubo's. Their stuff is good. I'll bring you to Nick's. Okay. Nick's Pizza is where I grew up. Nick's Pizza. All right, that's some pizza. You don't get a lot of cheese. You want extra cheese. The cheese is going to fall off your slice into your mouth before you even get it there. Okay, that's a real pizza. I don't know all that other stuff. These people talk about this New York pizza and this pizza, that pizza. I think that no. Yeah, we can go on and on about pizza.
I lived in Brooklyn, Borough Hall for a little while, and then about 7.5 years in Crown Heights. And my spot was right across. Well, now the Nets now play over there, but this is before the Nets had moved up to downtown Brooklyn. But there was a place right next to an old cheesecake place. What was it called again?
It was by Junior's.
Yes, right by Junior's. Right.
Yeah, by Junior's. Yeah, I know that spot.
That's where I used to go, and it was
they're pretty good. I must admit, I lived in Brooklyn. I lived in Brooklyn for 4 years.
Executed pizza.
Yeah.
But I'm
I lived
sorry.
in Brooklyn for 4 years. I wasn't overly impressed with a lot of the pizza places I had. You had to go to certain areas to get some really good pizza in Brooklyn. But especially you go to the Italian areas in Brooklyn, you got some really good pizza. That was some stuff.
There was a place right by in not Greenpoint, but Gravesend. Right next to Gravesend is right before you hit Gravesend is
I forgot that area off by the M train.
I'm trying to remember. But there was a place right by a firehouse that had really good pizza over there in Bensonhurst.
Bensonhurst, yes.
There's a place in Bensonhurst that was really good, right next to the firehouse over there.
They have a handful out there that are pretty good, and they have some that are just
whatever.
Yeah, it's pizza. It's better than
I only mentioned the deep dish earlier because that's a tragedy that Chicago gets nailed with this deep dish nonsense. I can't stomach that deep dish stuff, anyways, right? Like it's gotta be a real slice of pizza, right?
And this is an actual pie. It's pie,
Yeah, exactly. Literal pie. Yes, it's literally a pie. Yes.
Well, it was never meant. Browns, the Sicilian style was always rectangular, and that was the deep dish. And it was meant, it was the thickest crust. But at least it had flavor. Most of these deep dish places don't have flavor. You got to load it up with topping. Real pizza, you don't need a bunch of topping. And that's the one that I would say that. But we're getting back to it. You know, this is the draft show, not the pizza show. So I'm going to get back to
it. We'll do our pizza breaking later. But shout out to the late lamented Adorno's, which sadly closed. That was my favorite spot when I lived in the Ukrainian village. The Adorno brothers made amazing pizza. But now back to what you actually tuned in for. Let's catch up on some picks.
So, Kamal Hatton, Tennessee, to the Chiefs.
The Chiefs?
Baker's Pizza that Christy just put up there. That is a great place to go in for pizza in Chicago. That is a great place. I was trying to remember the name of the damn place, and Christy, you hit it.
It's slept on, man. It's very slept on pizza. It's like it's really good. They load it up. The toppings, that's their slogan. We load up the toppings. Yeah, they do it.
That's worth it.
Christy, I don't just know about it. Shout out to my play niece who used to be a manager at the one in Burbank. But yes, before we once again hijack the show, let's go back to picks with Jeff.
So we are now with the Rams pick that we're waiting to come in. The Bengals pick are on the clock. Niners, Cowboys, Rams, Ravens, Bills, Buccaneers, and then we are officially done with round 6 and on to the final round of day 3 of the NFL draft. Bengals on the clock still. Looking towards the Niners and Cowboys. Things left unsaid for those two teams?
Well, this is where people sort of roll the dice on upside guys, right? You see a lot of that, where a guy maybe he was playing out of position, or maybe he had a little bit of an attitude issue, or whatever, but his talent just sort of jumps up and slaps you in the face, and you say, okay, whatever. Here at this point, we're willing to, plug your ears, Greg. Amongst the players that I could see going around here include a guy named Karsten Barnard from the school up north. I think somewhere around here we might see Drake Nugent from that school up north. Then somebody mentioned Nathan Thomas, who's a project tackle. There's at least one or two still left, despite the ludicrous run on tackle. Interior offensive lineman, somebody mentioned I think it was Jeff mentioned Javion Cohen earlier. Andrew Ram from Oklahoma is another guy that's still available for somebody. Let's see, who else is worth rolling the dice on? Did somebody finally take Curtis Jacobs?
I don't believe so. I don't remember seeing this name.
That's a little nutty. I'm a little surprised that he's available. I thought that he would be snapped up. That's a guy that.
By the way, the other Louisville running back did go to the Texans as
well. Jawar Jordan, who was. He wasn't the other one. He was the guy originally.
Well, he was the guy.
Coming into the season, at least. And then we saw the emergence of Garindo this season. Ryan Flournoy is somehow still available. I don't think he'll be much longer. But yes, he's still available if you're looking for a wide receiver. That's a guy that I feel like is a wide receiver 4 who works his way up to a wide receiver 2 before it's all said and done. Who else do I like? Did someone finally take Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss?
Let me see.
That's a guy for me was a borderline 4th, 5th rounder. He's still available.
I think he's still on the board.
Yep, we discussed Limmer still being available. That's if you need a guard, especially if you want to run the football. You run the football. That's a guy. He will help you run the football. Your running game will. Brendan Rice is still available, right?
Yeah,
I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry's son is
the guy that should come off the board somewhere in the next.
He should come off one pick before the Cowboys because he should go to San Francisco.
That would be cool, wouldn't it? But yeah, he should come off the board sometime soon.
Well, we're talking about wide receivers, and Jordan Whittington comes off the board from Texas to the Rams.
To the Rams.
Okay.
He fits their mold. He fits what they do.
Fits their mold.
He fits what they do. Definitely.
Once again, they have a type.
Yeah, they do. They do.
So with Mahogany finally being selected, the highest rated player still available on my board.
Bengals pick is in. Niners are on the clock.
Now, I think half of the Murphy twins have been selected, but there's one Murphy twin still available. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I expected the second one to fall this late.
Yeah. Gene Bell's still on the board, right?
Yes, Bell was still on the board.
Okay, he is now, with a little bit of a gap between him and the next player, he is now by far the highest rated player still on the board.
What about that big guy from Florida State, the wide receiver, the big tall one?
John Wilson, he's already taken.
Yeah, John.
Wilson? Okay. Who got him? Who got him? I missed it.
Let's see here.
He went to Philadelphia, didn't he?
Yeah, he went to the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles.
I hate the Eagles, man.
Everybody hates the Eagles. Everybody hates the Eagles.
So
I just don't understand. They're able to do some things, man, that a lot of teams are not willing or able to do. I don't know.
There it is.
I don't know what it is.
I mean, whether you like them or not, they clearly understand how to work the draft.
Absolutely. Draft, free agency, all of it.
I told you, that's the Palpatine of the draft board. That is. Yeah. So listen to these names still available at wide receiver. So we talked about Brendan Rice, Isaiah Williams from Illinois, Ryan Flournoy, we talked about him, Cornelius Johnson, Ida Trick Griffin, Taj Washington, Xavier Weaver, Jalen Coker, Dev Holmes, Josh Cephas, Jaden Janke, Tavion Robinson, David White, Devon Valet, Carlos Hill, Xavier Johnson, Jackson Janke. And then we start to get into the guys we expected to be. Lincoln Victor, Amarian Brown, John Giles, Sam Pickney, Mason Tipton. These are all guys expected to be available at this point. Yeah, some bigger names are still on the board at this point in the draft. They're a little shocking.
49ers pick is in.
I'll tell you one thing. With the way our wide receiver room is set up, if Brendan Rice doesn't get picked, I would like him to come as an undrafted free agent. To be honest with you, to Chicago, I think he'd be better than Tyler Scott.
You're not they will not do you guys any wrong. I think he's a better prospect than people will give him credit for.
Yeah.
Yes, the low hanging fruit is yes. We all know who his dad is. If you watch him at USC, is he going to be what his father was? No.
No.
Right. But he's going to be a quality wide receiver 4, possibly at some point a wide receiver 3 to somebody.
Yeah.
So I think that's where you look at the talent that he has. His win rate isn't anywhere near what his father's was. But
he didn't go to the 49ers because they just took Jared Kingston, the guard from USC, instead.
Okay.
All right, now this is the pick where you guys all need to put your hands together now and pray up above that Schrager is the guy.
You know what I would love to see? We were just talking about Brendan Rice. I would love to see Dallas take him so I can see Jerry walking around a Cowboy sideline with that bedazzled 49er helmet.
Yeah, that's real nice.
Well,
no, they just took Ryan Flournoy.
There we go. That's a good pick.
Bill, can we get him on?
I'm going to try now. Talk amongst yourselves.
Nice.
I know Dallas media is going to want him. Let's see if we can get him to come on and talk to us.
Okay, so the Cowboys are going to run into this Rico Dodell, Deuce Vaughn, Royce Freeman nonsense.
All right, so Flournoy goes to Dallas.
And Zeke. Don't forget Zeke. He's in there.
No, Zeke is not coming. Zeke is not coming back.
Zeke is on his way, man.
No, he's done. He's done.
So Bo Limmer's the pick to the Rams, so they get another center. We were talking about Bo Limmer still being on the board. We're waiting for the Ravens pick to come in. So yeah, it's gonna move real fast. So if you have dinner plans, keep them. But yeah, there's gonna be. We said this was a very deep class. We said the middle of the board is loaded. There are going to be a lot of guys that fall out that are going to get calls. If you were a guy with a late round grade, this is not a good day for you because there is unfortunately a lot of talent in the middle of the board falling that pushes you out of the draft. So you'll be waiting for a call. If you're not getting a call in the 7th round, you'll be waiting a while for it. So,
and you know what really sucks about this, Jeff? All the HBCU guys are not going to get touched.
But
they're not going to get punched.
It's coming true to form, right? Like I just said, I told you when I saw Glover and Dankworth very close together. Glover's now off the board. And I thought Glover would go in this range, 6th, 7th round. I didn't think he'd go any higher. Dankworth hasn't been called. We've had a run on tackles unforeseen. We've seen the Finley kid go. Dankworth's still waiting. But what's going to happen is we've seen it every year. We may get 1, 2, at the max 3 HBCU players drafted. And then all the rest seem to get signed right after the draft. Okay? It's just been the thing that burns my bacon more than anything else. If they're good enough to chase after the draft, they were good enough to call in round 6 or 7. Right. So, if you're taking guys just because they're Power 5 guys in 6 and 7, and then you're chasing these guys down after the draft, you could have just taken them when you had a chance and stop fighting over contract and trying to stop them from going to somebody else's team. Mm-hmm. You draft them, you have their rights. What is the point of doing all the other stuff? Because they're coming from an HBCU. So that's the problem I have. Yep. Devin Leary off the board. I was wondering when his name was going to get called. Baltimore takes Devin Leary.
We may get one more quarterback before this is all said and done.
So, yeah. It'll be nice to finally put more quarterback labels up to see who got drafted. So it's going to be nice when this is all said and done. I review all the names and look at the board. And the beautiful thing is my board stays up until next year. I don't take it down. It'll be nice looking at it and going, all these guys got drafted and seeing where and what they would get. So real intriguing, to say the least. Where we're at right now. They're doing their stump the truck type deal.
One of the guys that I thought might be a stump the truck guy got drafted already. The tackle / guard from Finley, Burrell. Was the guy that
I'm curious that you can't stump the truck with somebody from Utah State. We regularly scout Utah State.
No,
so you can't really stump the truck with somebody from Utah State. That doesn't make any sense. That's definitely a family member.
I mean, even Southern Utah is not really a stump the truck place. You gotta up your trunk, your stump. Boy, if I can speak English, your truck stumping. Yeah, there it is. You gotta up your truck stumping game.
Yeah. So interesting. Yeah. Now that is they were just showing the kid from Portland. Yes. That's a stump the truck one. The school, a smaller school. But he's darn good. I think I'm shocked that wasn't he supposed to try and transfer up?
I heard that he might, and at one point I thought Monmouth was in the mix for him, but I don't know what happened after that.
So the Bills pick is in, the Bucks are on, and that'll be the final pick of round 6. And we will be looking at the final round of the 2024 NFL Draft. So, Dan.
Yes, sir.
Man, listen, we don't get to hang out much anymore, man. With the shows, when I had.
Yeah, when you're on the show, yeah.
Man, we get to hang out frequently, man. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, those are some great shows, man.
You know, with the draft just happening, right? What I want to do, and we record at different times, so we can make it around your schedule. We can work it around your schedule. You and Bill both. I want you guys to come on and kind of just talk about what you see in the draft picks that we made, right? Because a lot of people in Chicago, they don't know about this kid from Yale. You know what I mean? They know he's a local kid and a little bit of that and this and that and the third. They don't know that. They don't know about the punter that we have. They don't know about the other pieces that we have. So come on, when we even the undrafted guys, those are the guys that you can also talk up a little bit too.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll have some questions about that, man. We want to have you guys on and just kind of pick your brain about it if you don't mind.
She need.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely. Okay, someone needs to have a tutorial on stuff the truck. Daquan Hardy? Is this a joke?
No. He just got picked. Daquan Hardy.
Oh, okay.
I
was about to go.
Bill was upset about that one.
I was about
Yeah.
to become visibly upset.
Yeah, no, he went to Buffalo. That's what they were showing the graphic on. And they're still trying to play Stump the Truck right now. I can't believe they're still doing it. Well, I didn't hear the kid's name they were looking for, but they didn't have it. They stumped him.
That's crazy.
They finally got him.
I was wondering, you know what would be ironic if they were talking about Dalton Snyder, who we had on our show. So shame on you, NFL Network, if you didn't review Dalton Snyder's film. Shout out to Dalton and his family, probably watching right now. So,
can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Okay, so the Saints, they drafted Spencer Rattler. I'm not a fan of Spencer Rattler that much. Like but I see a lot of people that are like, he's the guy. He's really good. He got he may have gotten a bad kind of unlucky in Oklahoma, I guess, right? And he went to South Carolina because Caleb Williams took over in Oklahoma for him, right? So
well, he took over.
What do y'all think, man?
He got beat out for the job.
Well, he was starting though, wasn't he? He was starter.
He got beat out.
He got beat out.
Playing well.
Yeah, in the Red Devil rivalry, no less.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, and Caleb came in during that game and just took off, right? So
the problem with him is that you have a quarterback that has one tool that people love, and that's arm strength, right? Mm-hmm. People love arm talent. They loved Josh Allen before he was accurate, right? So, when you have arm talent, that's the first thing that people recognize. And Spencer Rattler's had that, ever since he was in high school. But the thing about it is, he got a little notoriety from the reality thing they did with him, and he got to Oklahoma and he had his turn and he played well the first year. Mm-hmm. Somewhere along the way, he got lost. And, he couldn't get out of it. And to make matters worse, Caleb Williams is behind you. So when you're in this funk, and this young guy comes in there and lights it up, there's nowhere else to go. So he lost the job. He wound up transferring out to South Carolina because he lost the job there. He wasn't going to be the backup. He's going to go try and play somewhere else. He goes to South Carolina, who struggled to get quality arms in there for a while, so they were more than happy to have him there.
Mhm.
The problem is that even there, he was inconsistent. He would have great moments. He'd have bad moments. He'd have some really big plays. He'd have some bad plays. He'd have some really big wins. He'd have some really bad losses. So the inconsistency in his game has never left since his last year at Oklahoma. And that's part of the hard evaluation of the player. As we talked about South Carolina's program, very inconsistent. One year they start to look like they're ticking up. The next year they're ticking back down.
That's true.
Right? So it's like, do you put it on some of it on the program? Do you put it all on the kid? When you watch the film, you see some things you like. You see a lot of things you don't. Is it fixable? Is it not? That's up to the evaluator. At the end of the day, he got drafted where he should go. In the round he should go. It's up to New Orleans to determine what kind of player he is.
He's gonna have an opportunity there in New Orleans too, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? So
But he's not going to be rushed on the field in New Orleans, and that's most important, right? You want to really break that kid, put him on the field too soon. That'll break. It breaks a quarterback very easily. Look at what it did. We talked about Geno Smith. Look at what it did to Geno Smith in New York. Right? They put him out there in a bad situation, and to be honest with you, he was there when Todd Bowles was there. Todd Bowles is not exactly one patient with young quarterbacks. He doesn't develop them. And if people don't agree with that, just look at Kyle Trask in Tampa Bay. He has not done anything to help Kyle Trask, and Kyle Trask is suffering because. And people go, well, Kyle Trask isn't that good. How do you know if he's not that good? He's never had a chance to prove himself.
Sure.
Okay. The one time he actually played meaningful snaps in the preseason with quality starters was when he was competing for the starting job last year with Baker Mayfield. Before that, he only played with 3s and 4s in the preseason. There's no way to evaluate a young quarterback who you want to start for your team with the 3s. Those guys aren't going to be on your roster in the regular season. How is he going to compete with guys that can't get open, can't protect them, can't block in open holes in the running game? There's a whole lot of can'ts going around a guy that you want to say he can't, right? So, it's a setting him up. It's a fixed deck. Here, go play spades, and we're going to give you nothing but clubs. That's what you're doing to the guy. So it's that kind of thing that makes you go, how do you evaluate talent in a situation like that? You can't.
That's the thing that I really get frustrated with when it comes to sometimes just people in general. They just look at a player and say, okay, he sucks, he's bad, he's terrible, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you're not looking at the totality of the situation. In the NFL, more so than any other sport, in my opinion, maybe baseball may be different because if you go to a bad organization in baseball, you can get stuck in the farm system or whatever. But in basketball, it's different, right? Because you can affect both ends of the floor. In football, there are so many things that have to go your way in order for you to kind of develop, right? You got your positional coaching, you got your offensive coordinators, you got your head coach, you have the opposite side of the ball that plays defense. You're not out there for half of the game if you're on offense or defense, right? If your offense is constantly putting you in bad situations and you have no pass rush as a cornerback or a safety, how do you develop without just looking bad because you're trying to cover people for 10 seconds? You know what I mean? So those are things that I think that people don't pay attention to when you look at some of these teams. And it's like, there are organizations that do it right. Pittsburgh, they do it right. They're able to develop people, right? Players. You got some organizations that do it right, and they're able to put guys in a position to succeed, but also give them the confidence too. If you tear down his confidence, I don't care what position you put him in, he's not going to succeed because he has no confidence now. So, that I think those things are important, man. In football, very, very important, and people overlook it all the time, in my opinion.
You're absolutely right, and you just said it. It's the one sport because it's the ultimate team sport. Right? You can't have success in football without a really good team. So we see some of the greatest players of all time. Everybody likes to judge great players on these. Right? You got a championship ring. He's got to be a great player. No, it's not true. Okay, team success wins in this game, right? two of the greatest players of all time, Dan Marino, Barry Sanders. We can't deny how great they were. But neither one of them has a ring. All right? And there's good reason why. Barry Sanders played on some teams that just were not good. Okay? And no matter how much we talk about it, Barry Sanders was a transcendent player despite the fact those teams were bad. Dan Marino played on some good teams. Weren't great teams, but he had some good teams, but they were better because they had Dan Marino.
Right.
So we see some guys walking around with hardware that couldn't carry those two guys' cleats. Okay? Like, ask Trent Dilfer what he is to Dan Marino.
Right.
You know?
Right. We just saw a player from the International Pathway Program, and Travis Clayton is a background in both boxing and rugby. He's 6'7", 301 pounds, runs a 4.8 140. And of course, he's going to have to be taught football, but the Buffalo Bills get a roster exemption, if my memory serves correctly.
Yes, you get a roster exemption for him,
Yep. So, you mentioned baseball, Dan. Here's a great example of how you can be individually amazing and it doesn't matter. Steve Carlton won 27 games in a season where the Phillies won 59 games. He set a record that I hope is never ever broken for the percentage of games won by a pitcher, on a team. Because I think that comes out to 44% of the games they won were games that he pitched. So he managed to have an amazing season. He had 30 complete games, which you'll never see again. Also, 310 strikeouts, a 197 ERA, which he needed to because the Phillies couldn't do anything at all. People forget how good Steve Carlton was, apparently. But this is on a team that went 59 and 97.
Bill, I'm jotting that stat down because I got to use that as ammunition against somebody later on at some point. when I get to talking baseball with somebody, I'm going to pull that out and say, you know what? Hey, look at this.
Well, look at Felix Hernandez. What did the Mariners do during his stretch with the Mariners? Nothing. But he was a $300 million pitcher, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right. So, individual success in certain sports can pay off.
In football, man, it's the ultimate team sport. I tell people it all the time, man. It's just the special teams, defense. You got 3 teams wrapped in one. Then you got your coaching staff. Everybody has to buy into what the coaching staff is preaching on all 3 sides of the ball, on all 3 phases of the game. Right?
Absolutely.
So, if you don't have that working,
this is
look at Cody Parker.
This is part of the draft where all these guys are going to be special teamers.
Most of them, yeah.
And people ignore the third aspect of the game completely. And it drives me up the wazoo.
Right.
In 2006, that's what the Bears got to the Super Bowl with. Devin Hester and the special teams. I mean, from everything from punt returns to kick returns to our punting, everything. Our special teams was on point. And, of course, the defense was legitimate. But the offense really was drugged there by – there were games where Devin Hester outscored the offense.
Correct.
Yep.
And even when he didn't touch the ball, he forced teams to kick the ball in such a way he couldn't get it. He would get 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, sometimes 3 yards, basically, and then trying to avoid Hester getting his hands on the ball. So you were instead of starting at the 19 or the 22, you're starting at the 37, the 35, the 33, the 40 sometimes even, because of the fear factor of Devin Hester. So, he was one of the great game changers without being really an offensive or defensive player. He played offense, sort of. But Devin Hester was really by nature a defensive back. He was a nickel mostly in played corner and some wide receiver in high school, and then played mostly nickel in college. He was one of those that had to see the ball leave the quarterback's hands, so he couldn't ever become a real wide receiver. You could throw screens to him and stuff like that, but he never could, track the ball over his shoulder, which is fine if you're a punter or a kick returner. You shouldn't be catching the ball over your shoulder unless something's gone very, very, very wrong. You want to be facing the ball, and that's what he's good at, catching the ball facing it. But, Iowa, you just talk about the Bears. Iowa had a similar situation with Cooper DeJean and Taylor, their punter. Those are the two guys that if those guys didn't have great games, they had no chance to win.
No chance.
Golden Domer off the board to Washington. Javante Jean-Baptiste, Washington Command.
Congratulations. That's what I'm talking about. I like it.
So we're really winding it down. I mean, I'm just amazed at how many guys are still up there. And they're not going. There's just too many guys that go before this is all over.
Yep.
Oh, that's why I didn't notice that Glaze was going. He went so early. He went way earlier than I thought he would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was long gone.
Okay.
Just scroll back for ways to get to him.
That's why I didn't know. I assumed he was going to go somewhere, later than 77. So yeah, that's how I missed it. Wow.
Thanks again to everybody that's been tuning in for these 3 days. 3 days. We've been here all 3 days of Team NBS Media's draft coverage reaction show, as we like to call them. Humbling the amount of viewership this year, up dramatically. We appreciate you. We really do. For us to put all this stuff together, we can't thank you enough. And we can't wait to do this again next year.
Yes. I'm going to start working on next year's big board. I'm going to take a couple days off, but I'm going to start working on next year's big board. So, yes.
We have 2 picks in the second round as well because we got another pick from Carolina with the whole Bryce Young deal and everything like that. We'll still be reaping the benefits of that situation next year as well. I'm looking forward to it.
And you can maybe package those 2 picks if you need to move up. So
absolutely,
there's a lot of opportunities.
And while Bill is taking his days off, I'm going to hit him with the Jim Mora. Days off? Don't talk to me about no days off. Days off.
Well, by days off, I mean I won't be. Well, I guess we'll do a couple more shows with Brock actually. But
you get one more show in, yeah. Greg's gonna be there Wednesday night. So yes, the final show of the season for TMBS Draft Central Wednesday night, 9 p.m. here.
Nice.
I will not be there this week. I will be on the road. So that nice, handsome, bald gentleman along with myself will be replacing me. Had to put another bald head in the chair. So
that's right.
So as I call him, the Gunny, former Master Gunnery Sergeant Greg Rector. So simplify.
Raw.
That's it. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody. We sign off today. It'll be the last time I get to do draft coverage for this year before we come back next year.
I mean, I tell you, you guys do an excellent job too. You know what I mean? The things that you do and the amount of work that you put in, the effort that it takes to really scout guys. You're not just, you're not. A lot of fans, myself included, I may scout and take a look at guys, but you know what you're looking for. You can see things that a lot of people don't see. So when people are able to watch this, and I bet you that's why the numbers have climbed as far as viewership, they're educated while they listen to you. And that's something that I don't take lightly. I appreciate you guys being able to educate individuals as well as provide a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of pizza talk, things like that. But you
break down a few other things other than just prospects this week.
Yeah. But it's a good thing, man. I mean, we try to do that with the podcast that I'm on. We say, hey, we'll give you a little bit of entertainment. We're going to talk about sports. We're going to try to educate, as much as we can educate. We'll try to educate you on the game of football, formations, all of that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Things that we've seen and dealt with, So, it's a good thing, man. I really appreciate what you guys do. Seriously.
So Phil Daniels said to tell everybody hello. He's he just checked in with me. He's he's north of the border in Canada.
Yeah,
getting ready for the CFL season. So
he is in Regina.
Yes, good to see him back at work, man. Listen, he's an excellent defensive line coach. For those that don't know, Phil Daniels played 13 seasons in the NFL. One with a couple years in Chicago.
Nice,
you know,
nice.
so, yeah.
Hey, Greg, you know who else is from Regina, right? Somebody that played for the Bears. Used to.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Well, he's not from there, but he went to school. You know,
He went to school there at the University of Regina.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that's big man in the middle, Hicks?
Hicks.
Yes.
Yep. Hicks. Yep. He was actually one of the biggest gets that the Regina University ever got, because usually they go up to the University of Saskatchewan, which is up in Saskatoon, right?
Right.
To get Hicks to stay in Regina was a big deal for them.
Yeah. He was beloved in Chicago. We loved him, man. I love the way he played football. He played with passion, and he fit the mold. Like when you think Bears, it was like, okay, he played like a bear out there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
In the middle of the line. I like him so much, man.
He was a beast. He was a beast in the middle.
He was my guy, man.
This round is taking a lot longer than normally.
I wonder if there's a technical issue, because they're still saying on the clock. There's no way. These picks are usually 3 minutes,
like
or
that.
4 minutes. Yeah, so they got to be having some kind of technical issue or something.
Because Jean Baptiste went to the Commanders.
Yeah, and we haven't had a pick since.
And not a pick since.
Yeah, so there's got to be some kind of technical issue that they're having, because normally we'd have been 6 or 7 picks deep from this point. It's definitely there's something up. There's something. It's not even on the TV. That lets you know it's not just the app that's acting up. They're not even announcing it on the TV. So there's something going on.
Rich Eisen's looking confused.
Yes.
But that's not unusual because of the school that he went to.
Well, no. I think he's confused because this pick is slower than his 40. But
well, yeah, that could be the case too.
You know, kudos to Rick. I can see. I can joke about that because my 40 when I played was way faster. So, but he's not a player, so I can understand why you're 40. I probably run a 40 about the same time as him now. So.
I don't know. I think you might beat that. You might beat him, Jeff.
I think I still got Rich.
Yeah. Kind of shape I'm in now, Dan. I can only donate my body to science fiction. Okay. You know,
I still think I might be able to get under 5 flat if I started preparing. But in my prime, I was in the upper 4.6s, 4.67, 4.69-ish when I was in my prime.
Not bad.
I once clocked in my early days 4.4.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yes.
Oh,
once.
That's pretty good, man.
I got to do the Danny Vermin once.
One time.
Okay? Because we ran those in 10. You didn't run it by yourself. I never ran a 40 that time by myself. Never in my life. If I ran a 40. But if I ran with somebody that can run 4.4, I could run 4.4.
Gotcha.
Trey Taylor, the safety from Air Force, just went to the Raiders.
There we go.
Yeah, so then we're back up and running. Okay. So
that Air Force shows you the refocusing of like what kind of team they want to be. They're going after guys that. Now, there was one Raider I called the Al Davis Memorial pick, the Cameron Richardson, right? They went one guy who was just an Al Davis, spirit of Al Davis pick.
Yep.
But the rest of these have been sort of tough guys, gritty, all that good stuff. They're clearly remaking the team in Antonio Pierce's.
Okay. All right.
And Dejon Anthony just went from Mississippi.
Yeah, this is about the speed that they normally come in. So
now we're getting back up to stuff here.
Yeah, whatever the snafu was, they seem to have resolved it. So, and everybody's going, well, we got all these safeties still hanging around. Let's get them in camp before we have to fight over them.
And Brendan Rice is an LA Charger.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so he stays out there on the West Coast. He's not far from Dad.
Just driving distance.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to drive on that interstate, but
Oh no. Having lived there, thank you. No.
Pass.
Man.
I know traffic, but that's some extreme traffic there.
So Jaheim Bell is still by far the highest rated player still on my board.
Would you have him rated?
I have Jaheim Bell with like a 4th round grade. What's exactly? Jaheim Bell is my number. $108.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Wow.
So
he was 121 on my board, Bill. So we're not far off.
Not too far. And I have to wonder if there's something that I don't know, right? Either health-wise or character-wise, I'm not privy to. He is an undersized tight end, which means there's certain teams that won't like him at all because they need their tight end to be 6'4.5" or above. But there's a few teams that don't care as much, and I'm a little surprised that one of them is that.
And there's a player now who has no picture available. Jaden Davis, the Miami. He has no picture. He has no picture.
That's interesting. Huh.
You know what's crazy is
only because NFL.com didn't have a profile.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They're digging through the crates of the cornerback position. So,
he's probably going to be mostly a special teamer and maybe a little nickel or dime or something. But.
Yeah. What you're seeing is because Zerline, I believe, does most of their stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't go that far. He even mentioned he only did about 300-400 prospects. So I'm pretty sure there are guys getting drafted. He has no profile.
Miles Harden from South Dakota just got picked by the Browns.
Here we go.
Samac comes off the board. Samac goes to the Ravens. So,
he's the second decent player from the state of Michigan to be taken after Marshawn Nealon went to the Cowboys. Because all those other bums from that school up north, this is the first Spartan to be taken.
Well, speaking of the Cowboys, the first of your 2 7th-round picks are coming up.
Yeah. I'm not holding out much hope for either one of them.
Unless it's Cody Schrader.
Yes. Then I'll be happy.
Yeah. MJ Devonshire.
There we go.
Really digging through the. If you're a cornerback or a tackle, you're most likely getting drafted at some point there.
Yeah.
They're digging through the. Well, we're seeing all these guys. Do we see Jacory at this point?
I think. Could he go to the Patriots?
I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, I see.
Well, the Vikings have 2 of the next 3 picks as well.
Yeah.
And Devon's another guy that plays hard. He's not very big, but tough for his size.
I just took that phone call. That was Eberflus. He told me, if I don't get drafted, expect a flight to Chicago tomorrow. So.
There you go.
Okay, Steve Rogers, get ready to get excited.
Nah, they're on commercial.
Well, they'll announce it anyway because they still got the ticker up.
Yeah. Nope. Ticker's down now.
Devonshire, Samac, Martin. And I can't believe they're still going corner. And that's the part that's with all the corners they took. I'm like, wow, we're still going corner. So
It's passing league, man. They gotta bring them all in and let them compete. I guess
So I was going to double check. Is B.E. Bishop somehow still available?
Yeah.
Well, he shouldn't be much longer. He shouldn't be. It is a little crazy that he's still available. That's a guy that I had a late fourth on, and I'm very surprised to see him.
Oh, and all those anti-Falcons people taking Penix who couldn't be a starter until he's 27 years of age. There was a guy that played for the Naval Academy who started at 27, and his name was Captain America, Roger Staubach. So don't give out all this nonsense about this age crap.
That's true.
Right, but he also wasn't a first rounder.
No, he was a 10th round, but that's still fine.
Right. He was a 10th rounder. I mean, I don't mind waiting, in their case, 5 years and change on a 10th round. But we'll see what happens. And if he ends up being as good as Staubach, no one will remember or care.
Exactly.
But you have some really good value here. Brendan Weiss, available where he was, value. Sure.
Michael Jerkins, Wake Forest center off the board.
Okay, there
Yep.
you go.
So there's his offensive line depth.
Yeah.
And a guy who goes later than I predicted.
I had him in the 6th.
Yeah, that's where I had him.
Yeah, I'm a Jurgens guy. I like him. I think he ends up being better than most people think he'll be. I think he might work his way into being a starter one day.
Wow.
So it looks like C.J. Hansen, unless he gets pulled into the draft at this point, is going to be undrafted.
Yep.
So we're looking good on time right now. All right, so it looks like the Pats pick is in. Slow down a little bit, but they're starting to pick it back up.
Yep.
That shows you how deep the board is. They're taking their time with these picks. Usually these picks are in well before the guy even ran the pick in for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it seems like they come in 2 at a time.
Yeah. Next. Working their way up to, I hate that name, Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, obviously, we saw what Ryan Suckup did, and then even more recently, what Brock Purdy's done. There's a lot of, I think it can be a badge of honor almost, and once again, a motivator.
There is
Jaheim Bell off the board.
Well, they do love tight ends still in New England. So, yeah. And they need playmakers. He's terrific after the catch, which you cannot say about many players who play for New England. So he fits a need. And once again, though they're changing culturally, they still love tight ends. And ironically, the player who most reminds me of, please excuse the comparison, is Aaron Hernandez. So in terms of his skill set, size, and run after catch ability, that's the player who most reminds me.
So I've had the ability to see this young man since December at the FCS Bowl, at the Tropical Bowl, and even I think he was at the East-West Shrine after this. Levi Drake Hernandez, defensive tackle from Texas A&M Commerce to the Vikings. Big deal right there. This young man has worked hard coming out of Commerce. I've watched him do the circuit, work his way in front of scouts, impress time and time again. They moved him up from the FCS Bowl to the Tropical Bowl to let him play against the Power 5 guys. Not only did he win MVP, defensive MVP of the FCS Bowl, but he goes to the Tropical Bowl with the Power 5 guys and does it again. Well, he is absolutely a player that comes out of a school, not Power 5, deserving of getting his name called. And there he is going to Minnesota. Congratulations to that young man, Levi Drake Hernandez, D tackle out of Texas A&M Commerce.
He's a big boy too, 6'4", 290.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And he put on something. He was about 275 when I saw him in December.
Okay.
So yeah, when we weighed him in December, I think he was about 275. So yeah, he's definitely good. Nathan Thomas, we talked about him from the Raging Cajuns to the Cowboys.
There's still no Traeger. This is just so beyond.
It looks like if they don't take him in the 7th, he's getting signed afterwards. I think they expected him to fall out of the draft.
Yeah, I think so. And he has to be their first phone call.
He's the running back from Missouri.
Yeah,
Corey Schrader.
Yeah, I was telling him watch Washington pull.
No. The Commanders got enough guys already this year that already are bothering me. That's enough.
I love it.
The Giants do nothing that ever thrills me in the draft or in real life, but the Eagles really have driven me bananas, and the Commanders have had a very good draft for themselves this year.
Yes. It seems to me like the Giants have been wandering aimlessly through the last, 3, maybe 4 drafts. They're just wandering around. Like, I don't know what they're doing, what type of team they're trying to build or anything like that. You have to have an identity, and I don't think they have one, and they're not trying to build one. It seems like I don't.
The son who took over the franchise has been terrible as the owner. Bottom line,
that's part of it. So when they had Gettleman, you may not like what he was doing because he wasn't getting a lot accomplished, but they did have a point of view, a standpoint. They wanted to be a bully up front, run the football, be big up front on defense, and sort of play sort of ball control offense and hope to hang around and win games late. It didn't work out, but at least they had a way of looking at football. Was it accurate to today's football? Not really. It didn't really work, but they had a way. When they moved on from Gettleman, at that point they seemed to shift their focus from building a team where Saquon Barkley was essentially the focal point of their offense to trying to build an offense that was a little more trying to stretch the field and using Daniel Jones more. And then they realized, oh God, Daniel Jones is Daniel Jones. So at that point, there was no there. The center will not hold. They didn't have an identity anymore because their quarterback turned out to be a guy who probably should be a high-level backup. Mm-hmm. And then Saquon Barkley, right or wrong, began to realize, oh, they're just going to use me up and not pay me. Right. Which, if I were him, I also would have been upset once I realized that was their plan, was to basically squeeze every bit of talent they could out until my rookie deal was up and then move on. So there was a little friction, understandably, between the franchise and Mr. Barkley. They eventually came to a sort of at least temporary peace. But when the Giants were the Giants, they were a lot like the Bears. Absolutely killer on defense, somewhat pedestrian on offense, but efficient and brutal, so rather pedestrian on offense. Now they're not brutal. They're pedestrian, but the brutality is gone. The defense is gone. There's no one you fear on either side of the football. When you're game planning, it's like, oh, okay, guys, go out there, play hard, have a good time. I mean, like, there's nothing to focus on. You don't have to stay up late. You know, if you're a defensive offensive coordinator, you're playing the Giants, you can be home in time to see the kids, pick the kids up from school, right? No more sleeping on a cot because there's no one you say, oh my God, how do we stop that guy? Not a single guy.
And there was another example of the way the Giants have drafted lately was Kayvon Thibodeau, who I kept hearing from Monty, of course. He was so great for Oregon. He's so great, blah, blah, blah. The guy is a piss poor NFL player. He is.
I think that's a bit of an oversell. He would, if he were on the Raiders, right? And he was paired with Max Crosby, he would be a guy giving you 9.5 to 12 sacks a year. The issue is, well, was he slightly overrated? I'm agreeing with you. But he's on a terrible team, and there's no one else you worry about, right? So
there's nobody.
You can chip him, you can double team him. But once again, you can be home early. It's like, oh, Thibodeau? Yeah. We're lining up an extra tight end to that side. It'll be fun. And now you're good. There's nothing else to worry about. When they had Bradbury, they had one corner who was above average to good, but he's gone. Their safeties are guys who on a better defense will probably be backups. They had good defensive linemen at one point, but they're all gone too. I mean, Leonard Williams, the other one whose name escapes me now, but all of them gone. Their linebackers are, NFL players, but nobody you like, oh God, how do we deal with them? And like I said, their offense, a combination of injuries, right? They had a lot of guys that couldn't stay healthy. That was part of it. But also, some of them just weren't, other than Barkley, weren't not extraordinary talents, right? Evan Ingram was a talented guy they never quite figured out how to use.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since Gettleman wanted to pound the rock. It's like, well, if you want to pound the rock, why are you drafting a 239-pound, tight end who runs 4.42? Like, maybe that's not your guy. So yeah, there was
what else where he balled out, in Jacksonville.
They realized how to use him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you have a tight end like that, you're supposed to have another tight end that's gonna, play on the other side and be the bigger guy, the blocking tight end, you might say, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well,
they're aimlessly wandering about. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, well, we've got Jonah Laulu from Oklahoma, the tackle. He's going to Indianapolis. Yep. Denver gets Devon
LA,
Utah.
Yep.
Miles Cole, defensive end, Texas Tech, to Jacksonville.
That's a shocker that he was available as late as he was. And I'm going to assume it's because he had some effort, question marks. He was one of those guys that didn't always give you every single bit of energy on every single snap. But his talent is, late third, early fourth.
Well, you look at, first of all, you look at his pedigree. You talk about a 6'6", 270-pound defensive end
who can move,
who runs at a 4.67. So he's not a slow, big moving man. He moves with purpose. He moves quickly. Matt Lee, center off. So the centers are starting to come off the board before we end the day. So yeah, you're looking at certain guys that we see with these big bodies, but they move a lot better than people expect them to. That's tight end speed. We're talking about at 6'6", 270, right? So there's something you definitely want to encourage. Now, the effort and the motor are things that the coaches have to encourage, because if you want to make this team, you're gonna have to give us more than what you showed on film. So there's a reason why you're coming back to us in the 7th and not earlier in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th. So you're not guaranteed a roster spot at this point. This is just we have your rights as long as your rookie deal is up. But, other than that, earn your way.
Gotta go in there. You gotta work. You gotta work hard.
Earn your way.
And those are the longest arms. 36 7/8 is just.
He's a rare physical specimen. Yes.
Yeah. You know, and you think about that.
Like my guy that got drafted yesterday for us.
Yeah. The average tackle is talking about 32 to 33-inch arms.
Yeah.
Here's a defensive end with 36-inch arms. So his hands on the tackle before the tackle on him. Right? So he has attributes that you would like, you know, because that's something that gives you the ability to control the blocker before he can get his hands on you.
Yeah.
Literally long arming. So
yes,
literally. That's something that not every defensive end, even his side, can have. I mean, most of those guys have 34-inch arms, 33. You know, 36. That's almost a mini human.
Well, he's only 1/8 away from 37. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's just frightening.
Yeah. So I remember when who was the big tackle out of Ohio State last year? DeJuan Jones.
Oh, DeJuan Jones.
Yeah. DeJuan Jones. He was mammoth. The wingspan, the arm length. His arm length was 34 inches. This is 36.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. So yeah. Starting to get moving again. Okay, so you got to feel excited, Greg. You're coming up on your last pick of the draft.
Oh yeah, it'll be another bum.
Well, I'll tell you what. Like I said, when I'm looking at what you guys are getting, you're getting quality, talent, and value. These are Nathan Thomas is a guy that can come in and compete with one of your backup lineman spots now.
That's right.
And Cody Schrader's still there for you, Greg.
Well, I think they're going to get him afterwards.
I think he's going
to. They can convince him to sign.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
If I'm him, I do sign because that's my best chance to get some carries.
So let me ask Greg. Greg, you said the Cowboys came into this draft needing everything, right?
Oh yeah.
Do they still need everything, or has anything been?
The offensive line is just fine now.
Okay.
The corner that we took is helpful. The wide receivers, which we have not touched at all, is fine by me as well, because we do have Jalen Brooks, who was taken last year, who I think can contribute to the Cowboys as a third receiver, ahead of Jalen Tolbert. Jalen Tolbert is one of the most disappointing picks I've seen in a long time. I mean, when he came out of school, like Jeff and I talked about with the one receiver that went early this year, tempo. And Jalen Tolbert used tempo the right way, like Keon Coleman is the player that Jeff and I were talking about.
Right.
Because he doesn't come off the line explosive, right? But he builds up and he goes. And that's tempo, right? And why Jalen Tolbert has not gotten the opportunity to play is beyond me. It's beyond me.
He started to show a little bit of that last year. They gave him a little more meaningful time, and he made some nice plays. But I still think he has a long way to go. I don't think from where he was his rookie season when he got to Dallas, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't read the coverages to get open, so he didn't know where to settle down.
Which shocked me because, I mean, we watched him destroy Tennessee. I mean, destroy Tennessee.
Yeah, but I think his issue is, and this is why when we interviewed a wide receiver prospects, another tackle, Ezra, Eastern Kentucky, right. So I think when I asked the wide receiver prospects, this is because of this reason. How do you recognize the pattern match cover?
Yeah.
Because that's something that started at the NFL level when Saban was in Miami.
Yeah.
And when they brought that down to college, it started permeating college. But there are still colleges that don't do it, right? They don't do it a lot. So when you're in those mid-majors, that's where you're not going to see it. It's hit or miss, which guys understand pattern match coverage. So he's coming from South Alabama.
Yep.
Mid-major, right? So you got to ask those questions and understand. And if it's something he's going to learn, it's going to take a while for those guys to get there. It's not an easy read.
And he's coming into his third season, so this is the year to make things.
You want to see the biggest jump this year. You saw a nice jump last year. You want to see an even bigger jump. Because now you're relying on him as possibly your wide receiver group. So
I've got Brooks ahead of him.
Yeah, well, there's a possibility.
Yeah.
They started using him a little more last year. So I think all four of those guys are going to be heavily used. Michael Barrett, linebacker from Michigan, off the board.
I'll tell you, a disappointment for Chicago has been, and when you think about wide receivers, Velus Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know what you were expecting. He was 25 years old and not very productive in college.
Yeah.
I mean, but he went to USC first, right? And then he went to Tennessee.
Yeah.
And at Tennessee, what I was expecting from him is a punt returner, kick returner type guy who you could also put out there and he can catch a wide receiver screen and maybe try to do something with it in the open field. That type of player. And every time it seems like he gets on the football field, there's a terrible mistake, a blunder that happens. And I mean, literally, he cost us a couple of games one year. But his rookie year, I think he cost us literally on his shoulders because of a fumble and a punt or whatever. At the goal line, at 6-yard line, he fumbles the ball on a punt, and we lose the game because of that. And it seems like every time he touches the field, just when you think he might have something, and it's like, okay, he made a decent punt return, at the most inopportune of time, he will blunder and squander everything that he just built up on. So it's like, that's the frustration. I didn't think he would be a top flight wide receiver, but I thought he was at least going to be a guy that was, because he ran violently. He was strong,
He's fast. He's essentially kind of I wouldn't say a poor man's, a middle class, a working class man's version of Cordell Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
And if he maxes out, he could get close to what Cordell Patterson's become, sort of a gadget player. But that was a head scratcher of a pick for me.
Yeah.
And I felt like they should have either, if they didn't see someone they really like, trade out or draft somebody else. But it just felt a strange place to take a guy like Velus Jones. He should have gone late.
Yeah.
When you're a moderately productive player in a heavy, quick throw screen offense, you're not going to be overly productive at the NFL level. You're just not. You're not a very diverse route runner because your routes are all quick. They're manufacturing throws at the line of scrimmage with the screens. You're not reading coverage, right? Because it's all quick, getting the ball out quickly. You're not experienced at setting up and stemming defenders with routes because you're not running routes down the field. Right. So there's so many knots involved in his game coming out that I'm shocked that he honestly got any chances.
Wow.
Because there are guys who have done more on film who we don't give the chance to.
Okay.
And there's some people just enamored by certain traits. Some people will hold on to a certain guy because of certain traits. With him, it was speed, right? Everybody was in love with his speed.
Mm-hmm.
But just like John Ross, everybody was in love with John Ross's speed. But you didn't see a diverse route tree from John Ross in Washington, right? He made a few plays off of certain things, and that's what and he ran a great 40, and he was up aboard before you knew it.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes certain traits can hold you in place. Some guys with a big arm. He's got the biggest arm in the world, but you're ignoring all of the negatives about his game. He's got the pedigree. He's that big 6'7" tackle and this and that. And he's the guy you want coming off the bus, but not the guy you want protecting the blind side of your quarterback. So there are certain times we hold on to a trait or a traits pick And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't marry. The film doesn't marry what you're holding on to. And Bellis Jones was unfortunately one of those guys that they're guilty of holding on to for that reason. It was the traits.
I think his days are numbered, though. I mean, in Chicago, I don't see why you would keep him at this point. You can probably cut him and get rid of him.
It also helps when you have somebody in the room that makes the decisions to stand up for you, because there's certain guys with the traits that they don't have a sponsor in the room to keep them there, and there's a guy like him who probably has a coach that says, "I still believe in him," and they listen to this guy, and he's still there. So.
So the Browns are picking now, and then
the pick is in. They put the Cowboys on the clock.
Cowboys are on the clock. Yeah. I'm gonna go with two guys, Jalen Coker or PJ Jules, the older safety from Southern Illinois, Salukis. Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Nice.
Which, for those who are not familiar, it's an Egyptian hunting dog.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The James Williams, the giant safety / some people think he could protect the linebacker. He went off the board a couple weeks ago. He's an interesting prospect. And
you know what, Greg? How's your tight end depth in Dallas?
Oh no.
Mason Klein.
There you go.
James Williams. Who did James Williams go to? That's a kid that's 6'5"?
Yeah, 6'4.5" or whatever.
Yeah. He went to Tennessee.
He went to the Titans.
Tennessee? Okay.
Yeah, he went to Tennessee. Yeah.
Let's see if that's who your pick is, Greg. Let's see if it's a tight end.
I don't know, because we got John Stevens Jr. Come on now, Steven and JJ talked about him. He's the key.
His father was an amazing ball player.
Yep.
Yeah. Amazing runner in New England.
Yep.
When I heard it was his son, I was like, he dwarfs his father. How is that possible?
He is a big boy.
Yes, he is. We're rapidly approaching the final 10 picks.
Getting there.
Yeah.
They're taking the full 3 minutes with all these picks was just crazy to me.
Well, I think there's so much on the board. I think there's just too much.
That's the issue, is that there's players they weren't expecting.
Yeah. Usually your board is thinned out. I think they have a lot up there, and they're just looking around because, like I said, the mid rounds.
Yeah, but the pro scouts need to be on the phone with Strager on the UDFA call.
They've been working the phone since the end of round 6. You know, who's calling you? In case they don't take you, we're interested.
Yeah.
Joanne Briggs just went to the Browns.
So he stays in this great state of Ohio.
Yep.
All right. So
all right. Now
Dallas's pick is in.
Oh, okay.
Is that Kevin Booth?
Oh my goodness, we took a DT, Justin Rogers.
A mini run on D tackles, 2 D tackles back to back.
Yeah.
Justin Rogers,
and then Juwan Briggs.
Speaking of trash cans that are full of dirt.
There you go.
That term is not a derogatory one. That is one for a guy that holds his position on the line and does not get moved. Right? They let Linval Joseph go because, plain and simple, they were looking for guys like this late in the draft,
right,
to fill that role. So there you go. And Jerry's got that grin on his face. Yeah,
he's happy, huh?
Yeah, old JJ's happy, and Steve just beside him, all gleeful too. And oh yeah. It's just pure ugliness.
So what's going to happen for the next hour on Twitter is everybody's going to be scouring their Twitter feed to watch to see where these guys are announcing where they're going to probably sign. So they can't announce anything officially until tomorrow. The teams can't who they've signed. So
really?
Yeah, I think.
But the players, they can say something though.
The players can say what they want. They're not bound, but the teams can't officially sign them until
official,
tomorrow.
but yes, they can.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's kind of like Marvin Harrison Jr. We drafted him, but you couldn't get any of his merch yet because he hadn't signed his NFLPA deal yet. So, so you know, most people, they have their jerseys right away and they can show it around and go buy your such and such jersey.
And
Marvin
Michael Pratt just got drafted by the Packers.
There you go. Yeah. Marvin Harrison Jr., they had a hand up saying, hold on, you got to sign with the NFLPA first.
Yeah.
What was it? Caitlin Clark, right? So she set the record for a drafted player that you know, jersey sales went crazy, right? Guess who broke it?
Who?
Caleb Williams.
There you go.
Caleb Williams just broke it. Yep.
I
knew that was going to happen.
Let's talk Michael Pratt. I think this needs to be talked about a little more. This is a prospect that I like a lot more than I think a lot of people do.
Yep.
You know, Bill, where did you have him on your board?
Michael Pratt was my number 148.
Oh, your quarterback rankings. You know where he was?
Oh, quarterback rankings by themselves. I think he went about in the order expected.
So he's in your 150.
Yeah, 148 is where I had him ranked overall. But amongst quarterbacks, I think it was my QB 7. Hold on.
Was he 7 or 8?
I think he's my QB 7. Yeah, he's my QB 7. I had him ranked ahead of Devin Leary.
Yeah.
So he's my QB 11 with a late third on him, and he is 0.02 ahead of Spencer Rattler.
Wow. So when it comes to this kid, what are you guys high on? What do you guys like about him?
The movement ability, the athleticism, all the things you like about Rattler. A lot more consistent than Rattler. Doesn't have the arm strength of Rattler. Right. So I think that's one of the things these teams, when they looked at him, they don't like the arm strength. They think he has an above average arm. But you see the moxie, he has the ability to get out of the pocket, keep his eyes down the field, and find open receivers. Right. So he's not panicked by pressure. He has the ability to run away from pressure, which is something that you don't think of it. When you see him walk up the bus, you go, okay, he can't run away from our pass rush. And he does. He'll find running lanes when he has to break the pocket. But he's a guy that's equally yoked at breaking the pocket and finding things on the run and running for first downs. So there's a lot to like about his game, fitting into a system, putting him in an offense where you have talent around him, and he could be a backup spot starter. But, you know, if you want to compare him to somebody,
I mean, I think he's a solid long-term backup. I think his ceiling is, you know, sort of in that same range as, you know, guys like, you know.
This is why I don't like comparisons, because not everybody fits.
And that's like Whitehurst.
I don't want to compare him to the wrong player.
Right. Yeah. So like that Whitehurst level, you know, long-term backup kind of guy. Matt Flynn-ish kind of long-term backup kind of guy, who, of course, ended up also in Green Bay before he managed to get $25 million out of the Seahawks. But to never start a game. But the fact is that, yeah, I think he's a long-term backup, but he's one that could be a good enough guy that if you do lose your starter for 4 or 5, 6 games, he goes 3-3, 4-2, you know, and holds the fort.
You know, I could see him having a Steve Berline-like career. Not a guy that you want to start and lead your franchise, but you lose your quarterback for long stretches. It can help you succeed, right? And fill in those gaps. I don't think that he's going to be that guy. We saw Steve Berline with the Raiders. We saw him with Jacksonville. He was the starter. He was the dude. And he was replaced both times, right? Because he wasn't a long-term starter. But when Troy Aikman goes down in 91 and he comes in, they make the playoffs because Steve Berline quarterbacked the teams at the back end of the season. So I think that's what his career arc is going to be. You know, he's going to be a guy that sits around, he learns, he's going to hold the clipboard, he'll be deactivated for several games in street clothes on game day. But after a couple of years, he's going to be the main backup, and somebody's going to get hurt. He's going to go out there for 4 or 5 games and earn his money. And then, of course, somebody will come in the next season and buy him out and try and make him a starter somewhere. And when he goes back to being a backup, he'll be back to doing the same thing again. I think that's just some guys are just that good backup once they get to that point, but not more than that. It's like some head coaches, some coaches are really good coordinators, not head coaches. Well, some quarterbacks are really good backups, not starters.
Yeah, to me, the big difference between he and a guy like Berline is arm strength. Berline had a big old strong arm.
Yes, he did.
That's why he kept getting all those chances. People would look at that arm and say, well, you know, I can fix him. So that's the big difference. Pratt's arm is probably dead on average, maybe slightly below, but not much below. I mean, think of a more athletic but less polished Chad Pennington. You know, before all the surgeries, all the surgeries.
Right out of Marshall.
Right. The Pennington that people remember towards the end of his career is a guy whose arm is decimated.
Yeah.
But the Pennington who first came out had a decent arm. Not eye-popping, but a good enough arm.
Yeah, I just like the career arc. I think is more him when I was talking about Berline than it is the arm strength. But
okay.
When it comes to physical skills, I don't have a direct comparison for him because there aren't too many guys like that. You know,
guys that popped into my head pretty quickly, but they aren't superstars or even. I mean, they're all guys that were kind of like hang around for a couple of years and then move on to the next phase of their lives.
Yeah.
Even Kurt Baker, if we're gonna, who's now in sort of in our industry, was a sort of similar kind of prospect in terms of his strengths and weaknesses. You know, a guy that had it from the neck up, but just didn't have a tremendous amount of, didn't have the big arm, could move around a little bit.
Yeah, and he didn't have the NBS success to stick around.
Oh, there's our guy, CJ Hansen. Okay, good.
Yep.
Way to go. Good job, Brett Beach.
Kevin Cole. Tight end for Washington.
Yep.
Tampa Bay, so he'll be in my backyard.
Yes.
He tackled Marcus Harris to the Texans.
Yep, another sort of rotational depth guy, but he's a guy who's got a little bit of talent. He'll hang around for a while.
We are inside the final 10 picks.
We are.
2024 draft.
Coming down the stretch.
We are pounding down the home stretch.
Ladarius Henderson, guard Michigan, off the board.
Devin Culp is one of those guys that is a move around, H-back, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Can't really block in line enough to be a true wide.
And they don't. And that's what they need. They don't. They have K-Dot and the other guys. Those guys are more in line. They don't have a vertical tight end, and I think that's what they're trying to get out of him late in the line. They really haven't had a vertical tight end since Gronk.
Yes, right. And even he was sort of, vertical, not so much because he ran away from people, but vertical because he could move well enough and was tall enough that he was never truly covered.
Yes.
Yeah. Henderson's a guy that can help you in the run game, has a few struggles as a pass protector, but definitely can move people in the run game.
Yep.
So the Ravens pick is in. The Niners are on the clock. Just waiting for that to be announced.
And Henderson, of course, as you mentioned, played tackle and guard. He looked more comfortable at guard, but the fact that he can, in an emergency, play some tackle makes him, like I said, a good sort of swing kind of player. If you're only dressing 7 offensive linemen on game day, the fact that he can play guard and tackle makes him a guy that has a shot. He should probably learn to snap as well. That way, he definitely is guaranteed to be dressed on game day because he can then play all 3 spots. And the Ravens are one of those teams you were just talking about. The Giants wandering. The Ravens never wander. They may not always get the best players, but they get guys who fit what the Ravens like.
Yep.
The Ravens have a type.
Wow. I don't remember Andrew Rain going off the board. He could be falling out of this draft.
Yep.
Possibly. He's got a couple more bites of the apple, but yeah, not too many left.
Yeah, we're getting close to the core right now.
Got nothing left. That's when you're taking the little nibbles at the end.
That's exactly what's happening at this point.
Yeah,
Try not to get the
right
seed,
around
boy.
the top, you get to the top and you're like,
So the highest rated player still on my board is. Did Limmer finally get selected?
yes, Limmer did finally
He
go.
did. I thought he did. Okay, so Limmer's gone. Did Tyler Davis finally get selected?
Yep.
Oh, he did? Okay, good. Okay, it might be Gabe Hall from Baylor, maybe? I think Gabe Hall's still on the board.
He's still on the board.
Yep. Yeah, so Gabe Hall.
Ravens pick.
And then head-scratchingly, Beanie Bishop. Those are the 2 highest players still on my board. I mean, outside of not testing through the roof, having some pedestrian testing numbers, I'm not sure what else could be keeping Beanie Bishop.
So, non-quarterback, right?
Yep.
How about the fact that I have a late third on Dalen Holker, who is still on the board?
Holker's on the board. Beanie Bishop's on the board.
Yeah. Ethan Driscoll, still on the board.
Gabe Hall, like I said, still on the board.
Sanoisi Kane, Purdue just went.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Well, once again, like I said, the Ravens have a type.
Yep.
They're forgiving on certain things, but they do like effort. They like big guys.
Yeah, Ethan Driscoll, Denquan, Alcourt. There's a lot of tackles still out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Donovan Jennings. They have listed as a guard on NFL.com. I graded him. He played left tackle. I think he still play right. I think he's a guard tackle combo. I watched him play in the bowl games at guard. He was at the Shrine, East West Shrine at guard. However, I do remember him left tackle.
Yeah.
And technically, he has a technique. I think it's the length that they're concerned with. So I think he can be a right tackle. If there's a comp for him, it's very similar to who's the guard tackle combo in Dallas backup right now, Greg. Started a few games at left tackle last year and right tackle, and at guard.
Udoga?
Yes, Chume Udoga.
Yep.
Udoga. Yeah. Yeah, he's very similar to Udoga.
Yep.
Yeah, Bethune is one of those guys who would have been too small to play linebacker not all that long ago. He's, smallish, but he'll be a special teamer, and perhaps maybe over time. I don't know. I don't think he ever becomes a full-time starter. Right? I think he's a special teamer. But still, at this point, that's fine.
Tatum Bethune.
Yep.
Off the board to the Niners.
Like I said, a undersized linebacker who there's Jalen Brown. I think who I believe ends up being mostly a special team.
Yeah.
And the last guy from that school up north to be drafted, Carroll, just went to the Titans.
Yep.
Yeah, Jalen. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yep. So new CK for you.
And he's the other guy. He'll never be the guy as a pass rusher, but he can be the other guy.
Was that Jalen Harrell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have your Max Crosby, if you have your TJ Watt, if you have your Von Miller, he can be that other guy.
So at this point in the draft, right? Are you when we talk about special teams being a lot of these guys' role is going to be to get in there on special teams,
right?
Yeah. Do you see a guy that's an edge rusher or guys that somebody that's not either a linebacker, wide receiver, running back that's getting drafted now? Are they viewing them as maybe a steal, maybe a potential gem, or strictly we'll see what this goes with a special teams type of project?
There's
when you're looking at guys this late, and you're taking them in the seventh, it's because you don't want to fight over them in rookie free agency. Right? Yeah. Once you get past this last pick, they can sign with anybody.
Okay.
So you start getting in the signing battles over certain guys.
Right.
So what you do is, if you really like a guy, you don't want to get into that hassle. You take him here. Okay. Because honestly, the undrafted free agents are going to be in the same deal. They're going to be playing special teams and trying to compete to make a roster spot at the depth of the position they're trying to get on. So
Cornelius Johnson just went to the Chargers from the.
From Michigan.
So now Harbaugh's evened it up. He's got two Fighting Irish and two guys from that school up north.
Yes. Well, balance in all things, Greg.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. It seems that teams are more than happy to let whatever running backs on the board go to free agency.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, we talked about this. The game has shifted. Unless you have at least one truly special aspect of your game, you are not going to be drafted as running back. Even no matter how productive you are, no matter how good you are on tape, there's not one thing that's like, oh, wow, that guy's really X. Oh, hey, I just saw our guy Ben Fennell, for those who are into draft stuff. He's an pretty active dude, works for the NFL Network. But once you get past the running backs have at least one, whether it be size, speed, ability to catch the football, something that is well, like jumps out on tape at you. Once you get past that, or you can do all three, in which case you go fairly early. If that first couple, second, third round, early fourth, if you do both, you can do all those things. But once you get past the all-around backs, then the specialists, because the guys have at least one special quality. Now it's undrafted. Those guys would have been 4th, 5th, 6th rounders in the old days. Now they're undrafted.
Rams are still on the clock.
Yeah.
Last 4 picks of the draft.
Okay, so players that are still available. We talked about Andrew Ram. We talked about see. I think only Trente Jones is still available. We talked about Cody Schrader. Keith Randolph Jr., I believe, is still available. Beanie Bishop is way up my board from here. Gabe Hall, also still available. Another sort of tweener, defensive tackle, defensive end tweener from Baylor. Had a very nice Senior Bowl week. Then I have Dwight McLaughlin from Arkansas is another guy that I thought would go somewhere maybe in the 6th round. Gottlieb Ayadezi from Maryland. Guy had a mid-6th round grade on. Is Jordan McGee from Temple still on the board?
Oh no, he's drafted a long time ago.
Okay. I thought he might have been. I was just double checking. Dylan McMahon and Karsten Barnhart, interior offensive lineman.
KT Levinson just got picked by the Rams.
As well as
there you go. Everybody appreciates the offensive line depth for this class.
Yeah. As well they should. It's a deep and talented offensive line group. I spotted him watching BB, right? I was watching BB and who's the other guy, right? And I noticed that he moved well. He was, as you can see, huge. For his size, he moved well for his size. And he's another guy that liked to finish. He's a finisher. He's a guy that likes to put people in the dirt.
He is, and Kalen King just got picked by the Packers.
Yep. You think they would be done with cornerbacks named King?
Nope. You don't scout helmets, and you don't scout driver's licenses either.
So,
yeah, Kalen King.
I know you're disappointed in the lack of running back help coming to Dallas in the draft, but there were names out there that still.
Yes.
George Halani.
Yeah.
Boise State. We talked about Schrader, Amani Bailey, Texas Christian, right in their backyard. I would definitely be surprised if he's not signed or at least invited to work with him. Deshaun Fenwick, Mayan Williams, Elijah Collins, Blake Watson, Carson Steele.
Yeah.
Well, I like Jaden Scherf better than I like a lot of the guys you just named. But
yeah,
what works against him is he was an early declaree from an FCS school. You don't see that very often. Third-year guy from. Now the good news, he's a younger prospect because he's a third-year guy, but a third-year guy from Maryland. But I like him a lot.
I feel bad for Audric having to go up to that Mile High City to play football. that really is terrible.
Yeah. What do y'all think about the Broncos?
I mean, I think
and what they're doing, of course, right? Get rid of Russell Wilson. $86 million wasted, right?
Yes.
What do you think? What is?
Well, I mean,
so they have one big left, but when I look at their class, I mean, it's not a bad class, right?
No, not bad.
You have to hit this class because you can't really do much in free agency with that huge cap hit you took. So you got a quarterback in next that you like for the future. You traded to get some veterans and signed one, right? So you got some veterans, so you don't have to rush them on the field. Jonah Ellis is a nice pickup. Troy Franklin is a nice pickup. You got him at a discount in the 4th round. The Abrams Drain is a nice, addition to your secondary. Audric Estime is a nice addition to your backfield. Veal late in the draft. How much of an impact he has, we'll see. Gargiulo is, I believe, that quality depth late in the draft. So I think they got some stuff there that makes sense. They're going to have a hard time with free agency because of the cap situation that they took with Russell Wilson. But, if they can maintain their guys, not, get into too many situations where they got to go out and get bodies off the street next season, all season, I think they'll be okay if they, like I said, if he can get that quarterback and offense situation sorted out. That's what they brought him there for.
And we're going to now wait for the extra time because everybody's going to come out onto the stage for this last pick of the draft. See, I don't call them the name. They're just the last pick of the guys who were drafted.
Well, the cool thing is you get, a nice little check and a trip out of it. And of course, you see Nick Gargiulo's beautiful. He gets heads of hair, but he's another one of those guys who's played both left guard and center. He's got some toughness to him. Reminds me of he's a bigger center, and he reminds me of the other Arkansas center from like 2 years ago, Stromberg. There we go. A little bit of Ricky Stromberg. That power, sort of powerful guy. Not, that super change of direction-y, not super bendy, but he's gonna put it on some people. So yeah, if you want to run the football, he can help you with that.
Absolutely. I think his biggest challenge is in pass play. Redirecting. Because you watch most of the stuff that he gives up isn't when he's in one-on-one. It's when he's trying to recognize that second level blitz coming. He commits to one side. He sees it late. He doesn't get there on time. I think that's what his biggest challenge is. Some of that is going to be mental prep. Some of it is just athleticism. If it's a late thing that you don't see, you're not getting there. So that's going to be the knock on him as pass pro for the most part.
Right. Yeah, change of direction is probably the thing that I had the biggest knock or whatever. The thing I liked the least was the change of direction.
And with him, it's a little weird to figure out why, right? Some guys you can figure it out. They're high hips. Their leverage and balance isn't there to make the change of direction, get the momentum shifted. Some they move their feet well enough to get in position. With him, it's a little hard to determine which one it is. Because he's not super bendy, but he's not an upright guy either, right? So it's kind of hard to figure out why he is so slow to redirect.
Right. Well, Jets, this should be Beanie Bishop if you're not asleep at the wheel. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up being. The ability to get a guy like that, who I think not only will make the team, but I think will at least be a rotational defensive back right out of the box, feels like something you should definitely do if you can. These are the family members of Mr. Jim's. What was his name again? Not Sam. What was his last name again? Not Sarah. Salata. Right. That was definitely Salata. Mr. Salata, of course, started the tradition.
Safety. Jalen Key is the last player selected.
Yeah, I'm about to say they spoiled it on the app for the people that were hoping for the drama at the end with the presentation. But yes, Jalen Key is your Mr.
Jalen King.
Yep.
And then people go, who's that? And a lot of people we talk about. Yes, he has an Alabama helmet on, but I mean, there's a reason why he's going here.
I don't dislike Jalen Key, but there's definitely players I would have taken over.
Absolutely, and that's my problem with round 7 too often. I look at a pick like this. This is an undrafted free agent in my mind.
Yep. He was a UAB transfer.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's essentially your old school box safety.
Yeah.
With a little bit of ability to play a little bit, deeper down the field, but he doesn't turn and run particularly well. He doesn't have the world's greatest sense of where the ball's going.
His hips are slow.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was going to say. Yeah.
So this speaks to what you guys were talking about before, especially with the HBCUs, right? So a guy like this gets drafted, and some of those other guys could have gotten their name called, right?
Yeah,
Especially in the
absolutely.
seventh round.
Absolutely.
So, we were talking about pass rushers. Well, Sundiata Anderson never got his name called.
No.
Right.
You know, but once again, we talk about pile sprinkles. Okay, so you're going to see the highlights where he makes a couple of plays. But if you go through the film, there's a lot of pile sprinkles. So, excuse me, I get it. You trust the Power 5 because it's supposed to be the best brand of college football.
Mm-hmm.
But not every player is a draftable player because they wear those helmets. And it's nice to get your name called. But I think that's an honor deserving of merit rather than school.
So the rumors about where some of the top UDFAs are signing are already starting to populate.
They've been talking for an hour.
Right.
This is the second time in the last 4 drafts that no HBCU players have been taken.
Yep.
Yeah, that's bad because you can't tell me that somebody couldn't get drafted, right?
There's a couple
that's
guys
wild.
who probably should have been, yes. I mean, Kenny Gallup is a guy that certainly would have been a fringe draftable player. Dakwa is a guy that I frankly would have taken in the late 6th and felt good about. There's at least
if you took Glover, you should have taken Donkey.
Right. There's at least, some pass rushers who are borderline draftable guys, including the aforementioned Sundiata, also Jarvion.
Jarvion Howard?
Thank you. Jarvion Howard is a guy that borderline, once again, I'm sure he'll be snapped up pretty quickly in undrafted free agency.
Always are. That's the problem. If they were good enough to sign right away after the draft.
Mickey Victor out of Alabama State should have been
There we
taken.
go. He's a better player than, no offense to Mr. Key, but he's a better player.
Yep. Jordan Tolles out of Morgan State could have also been.
Right.
Every year.
Yep. Who's that other DB out of Benedict? Oh, Hayward.
Oh,
good. Joshua Hayward. That's who it is.
So
Who played very well at the Hula Bowl.
He did.
Yes.
He did. Well, 2024 is in the books. Gentlemen, 7 full rounds. And once again, we are appreciative of everyone that watched these 3 days.
Yes.
The viewership has been light years ahead of previous years.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you for that, for sticking with us for, what is this now? Hour number...
You're in hour number 8. Today.
Yeah, so hour number 16 or 17?
17
overall?
17,
Yeah,
17 overall hours.
Yeah. So, yes, thank you very much for viewing. Thank you for in the chat chiming in. We appreciate it. We hope that we were able to not only entertain but enlighten. Dan, thanks for hanging out with us.
Man, I had a great time, man. Always do.
Greg?
I apologize to all you people out there who watched me suffer through the Cowboys draft yet again. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare.
Bill, another year in the sun, my friend.
We did it. Another year. This obsession of mine is in its, I guess, 5th decade, I think. So, yes, I am still very much in love with the draft. As weird and as sometimes even frustrating a process as can be. But yes, I am glad that we get a chance to do this together. I would not want to do this with anybody else but the people I get to do this with. Thank you to everybody at Team NBS Media, because it's not just the people you're looking at like Jeff and Greg and I and Dan, who joined us through so much of this time. And obviously we got joined by Steve, we got joined by
Terrific Tom. Come on, don't forget the Eagles guy.
Hold on. Ashmere obviously was with us right off the top.
That's right.
Christy, the amazing Christy Love was with us. Arabia was fantastic, who hopped on as a guest. My friend, my old friend, dear friend, James, Jim Ettrick, Jim Coburn, killed it, as he always does. The guy's knowledge, like I said, in case of quarterbacks, he's got every quarterback who played started at least one game of college football since 1958. He has numbers.
Wow.
So that gives you an idea of the depth of his data work. And he's got from 1969 forward on most other positions. So that's how much data he crunches to come up with his work. Really one of the best I've ever run across, and I've been doing this for a while. So glad he hopped on with us. Hold on, there's two more people I'm forgetting. Hold on. The other Steve. Yes, right. That's it. Steve's. Right. Of course, we were joined by the Steves. That's it. Right. But our
Steve Atkins, Steve Rogers for the skull. There you go.
Right.
Yeah. You got to say it like Jordan Belfort. Steve.
Right. We had both of them join us, and obviously everybody who contributed, both behind the scenes. Shout out to Joe Cardoza. Shout out to I mentioned Ashmere, right?
And we also had Dom with us. We
There
had
we
Jalen.
go.
We had
There we go.
Jalen come for the Bengals too. I mean,
Yes,
we
there we go. Jalen
had
was with us. Yep.
people all over this place.
Yes,
Yeah.
all the ladies in the digital department that put together Courtney and company,
Courtney,
put together
yes,
all of
thank you.
the player cards for the top 30 picks that we had night one. A lot of the digital, the intros, this Team NBS stuff with this draft coverage. We wouldn't be able to put on this without all of y'all. Y'all have been amazing. 3 years, it's gotten better every year. Can't wait till year 4 next year.
Yes.
And listen, like I said, I am in my infancy in scouting compared to Bill. Okay, people don't understand how long Bill has been doing this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
Bill, he's just aging you right now. That's what he's doing, right? Backhanded compliment.
My father used to say, the next time you think about complaining about getting older, remember what the alternative is.
Well, my body's older than yours, and I'm younger, right? So, listen, people don't understand, right? When I was in my 20s in pads, he was scouting. When I was in my 30s on the sideline coaching, he was scouting. Here I am in my 40s, and he is still scouting. Okay, so, yeah. People say, well, I've taken other years of experience and applied it to scouting and what I was taught by some great people. Like I say, I mention it all the time. Mark Dominic, John Wooten, Russ Land, the amazing Jerry Hardaway.
Shout out to Russ.
Those guys have all taught me a lot. But, and Dr. Bill Chackus, I believe.
There we go.
Yes.
We have Dr. Bill in common than you and I, yes.
Yes. And we didn't even know it. Right? So this has been a lot of years of work that have led us to this point, and we appreciate each other more than anything else. So some guys go, rival, I can't stand you. We love each other, guys. But this is what it's about. It's about more than us. It's about we collect all this data to share with the people. We're not bound by GMs. We have the ability to share and enlighten, and we can't do it without all the people here at Team NBS. We can't do it without viewers like you. So Thank you all. And next year can't come fast enough, but don't come too fast because I got a lot of work to do.
Bigger, onward and upward, bigger and better. And I just want to say, like I said, it's humbling, right? Because when I was a kid, taking the little money I made mowing lawns and babysitting to ship VHS cassettes of, Lawrence Taylor and Azizadin Abdul Rauf to my friends in other parts of the country because I lived in a Navy town. So my friends would move away, and luckily they would sometimes end up in places where I couldn't watch the players. So I didn't get to watch a lot of John Elway. He was not broadcasting nationally that much. The world was so different in those days. There would be only 3-4 games on a week, and most of them would be regional. There'd be 1 or 2 national games, the rest would be regional. So I got to watch all the ACC prospects. But if I wanted to, find out about Jaron Varys, I was dependent upon my friends out west. So when one of my friends would move away, their parents got stationed out, Fort Ord or something, I would swap tapes with them. And, so that's how I got started with this foolishness, was sending VHS cassettes via UPS to my friends in different parts of the country. They'd send me back players that I hadn't seen. And I would, write up these little notebooks for whatever reason. And yeah, the obsession started early for me. And by the time I got published, shout out to the late Mr. James Mims, who published the Answer newspaper in 1982, 83. I started as a writer with him. And I haven't stopped since.
Yeah.
And I learned how to scout the safeties and the cornerbacks from Larry Highbaugh, a former cornerback with the Edmonton Eskimos, who taught me how to play the safety position up here in Canada, which is a different position than you guys have completely. It's a completely different position.
Okay.
But that's where I first learned. And then, you know what I finally learned how to do, Dan?
What's that?
I finally learned because of Bill how to watch tackles and guards and centers. Because, of course, I'm not that big of a guy. I didn't have any idea what those monsters went through. I understood receivers, running backs, safeties, corners, linebacking. That's the stuff that I understood, right?
Yeah.
But I did not understand how the offensive line guys matter, right? So when I got into this, 3 years ago, Tyler Linderbaum was the number 1 center, right?
Yeah.
And I defended Linderbaum in Mockapalooza, against guys who in scouts and all this other jazz. And I said, no, Linderbaum can play in whatever system the Ravens run at him, period. And it was just that simple. So when you get the knowledge of what matters in this game, that's the important part of this whole exercise, folks, is to understand the qualities that it takes for these guys to get where they went in college and now to have the opportunity to be a professional football player.
Yep. That's outstanding, man. That's outstanding. Like I said, I love coming, man. I learned so much from you guys. All 3 of you guys are the due diligence, the effort that you put in, the thousands upon thousands of names that you have to remember, measurables and all this stuff. I mean, it's outstanding what you guys do, man. On a high level, it's really nice. I like it.
Well, that's why I got a board and a computer, because I don't remember all these names. I get a hold of the name and get on.
And here I am pushing 60, and Bill's quite a bit younger than I am. But we don't need that big board like the young fella does.
Hey, that's like phones and things like that. We could all remember numbers back in the day, but now you got a cell phone, you don't remember anybody's number anymore.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And
you also have to remember how to die.
Exactly. On Wednesday night, when Bill and I do this review, do not expect grades, kids. No, we do not grade any draft for how long?
3 years.
Thank you.
So, what we will do is we'll talk about opportunities taken and opportunities missed.
Yes.
That's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Some teams seized opportunities and some that slipped through their fingers.
Gotcha.
That is what we're talking about.
That's right. And this is how war rooms discuss the draft as well.
Yep.
That's the key thing here.
Well, you know what? We're happy that the over 500 people in the room right now didn't let this opportunity to watch slip through their fingers. We are grateful for you joining us, but we have held you hostage for over 8 hours. It's time for us to go. So
Well,
thanks
well,
again.
Like Tomlin, we want volunteers, not hostages, Jeff.
So, thanks again, everybody, for watching. It's been an amazing draft, and we hope that you enjoy the upcoming mini camps, training camps, and season to come from this. And we'll be back again next year with Draft Central. And
next year, there are going to be a lot more players taken from Notre Dame than come from Michigan next year.
That's right.
It's going to be Notre Dame's year.
That's right. I'm with you, Greg. I'm with you.
Thank you all, everybody. It's time for us to run. We can talk all night. Have a great night, everybody. Take care.